and thank you very, very much for everything. Have a good night. Um, all right,
I'm still waiting for mine to kick in. But
I have a very beautiful cup which says Star Wars. And if I tell you that my cat name is Leah, that might ring a bell. So yeah.
yeah, I should send you some paintings that I have of Carrie Fisher that were done after her death that are just epic. Carrie Fisher, the person, not as Princess Leia, but yeah, they were done by a Canadian artist that are they're just rather amazing. Anyway, um, I filed this under not surprising, and I thought it was mildly amusing, but not really. Did you remember not too long ago that Wagner group commander, who got his way over to Norway and asked for asylum? You remember that?
Yeah, I thought that is hilarious,
Yeah.
He got himself arrested. He can't hold his drink. Is that right?
Yes, he did. So you guys have talked about it on the space. Yeah.
No, I was hoping someone would.
Yeah, no, the guy went and got himself arrested because he was drunk. It's just like file that under I'm not surprised it happened one bit, and it's really sort of amusing. This is yeah, it's just like, dude, you haven't been there for very long. Yeah, he just, he got kicked out of the bar, and he kicked one of the officers, and his attorney said, well, he was drunk. So, it's all okay because the Wagner guy who was drunk, no, not okay. It's just, yeah, couldn't hold his drink, so got arrested while he's seeking asylum. I'm hoping that they keep him in jail for a while. I don't know what all of you think. It was just something that sort of amused me, so I thought I'd bring it up on the space. I wonder what both of the Davids and Anda have to say. David, or Irish David, our good Florida friend, seems rather amused by it, like I was. It was rather funny, I thought.
Thank you, Prince. David.
Thanks, Prince. And I'm just minded to say that um, I remain skeptical that these folks are just fortunate enough to make it back through the lines, not get executed, and then make it all the way up to the European border and walk in with a good story. Um, I just don't take them at face value anymore. There's a bloke who did the same thing, and now he lives in Paris with a nice haircut and interviews in magazines. And to me, it's just a continuation of the information operations. Um, and yeah, sometimes Russians get drunk and don't know how to act. In fact, sometimes they don't even, most of the time, they don't have to be drunk. They just don't know how to act.
I just read something, and I wanted to bring it up in the space because I think it's interesting in it itself, and maybe you have an opinion on this. So it is a piece of news about Sweden. Um, Today, in front of the Russian embassy in Stockholm, there were some protesters. Some of them Russian citizens protesting against the war. They put up um, a big doll, basically, wearing Putin's face. It was a big one, like um, about the size of a person. They put a plaque which said war criminal, and they torched it. So um, um, they set it on fire. Um, and to my understanding, this is a habit from Russia, but usually it's for another. So it's for um, this sending the winter away, right? It's probably um, pre-Christian um, 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 custom. Let's put it this way. But I thought it's really interesting, and I wondered if you saw it, or you know if anyone else did something similar, or I don't know anything on this. If anyone.
I did see that one, but I haven't seen anything other than that. I mean, there were all kinds of demonstrations and protests and things around Russian embassies. I love what London did, you know, painting the ground, and I believe they changed part of the name of the road that the Russian embassy is on to Kiev Road. You know, so there have been all kinds of different things, but I haven't seen anybody with a voodoo doll like that one. But I sort of thought the voodoo doll was brilliant, and a fun way to yeah, you can nail your frustrations out on the voodoo doll of Putin, and it may not mean anything really significant, but it may make you feel a little bit better. So it's
I think I think he's really superstitious. So from what I understood until now, he is really superstitious. So he was, for example, concerned because the Ukrainian babushkas might curse him or something like that. So this is why they are losing the war, right? So um, he's really into this pseudoscience. Let's put it this way, uh, of numerology and astronomy and stuff like that. So he usually tries to pick up certain dates, certain things that resonate more with I don't know him, or with something that someone is telling him that's better. I don't know. I kind of doubt he's doing the research himself. So um, he must have had someone telling him. But we have hands, so maybe Yana or Kylie want to add to this. Yana.
Yeah, if I can add to this, unfortunately, I haven't seen the video of burning the Putin figure. I would love that. But if you want, I can tell you a little bit about the custom of burning this figure, because Slovakia, that's my country, is a small country right next to Ukraine. And I think in all of our lands, we have similar folklore. And I know a little bit about that. So is it okay?
It's perfect, actually.
All
Thank
right.
you.
It's definitely a very old pagan custom. They even say it's very archaic, and we still try to keep it alive. Also, it's nice for tourists to do this folklore, but people in my country really love it. So in the villages, and not everywhere, but in some villages, people still do it. So they make a big, like life-size doll out of hay or straw. They put it, they close it in women's clothes, and then usually it's young ladies, young women, but also like people go in a crowd, and they carry this doll above their heads and sing some songs. And then they come to a river, usually to a river, then they burn it and throw it into the river. And what it symbolizes, it's Morena is actually an interesting word, but she was supposed to be like a goddess of winter. And in the spring, you wanted to take this winter away and just send it away. But also the name Morena is really interesting etymologically, because it also the same root of the word means morit, which means like death. And she indeed was supposed to be a goddess not only of the winter but also of the death. And by burning her and throwing her into the river, you not only finished the reign of the winter but also of the death. And also similar word, similar etymology in our language is not only morit, that means like murder or kill or even torture, but mor means plague, the plague. So you are actually really with this custom, you are really finishing the reign of this goddess, and that's it.
I think that's awesome. And thank you for coming up and sharing this. We don't have it, or not this way. So I think it's really interesting, and I will try to share the link with you. There's a picture, and I will try to make a tweet out of it and put it in the nest eventually to for everyone to see it. Kylie, you also have your hand up. Did you came for the same topic, or you have something new?
I didn't come for that topic, but I really wish that my ancestors had kept that tradition alive in America, but they didn't. I wanted to actually talk about last night. I've been slowly working my way through the Timothy Snyder Yale course at a shamefully slow speed. Um, and last night I watched the episode about the Maidan protests that was given by Marcy Shore, um, who is his wife. And I found her lecture to be incredibly eloquent and emotional. And I think that it's, especially with the year kind of landmark moment, it was important for me specifically to kind of reacquaint myself with like what went down during that time, and to hear it put in such an eloquent way by her, who she is a self-proclaimed intellectual historian. So she's a little bit more philosophical than, I guess, dry. um, and I just wanted to share that with people because I think it's like episode like 21 or 22, so it's a little deep into this series. But if you watch any of the episodes, that one is really exceptional. And she talks about how she actually was in Kyiv and interviewed the Ratushnis back in 2014. And it was just a kind of a really beautiful lecture. So I just wanted to share that with people in case they're interested in listening to it.
Thank you. I didn't hear that. I didn't listen to it. So maybe if you can DM it to me, I'm really interested to listening to it. Just as a quick reminder, um, the celebrations for the reminder of Maidan, right, were on if I hope I don't butcher this, 16, 17, and 18 of this month. So it's really timely as a topic. Apparently, um, February is a month for Ukraine to stand up and fight for itself. Um, they did it then, and they are doing it. So they did it in 2014, and then again in 2022. And yeah, I think it's thank you for bringing up the topic. Jack girl, you requested to come up and speak.
Yeah, I had a question. Like, I was just wondering why that Russian guy in Norway was not in jail. I don't know. Why was he out to get drunk? Anyone know?
It's a fantastic question.
I resemble that thought. I don't know either. David, please take it away.
He got bailed, right? Obviously.
Yes, exactly. So that's what I was going to say. I think he got bailed, right? That you can't indefinitely keep someone in prison or in a even in a local jail. It would have been
Norwegians
bailed.
not got prison, man. They have like saunas and stuff for their jails, right?
But they do have.
I mean, you want to
saunas.
get locked up in jail over there?
Yeah, sure. You'd think there'd be an avalanche of them trying to get there. Put us in your jail. We'll stay there.
I mean, he didn't go to Finland. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think like in the States, I mean, if they have evidence to convict you, maybe they didn't have evidence to convict him, though. Didn't he say he was in that?
Norway is different.
Yeah.
Norway is different. You can the prisons themselves have a significant, or the jails, let's start with that, have significant leeway. You get free leave. You're very well treated. It's highly civilized. You would never expect to see something like that in a US jail or prison, for that matter. And posting bail is easy. And so the man has been capitalizing on the relatively soft and open society of Norway in that regard. If any of our Norwegian regulars is amongst us, I'm sure he can speak to that in more detail.
Yeah.
I can add a little bit to that.
It is incomparable to what you have in the US.
Yeah, I had heard that about Norway and their system.
Well, it's just rules in other countries are different, aren't they?
Yeah.
So the thing is that he's dirtied his copied book now. He's assaulted someone. So who knows what will happen? But at the point he's assaulted someone, then it makes it very, very easy for Norway to say, no, just don't want you. Off you go. Here you
assaulted the officer of the state. Prince said he hit a copper, right?
Application over, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
But this is just a demonstration of just how violent they are, how stupid they are, and all the other things that go into this, really. Of all the things you don't want to do, right? If you are seeking asylum in a country, is to assault a police officer, regardless of whether it's a really nice country. And by the way, so there's a real difference in Norway. Norway, they believe in the fact that you can be rehabilitated, right? And that your sentence isn't a punishment, it's a rehabilitation, right? Whereas the United States believes in punishment. It's a very, very important difference, and people need to get with that program, I guess, because it's not working in America either, is it? But it's important. If you don't want to get, if you want asylum, don't assault a police officer. Jack Gill.
I was going to say, if they are successful in rehabbing this Russian soldier, they could share, and then we'll know what to do with the country.
Well, there is that to it. Except I guess he's not going to get the opportunity to be rehabilitated now. He'll be go back to Russia, go back to the front line and die.
They'll rehabilitate him, all right, Davey.
Yes, that's the permanent rehabilitation, isn't it?
David, you know something about little adventures when it comes to being in areas you shouldn't be. I have a vision of where you sort of abandon your mates and there was alcohol involved. But this is
yes, I did abandon them, but that was self-preservation.
This is just a little bit different, but it made me think of that, because I was roaring laughing. I was cutting up vegetables for my birds, and I was just roaring laughing when you were telling that story. You have you and Gunny can tell us some stories about alcohol misadventures while you're in the military, I think.
It was the reason why I was such a flyer and the first person to think I'd be thought of when they were talking about promotions. Yeah. Yes. I don't think I did anything that was actual really promotion material. But yes, it was good fun.
All right. So it is 8:40 in Kiev at this point. We are expecting Benjamin Tallis. He will come up in about half an hour from now. You can see his card in the nest. You can tweet or retweet it. And one other thing that I think it's relevant is for us to prepare for the signals of hope. So this is what he is going to talk about, and I will try also to retweet the card out, and I will go to Prince. Hi again. Thank you. Having your hand up, it's making me happy.
Yeah, well, alcoholic misadventures seem to be the theme of the day. I'm just reading a retweet here, and maybe Mockers brought it up because this is the kind of thing she likes to find and bring up, and it actually is her retweet the reason I found it. And now this orc captain, so this Russian captain, Alexander Demkin, well, he got drunk from a stolen bottle of vodka along the front lines. He felt invincible. He started singing Russian songs with his hoarse voice, took a rifle, fired in the air, annoyed his comrades, then killed by friendly fire. So, yes, the misadventures with alcohol seem to be the theme that I'm catching for the day. These are not surprising stories. We've heard stories like this before, but they are always sort of amusing at times. And yeah, I don't know why these are coming along my timeline and making me laugh. So I just thought I would share one more with you.
It's the algorithm actually working, right? It's noticed that you like that sort of thing because they're amusing, and it's finally delivered something that you actually wanted to see. Yeah, gosh, so it does work eventually.
Yeah, it does.
I think. Tell me, Prince, is it like a broken clock? So twice a day it is correct, and in the in the rest of the day it's not.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm still really tired. but but yeah, I'm still really tired and I don't drink. So people making fools of themselves and doing stupid things like, getting themselves killed on the front line is sort of amusing to me. Yeah, I think that might be part of it. Uh-oh, here comes Mockers. I'm in trouble. I better shut up now. I'm stealing the stuff she retweets on Twitter.
All right. So I will try to be very on point with a piece of news, so she will forget. And my piece of news that I want to talk about is Joe Biden's reaction to China's initiative. I don't know if you discussed this in the space. Basically, President Biden's reaction was, if Putin is applauding this plan, how can it be good? Like he added, "I'm not joking. I am just honest." So yeah, I kind of I kind of like this. It seems proper. I don't know. What do you think, Mockers?
Oh, I particularly appreciated that statement. Yeah, that's the thing. He's pointing out that he doesn't make threats. He's not that kind of guy, and I think that's a perfectly acceptable way of dealing with that. Yeah, I'm not making threats. I'm just telling you how it's going to be, and much more people should do that, I think.
Definitely. So
I don't. I'm interrupting. I do apologise. For some people may not know what China has proposed. Can you tell everyone?
So China issued a 12-point list that we kind of discussed earlier today with Decoding, actually, who was up here in the space, and with Casual, and with Jingu. Jingu was also like really, really early on the 24th. On the 25th, so today. So one of the things that there were a couple of points to be noted. First of all, it's all in very vague terms, very vague statements. That's one thing. The second one is the fact that you will have Russia posted. So in all the 12 points, every time there was a discussion specific or something specific on Russia and Ukraine, they were listed in this order. And this is actually something that Decoding mentioned, and I think it's really interesting, because usually if you want, this is what he said, and I completely agree, if you want to be impartial, you will put them once in one way, and the next, in the next phrase you will put them in the reversed order, so that you will not mention first time Russia every time, so like they did actually. So that wasn't the best of things. And also 2 points were addressing an issue that was a point of discontent from China regarding Russia, and that is the nuclear narrative. I'm sorry, I had a call. I hope you still hear me. Do you still hear me?
We can listen. Why don't we just synthesize it really into the fact that China made a series of statements. Some of them sound reasonable, and in general circumstances they would be reasonable. But when you really look at it and the way it's worded, they're sort of pretty much meaningless, and all they are an attempt to help Putin. Right. Zelensky had a very, very good response, and he does these one-liners very well, which is, well, of course, China respects the sovereignty of nations, right? And I will be speaking to President Xi when I meet with him about this, right? It's absolutely brilliant, something he can't argue against. It is an attempt by China to sort of it, but we know that we're not interested in off-ramping Putin, and nor is Ukraine for very good reasons, right? They just don't want to be off-ramped at all. I would go. You can sort of understand it why China would do this, in that Russia is a adversary of the West, and etc. etc. But who knows where they'll go further? I can see other. Oh, Iwana put her hand up. Oh no, it was me. I've scrolled you down so I couldn't see you, Iwana. But Mockers, you've got your hand up, and then Iwana, maybe you want to add to it.
Yeah, I just wanted to note something while we were talking earlier along that theme. And there was a Russian film crew, apparently, that went to Mariupol to obviously take some propaganda videos. And somebody has sort of, informally done a bit of filming while they're getting some instructions. And those instructions contained do not take food from any of the locals, they will poison you. So that sounds as though that's well, maybe some of the Russians have just found these things out by themselves, and now they obviously know how the locals feel about them. Yeah, I'm sure those people poisoning them feel thoroughly liberated.
And the film crews obviously shouldn't only just have that as a warning. It should be along the lines of don't even speak to our own troops because the Kadrovs are likely to rape you as well. So they get it from both ends.
Well, there is also the concern that amongst that film crew is a very nice-looking blonde lady. So let's hope that nothing terrible happens to her, because, what happened to the last propagandist lady who was sat having a cuppa somewhere in occupied Ukraine.
She's not going to be volunteering to go to foreign parts again very soon, is she?
I expect not. And of course, the lady that took a bullet to the leg as well, that was also one of the other things you've got to watch out for when you're reporting from a war zone.
It is amazing, isn't it, that so many people don't learn these things. But it does appear that the people who are learning are the Russian carpenters and the trench diggers, because they refuse to go. So they're getting people in from, is it Armenia or is it Azerbaijan, who then recognise that they've just been ripped off because they weren't even being paid for what they were doing. So there again, the gangsters at it. Sorry, Iwana.
Yes, I just wanted to help you with the China's peace plan. If you want, I have it in front of me, and I can bring you either the short version or the long version.
Go on, read it out.
You want the long version of it?
No. Well, no. Just do the shortened version.
Focus on the headlines and why they don't matter.
Okay, so the first one matters: respecting the sovereignty of all countries, universally recognized international law, including the purposes and principles of the...
Yana, hold on. You had it. The first one matters.
Okay.
Why does it matter? Explain to the world why it matters. Because China wants to make sure that its assertion of sovereignty over everything they consider China remains undisputed. That's why they
exactly.
Put it there.
Exactly, and that's what that's my point. In fact, that when we look at this plan and we analyze it thoroughly, we realize that this plan is not about Ukraine, it's not about Russia, it's about China. So they state this first, and it seems that by this they are helping Ukraine, because they say that every country's sovereignty should be respected. But in fact, they do not think at Ukraine; they think at them. And we can see this in the second point, abandoning the Cold War mentality. And under this point, there is a very vague and interesting explanation why and how, but it's very indeterminate. It's very vague. So they are trying to say that the world should not be a confrontation between two parties, and there should be a vision for a long term peace and stability, and of course China should be a part of it. It's not said like this, but this is what they have in mind. The rest of the points are very strange because this is supposed to be a peace plan. A peace plan should be a plan of action. But the rest of the points are so vague that it's just desiderate, like resuming peace talks, resolving the humanitarian crisis, protecting civilians and prisoners of war, keeping nuclear power plants safe, reducing strategic risks, again, so this is about nuclear, facilitated grain export, stopping unilateral sanctions. Now that is interesting because who is sanctioned right now? Well, Russia is sanctioned. So this paragraph clearly states that um, China is not really pursuing the goal of freeing Ukraine, but more than that, it's pursuing its own interest because China will not like at all to be sanctioned. And putting this into the plan shows us that they are preoccupied by this. And then keeping industrial and supply chain stable, of course, there is an interest from China in this, and promoting post-conflict reconstruction. This is the final point, wrapping it up. So my conclusion is this plan is not about anybody else than China. China wants to promote this picture of being a peace-loving mediator, and while not breaking up completely with Russia, they are not interested really in helping Ukraine. They are just about themselves. That's my conclusion of it.
And let me add a little bit here as well, right? Here's the piece. There is a trap here in for Russia should they accept this as well. Vladivostok is Haishen-Wan, right, was part of Ming territory. The Russians took it over in 1860, and there's been a debate about this quite a while, right? Without a doubt, China, whilst they may have signed an agreement with Russia in 2005, China still see Vladivostok as theirs, right? So it is completely all about China, not even about Russia, right? Because there is a trap there for Russia as well, because some of those lands out on the Pacific, China sees as theirs. I think it was George, then David.
Yeah, it's absolutely bizarre. You know, their peace plan, demilitarized zones, and this and that. So, you know, with Taiwan, why don't we for the whole east coast of China to be demilitarized? You know, that'd be a good peace plan. That way, the Taiwanese would not have to worry about the Chinese, right? Same thing with you know, the Russians and Ukrainians. If the Chinese think that there should be a belt of demilitarized Ukraine there, there should be a belt of demilitarized China close to the strait near Taiwan.
Yeah, so this map with the demilitarized zone, it's not part of the peace plan, but it appeared in Chinese press. And it's very strange because demilitarized zone is only on Ukrainian territory. It's practically everything east of the river that passes through Kiev, the Dnipro River. So the demilitarized zone is restricted to Ukraine. Why is that? It's kind of, yeah.
Yeah, because there's going to be no enforcement of the militarized zone, and then what will happen is, you know, then Russian troops will move into the void, and we'll be where we are back at square one. So, yeah, very very ingenious. You know, obviously they're a lot smarter than us idiots in the West because right. But they're so much smarter than us. Then why do they keep copying all our electronic shit? But I digress. Sorry about that.
You are forgiven, George.
Thank you, David. Oh, and while I'm up here, really quick, I'd like to. I don't know if anybody did this publicly, but I am going to publicly tip my hat to my partner in crime here, especially when it comes to giving Schultz a raft of poop there. But my man in crime, Axel, please take a bow. You went beyond and above the call of duty yesterday with the 24-hour, anniversary bit that we did. Unfortunately, it was an anniversary of evil, but we, especially under your guidance, you took the bull by the horns and you took the day, to show how Ukraine has withstood everything that Russia and the idiot Putin has thrown at it, and how they have actually managed to get stronger, and that there is a path forward to ultimate Ukrainian victory, and for us manning the post for 24 hours. Wow. Great job indeed. Thank you. Everybody give Axel a round the hands there, because that hats off to you, my man. Wunderbar.
Danke, danke. This is one crew, one space, one community, one mission. What we do here is a pleasure, a privilege, and a moral imperative. Next.
Yes. Well, who is next? Mockers and David, you need to fight it out.
Mockers, please go ahead.
There you are. He accepted that you've won, Mockers.
Well, thank you, David. And yeah, I'll just say that I am probably the angrier one out of the two of us. He's just never met that side of me. However, what I did want to say was, who the F asked you, China?
That's what I was going. Yes, they've never made peace with themselves. What is this?
No, you just, you know when someone sticks their nose in your business and they give you advice and you want to turn around and go, who chucked you a biscuit? When was it your turn to speak? Yeah, that's just my personal feeling on the whole thing.
Maybe let me throw something out at this, right? Maybe this is just China saying this is the extent at which we're going to make a statement. Maybe that's what they're doing. Who knows? I mean, they are gang. I mean, and I have to revert back to, as Jinga says, they're gangsters, right? Maybe they're dangling out and going a little bit more and say, this is the extent we're prepared to help you until you can help us in some other way, right? Whatever that might be, who knows? But if all they do is put out these nonsense statements, then that would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Right? I would take that. Stick one of these out every day. Just don't do anything else. Just give us these nonsense statements, because let's face it, every right-thinking person would just go, "This is utter nonsense," right? Time to disregard it. Let's move on. David.
Thank you, David and Mockers and Anda and everybody for being here. Please retweet and share the space and give what you can at MriyaReport.org. I am delighted with what Mockers said. Thank you. Not only is it none of their concern, they have no standing, as they have nothing that they could bring to any peace negotiation in terms of track record. Jingu says it's best. I mean, this is just corner boys and arm breakers using language to try and advance their own mob interest. And how do we know that? Because it's so very vague. So what I think it is the Chinese knockoff of generic Western peace project cobbled together and put out, like you say, to keep their Muscovite lapdog happy for now with a little dog biscuit of support. But they have miscalculated classically, the Chinese, in this move, because they betrayed their own illiteracy in the way of democratic, free and peaceful people. This was an opportunity for them to show us their multipolar world. Yeah, they want to be big boys at the big table, big boys and girls. Well, come along and show us your wonderful Chinese piece. Show us what this Sinified world order would look like. And their homework is copied and shit. It's copied from mediocre Western peace sentiments from the last century, which more or less failed. And speak about making peace. Wasn't the last peace they made to give up Taiwan? And they've lived with that ever since. So if we're to take someone on their track record, it looks like these fellas and ladies are just terrible at making peace. So it's not a peace document. They've just revealed their illiteracy in the ways of civilized people, which is recognition of individual sovereignty and respect for humanity, which is lacking in the document. Not a mention of people, just a mention of interests. So it doesn't really sound much like a nation. It sounds like a mob. So I think that it's just an exercise in Chinese hubris. They've betrayed themselves again as not a match to the big talk that they like to trot out about multipolar world and how they are a rising power. If that were true, they would behave accordingly. They don't. They just talk the game and steal what they can. So, like you said, David, I think it's just an irrelevance and another example of Chinese bumbling and missteps on the world stage. Maybe they'll mature at some stage, but it doesn't look like it's coming from this current gang of thieves.
Yeah, they have other things to be worrying about, right? Internally, a huge an economic bubble, and the people who've got used to having a much better life, right? So the things have changed now, and who knows what they're thinking about. Xi is clearly a little bit of a loon, and I would suggest he's a bit more of a loon than Putin is himself. Right, Lexicon, you got your hand up.
I do. The guy's name is Xi, by the way, Xi Jinping, but that's what that X means. It's like some kind of a special S. While poking around looking for news this morning, I see that Zelensky will meet with Xi Jinping. I take it electronically. But I mean, this guy, because that bloody so-called peace plan is depressing to everybody. But this guy is undaunted. He grabs it by the horns and says, fine, you want to talk? Let's talk. So, and I think he's going to get an experience of talking to a man who isn't the same as the guy in the Kremlin to talk with. I think it's a great move.
That's fantastic. I hadn't seen that, Lexicon. Another brilliant move by Zelensky on the world stage. What a diplomat.
Oh, he's very, very good at those word games, isn't he? Right, which is he's able to turn it around. I particularly like the tweet. Which one do you prefer, bad Elon or good Elon? Right, made it all about Elon, but at the same time insulting him. Right, it was wonderful. So right, so at the moment, my brain has gone, and I'm going, oh no, what should we be talking about now? Change the subject. Someone stick your hand up and give us an option. That's it. Well done, David. You put your hand up.
Oh no, I was clapping and saying I hope that I really appreciate you inviting folks up, and we should encourage it. We've talked all around the houses, and now we should solicit. If you're listening, you don't have to think you know better or know more. In fact, come up and tell us we're wrong. Let's get the juices flowing. Let's see what people think. It's only as good as we can make it for each other, right, David? I mean, that's the vigor with which we pursue debate and discussion here.
Exactly right. If no one says anything, then what are we debating to? It's just a brick wall, isn't it? Mockers, you've put your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to draw some attention to the representative of Ukraine at the UN. I think he's called Kislitsia, something like that. It's got a lot of Y's in it. Anyway, he specifically stated that there is no purgatory for war criminals and they will go straight to hell. He made his comment quite pointedly, looking in a particular direction. Can't imagine what he would have been looking at the time, but this guy on a regular basis steps up and tells it how it is. I have so much respect for him, and for him to be able to do that without actually reaching across the room and throttling the life out of his counterpart on the Russian side. Yeah, what a incredibly reserved but unreserved man, shall we say. He gets to say what he thinks. Everybody knows exactly how he feels, and yet he still manages to not get himself chucked out of the room. And yeah, much kudos to him.
And in terms of being chucked out of the room at the moment, given that pretty much in many organizations, everyone is getting up and leaving the Russians to themselves, then does it matter? Because Russia is now finding itself in a in organization and diplomatic things that they've been sent to Coventry. No one wants to listen to them. No one wants to talk to them. And therefore, what can they do, right? We're not listening to you. Now, bugger off. We'll go to the coffee room and we'll talk with all the big boys about how we can deal with you, you genocidal maniacs. Oh, and with that, John Stewart just put his hand up. Alex, we'll go to you after John.
Hi, David, and everyone. Thank you for hosting. You're doing a great job, and thank you to everyone who helped facilitate yesterday's marathon. It was fantastic, and sad that it had to happen, but nonetheless, an incredible event, and great to hear so many different voices, and particularly Ukrainian voices. And I guess I'd be interested to know what's been going on in people's area locally over the past 24, 48 hours. There wasn't that much opportunity to talk about it yesterday because of the outstanding series of guests that were brought in. I know there's something going off in Washington, DC today. I was going to go to London, and last night they projected the Ukrainian flag on the Russian embassy. I've been out of the space for most of the day, so I don't know if you've already talked about that, but there's some pretty impressive pictures from that I can see on Twitter. And I ended up going down to my local event, which was on the seafront in Hove, and the local community of Ukrainian people came and had a sort of small memorial, which was very moving. It was mostly, in terms of the people that have arrived as refugees, it was mostly young women and children, obviously, because the guys can't get out of the country. That was interesting to see. There was a beautiful version of the anthem sung by a kid who can't have been older than about 6 or 7. It's such a stirring tune. And yeah, people put a bunch of candles out, and there was maybe like 40 people there, and then meticulously cleaned everything away and went down a local church, which I sort of went back to my place after that. But it was pretty moving, and yeah, that I just wondered if there'd been so I'd kind of be interested to know what else people saw or observed over the last 24, 48 hours.
Well, I'll give you a little rundown of my Friday. I was in London for something completely different. I hadn't realised that there was an event at Trafalgar Square Friday. I thought it was going to be Saturday, and I was wandering around to see a friend of mine who
Sorry,
who is
David, do you have a reply to this, or
I
we
am
will go
talking.
to more hands.
Dave is talking, and I don't think you can hear him, but it's entertaining for us.
It is. I like that. Andy, if you keep talking, then we could do a stereo.
But David, in 2 minutes, Benjamin Tallis will be up anyway. So
then I'll be very quick. I'll carry on talking. So anyway, I was in London, went past, saw the Trafalgar Square, went along to that, and it was very, very moving. There were the large numbers of women. Clearly, because obviously for the reasons we stated, but had the music was great. They had Antil on. Don't ask me. I don't know what the band name is, but it was very, very moving for the time I was there. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to speak to anyone because it was when they were all playing music and no one actually really wanted to speak to me. And I didn't think that grabbing someone's hand and dragging them away and saying, talk to the microphone was going to be the way forward, because that's the sort of thing a Russian would do. Right. With that, Axel, let's get Ben in.
Yeah, I will be right with you. Benjamin, good evening.
Axel, good evening. Guten Abend, dobry večer from Prague.
Perfect. Dobry večer from the eternal city of Prague. Beautiful.
Indeed, so very, very nice to be back on MriyaReport, and congrats on your fantastic marathon event yesterday. Apologies, I couldn't join you for that, but well done, and part of a great day of proper commemoration and reflection on this sad anniversary, but part of turning it into a platform for victory.
100%, absolutely. This is exactly what we wanted to achieve, and the whole crew, our community, and everybody here contributed to it. So, but there you go. We have a great day today, so we can wrap it up and make sense of it. And that's why I thought it would be good if you were to spend a bit of time with us, because last time when we discussed it, you managed to dissect things and order them appropriately. And I'd really like to go through it. You had this nice tweet going out about what happened, and I'll ask you the same question as everybody else yesterday. Where were you on the 24th last year?
On the 24th, I was in Berlin and followed the usual routine which comes with having young children, of trying to get some sleep and then trying to catch up as much as possible on what was going on throughout the course of the day. And that meant a lot of listening to the radio, a lot of watching, of course, online what was happening, conversing with other experts, trying to make sense of what was going on and what the chances were for Ukraine to endure. And as I mentioned in this tweet I put out, the first real sign of hope I saw was actually the next morning, when again on the morning walk, pushing my daughter in her stroller. She was sleeping. I was listening to the BBC. And Nick Robinson, standing on the roof of his hotel in Kiev, said something that made me really stop for a moment. I was walking by the banks of the Spree, actually right outside the Kanzleramt at that moment. And it really stuck with me what he said, because it was, for me, a change in the way that Ukraine was being talked about by the Western media.
So what?
Yeah, I thought I'd keep you hanging on for that one. A bit of suspense there. Dramatic tools. No, what he said, he asked the listeners to basically follow his gaze around this dynamic, vibrant European city. And I've been following EU-Ukraine relations and the way that Ukraine is discussed for nearly 20 years. And it is so rare to hear Ukraine described as just a European country rather than an Eastern European country. It was rare to hear Kiev described in those terms, even though Kiev, Lviv, Odessa, anyone who's been there, they knows that they and Kharkiv and other Ukrainian cities would fully deserve those type of descriptions. But this was really the point, is that the discursive environment that had been set up over the past years has really played into old European hierarchical prejudices. There was EU Europeans who were good enough Europeans to be considered as part of the EU, the real Europeans, as many Ukrainians have described them to me. And then there was the Eastern Europeans. And this obviously reflects a long-standing distinction, which we can actually draw all the way back to Voltaire. And it was Larry Wolff who made a wonderful comment about this. He said there's the Europe that knows and the Europe that waits to be known. And that second Europe, the Europe that waits to be known, is Eastern Europe. And this really struck me then when Nick Robinson said this, and I started listening out carefully across all the media reports and across various different TV, radio sources, newspaper articles. It was increasingly clear that the way of talking about Ukraine had changed. And why did I think this was important, even though it was at that stage still very anecdotal? It suggested to me that people across Europe were starting to feel closer to Ukrainians, starting to feel less different and less distant from them, and thus also more likely to join in their struggle, more likely to see their struggle as our own. And this, in a way, is really what's happened, because the level of support to Ukraine now is far in excess of what I honestly would have expected this time last year. I'm delighted that it's come to be in that way, and many of us have been pushing to achieve that. But it's really far in excess also of the previous levels of support that have been given and the previous levels of empathy that have been shown in the EU's half-hearted embrace of Ukraine over the years, which has been as much about keeping Ukraine at arm's length as bringing it in.
And this bringing it in happened in very, very few moments, because the shock and awe, so to say, at that point in time, didn't work militarily for the Russian regime, but it did work media-wise for Western Europe and the rest of the world, because the images came in and people took it in a completely different way than, for example, if you were to compare this to Pete Arnett reporting for CNN the Gulf War, where there was a run-up, a build-up, the coalition formed and the likes, and it was clear at some point in time what would happen. This was, despite all warnings, despite all the discussions, for a large part of Western Europe, seemingly completely unexpected. But they were able to identify with it reasonably quickly. It took a few hours, and people said, no, this can't stand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, famously, it also caught the head of German intelligence on the hop, who was caught in Kiev that morning of the 24th. And I think, in a way, a lot of us have been discussing this as to why was this so unexpected. The willingness not to believe it, the desire not to believe it, because I think a lot of Europeans leaders and Europe's leaders realized how unprepared they would be for such a conflict. How the hyped up Russian military, which obviously has failed to live up to that billing, but how the hyped up Russian military might actually be able to just walk over Ukraine and potentially then walk over others afterwards. This I think was playing on a lot of minds, and the mistakes that we'd made, that perhaps that's we, more some others, if I were to be honest, made about totally overestimating Russia, underestimating Ukraine, and having very little faith in ourselves to be able to withstand that or to offer an alternative. That's the kind of thing that has really come under question now in the last year, thankfully, because of the resistance of Ukrainians, but also because of the massive popular support that Ukraine has gained from people around Europe and across the democratic world. And in this thread that I wrote today, I linked to some opinion polls that were done in France and around by a French polling agency, but around Europe in March last year. So just 2 weeks basically after the full-scale invasion. And this was at a time when I and several others were really arguing very, very strongly that we had to make good on Ursula von der Leyen's amazing speech, where she uptoned two decades of EU policy on Ukraine in 2 clauses of a sentence, saying, and they're one of us and we want them in. Even 2 weeks after that, there was majorities of public support for EU candidacy for Ukraine in France, in Italy, as well as in Poland and in several other Western European countries. So it wasn't only Central Eastern Europe, which had been leading the charge for this, but it was also majorities of people around Europe, which went against what some of their leaders, Emmanuel Macron, Mark Rutte, particularly spring to mind, were pushing at the time. And that popular support, again, I think speaks to this breaking down of the iron curtains of the mind that had lived for so long in our judgment on Ukraine.
It's interesting that the Iron Curtains of the Mind, I think we did discuss the last time when you were on already, that people had, so to say, boxed in parties in Central Eastern Europe, Northern Europe, and the likes into different roles. It's like in kabuki theater. You assign a specific role to every party. And that, unfortunately, was completely wrong. It denied agency to the respective counterparts. Let's go back to Bruno Karl for just a second, the head of the German BND. Despite being briefed to the contrary full well knowing since October what was at stake, having senior staff in his BND telling him that this invasion will come, still seems to have briefed the German government in a form and in a fashion. Yes, it was urgent and everything else, but he seems to have briefed the German government in a fashion that Mr. Schmidt, Ole Deal, everybody else, they were all on the same page. And in the NSC meeting, the evening before the invasion, he phoned in and delivered his urgent message, and the urgent message did not include an invasion brief. How on earth is it possible that a German government would not listen to its own services, meaning on the medium and high level?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the connection between flaws in German intelligence and the perceptions of reliability of German intelligence, the differences in German intelligence compared to the intelligence that was being received from other European capitals and being communicated openly by the Americans and the Brits by that point, raises a lot of questions about how ingrained worldviews and perceptions really shape our ability to interpret information and interpret situations. The unwillingness to believe that it would happen, partly because this would majorly upset the apple cart in terms of Berlin's approach to the world, and particularly the approach of the Kanzleramt. And you know that I've been talking about the Kanzleramt as desperately clinging to the world of yesterday. Well, this was still the yesterday they were in, and they were perfectly happy there. And so I think that willingness not to believe it stems from that desire for it not to happen. As to the very specific mechanics of who got briefed on what, how, and what were the deficiencies, that's probably not my department to comment on. But what we do know is that the senior figures in the German government, and we talked about this last time too, in the foreign ministry, as well as the Minister of Finance and figures in the Chancellery, all told the Ukrainians, we're not going to help you because there's basically no point. You're going to get rolled in 48 hours. So this is interesting that, first of all, the invasion, was it or not happening, was a question for the senior levels of German decision makers. The second thing is, once it did happen, there was a very particular view taken on it, which was not one that survived contact with reality.
Isn't it beautiful that 1 year after, everything is so different? Or is it? Have they? Projection is not reality, but are they still clinging to their projection largely? Or what do we hear now?
Yeah. It's not that question unless you use the magic word. You know, vendor. I don't know. Is that a word we can coin? Vendor. I don't know. Is that a word we can coin? Yeah.
At least we did it here.
Look, I mean, the Titan vendor is here. It's just unevenly distributed. We heard what Boris Pistorius said last week in Munich, a clear commitment for Ukraine to win, and winning meaning 1991 borders. We still haven't heard that from the Chancellery. My interpretation is that we won't hear that from the Chancellery for some time. We've seen the progress that's been made on transition off Russian gas, only to transition to new authoritarian gas dependencies and to throw a very strange new energy mix into play. We've seen the unwillingness to decouple or de-risk from China, and we've seen no real indication that I think the worldview has fundamentally changed. We've seen no real indication that there's a true commitment to re-equipping the Bundeswehr and burning down the procurement agency, which would be needed to do that and starting again. There's been policy corrections. There's been policy adjustments in some way towards a course correction here or there, but I don't see the big changes having come. Yet at the same time, there are politicians who do want to make that happen. And I think Pistorius, to give him credit, seems like one of them. Certainly Annalena Baerbock is on that team. It was interesting to hear Robert Habeck's dismissal, very firm dismissal of proposals for peace negotiations, which I think were probably aimed as at the Chancellery as much as at Wagenknecht and Schwarzer, these two so-called politician intellectuals in Germany who've been pushing a particularly cynical version of peace negotiations recently. So the force, it's still very much in flux. There are a lot of politicians and a lot of people pushing for this big change, but it really has yet to come. There are some signs it may gain traction in certain areas, but the overall shift is not there. The worldview of yesterday is still clinging on. And I would highly recommend everyone to read Scholz's piece in Foreign Affairs from December, the so-called Global Titan vendor, where he basically outlines a manifesto for yesterday.
Now, isn't it funny that this clinging to it is so ingrained? And now comes in this defense minister who, on the one hand, is a dear friend and party, say, soldier of the Social Democrats. He even is from Osnabrück. He and Scholz know each other from the same demonstrations they attended at an early age. And he's been in Hanover, one of the two top centers of social democracy in Germany. He's been, so to say, what the Germans would call, he has Stallgeruch. He is from the same, say, trunk of wood. But at the same time, he went into this job and simply said, okay, I'll roll up the sleeves and do it. And he doesn't mince words. He goes about it. He does things and says things which you would have expected from a middle-of-the-road conservative in the 1980s. Easy, no question.
Yeah, it's been a breath of fresh air.
Is that a chimera, or what are we seeing?
No, I mean, I think from where I would stand, and certainly speaking to my colleagues who are even more intimately involved in that particular parish, then I think that's a fair assessment. I mean, obviously he's flattered by comparison to his predecessor, who, I mean, it couldn't have really got much worse. But nonetheless, he does seem to have merits of his own and seems to be businesslike, seems to want to get on with the practical business of the job. There was the early hiccup at Ramstein, but that was clearly finding his feet, bedding in, and basically carrying out the instructions of the Chancellery. What interests me is exactly, he comes from this SPD roots that also have problematic roots. I mean, the Schroeder part of the SPD around Hanover.
Yeah, he's a friend. He's a friend of the family, quite literally.
Indeed so. I mean, there's all sorts of interconnections there, aren't there? But this then intrigued me in Munich last week when he did make this, what has been the clearest statement from a leading SPD politician so far about Ukraine needing to win. And I mean, it's been very clear. Scholz doesn't want Ukraine to lose. We should be very clear also to say that. But he has not said Ukraine should win. Pistorius not only said Ukraine should win, but agreed with the Latvian president, who said winning means 1991 borders. I mean, that is a huge thing, which to a lot of people looked like he was really going off the reservation. But it's not been walked back. It's not been countermanded hugely. There are these rumors floating around about the peace negotiation proposal and so on that Scholz and Macron are supposed to have pushed, but I can't comment on the veracity of that. I honestly don't know, beyond the reports that are in the media. But it's interesting to see that did he have license to say that, or does he have license to actually speak his own mind on this and set the agenda? Because it's one thing to carry out business like purposeful reforms and make the government actually work in defense. It's another thing to set policy through discourse like that. And so I'm intrigued, I have to say, to see where that goes.
The interesting part is that there's a couple of German generals who have already signaled that they're actually quite happy with the fact how he has approached the logistics topic and how he has approached, brought a bit more communications hygiene into the whole, level of the BMVG. So that's interesting because normally German generals talk very little. But when they're positive on something, such as, for example, you could hear this even in public from Freuding in recent days, von Sandrad from Stettin said the same thing. So everybody wants to get on with it because they're soldiers, they know what's up, they want the logistics to work. So that is, by the way, a very German thing. We want the shit to work. It's time. So, and everybody has been waiting. It's interesting.
Can we take, Axel, can we take that ethos from the BMVG to the BVG, please? For those who don't know what I'm talking about, the BMVG is the German Ministry of Defense and the BVG is the Berlin Public Transport Authority, which I suffer through on a regular basis. They have the positives as well, but indeed, wanting stuff to work would be a great start for this. And you're right. I mean, there has been enthusiasm for this, and Pistorius does seem to fit the bill. There's a lot of cutting potentially to do, though, at the ministry, so we'll see how his popularity survives that. But don't forget, of course, it was Freuding who renamed his division's motto to Siegfähig, so victorious, which was quite a strong move for a German general to do, and exactly the kind of attitude that me and others have been pushing for, to say that Germany needs to get over its post-victory, post-heroic, post-national mentality, embodied by, once again, Jürgen Habermas this year with his comments that he's made in public. And so I think it's interesting to see who will be Pistorius's cheerleaders on this, and who will be very much on the team of getting that moving. And I think you've clearly identified who they potentially are. How long that will last, as I say, I don't know. But it's also interesting to see to what extent the Bundeswehr will be more embraced in the public consciousness. And this was something that Lambrecht said correctly, Christina Lambrecht, the previous defense minister, that the role of the Bundeswehr needs to be reevaluated in the public mindset. They need to be more valued and need to be recognized as doing a public service that should be a matter of pride rather than one of regret for ordinary Germans. And I think a lot of people have come to that realization this year. So the proof of the pudding of that will to some extent be in the recruitment and how recruitment stands up. There's been talk, of course, of reintroducing conscription. There are mixed views on that. But certainly, even those kind of debates happening show, again, that at the level of the public, there are some significant shifts in thinking going on, even if they're contested by others.
Absolutely. And I mean, we won't resolve this here. There's a long debate to be had as to which culture and which nation benefits from conscription more than from a professional army, and what impact this has on readiness, of course. But what is good to see is that the debate is at least on there, and it therefore brings the whole concept of both service as well as the necessary force for deterrence back onto the table. And I'm very glad for it. And I'm also glad to hear that it's continuously ongoing in Berlin, where you are.
Yeah, yes, where I normally am, in Prague at the moment. But indeed, I mean, just to say one thing on that, I mean, this neo-idealism idea that I've been pushing quite strongly, which I'm happy to say is gaining more and more traction around different parts of Europe, is one of the key elements of that is that we should have a whole of society theory of victory and a whole of society involvement in these conflicts that we have, but that requires a whole of society benefit to these things. And so sharing the benefits of all of our systems a bit more fairly and a bit more equally has to come together with getting people to contribute more. And I think the way of thinking at least starting to shift as to what can I do, how can I play my part. Is that conscription? Is it getting out to the demos? I mean, I hope people saw the footage of the enormous demonstration in Berlin yesterday, which was seriously impressive. And in support for Ukraine. And that kind of action and activism, as well as what we see on social media, where do I live? How do I want to live? How can I play a role in getting there? And indeed, military service may be a part of that for many people. And even the fact of just destigmatizing military service in Germany would be a positive step forward in that way.
Yeah, the latter I would already take as a big success.
Yeah.
Now, at the same time, yesterday, in parallel to the commemorations, and you highlighted just now that in Berlin there was a large demonstration in favor of it. That many German cities had the very same. But then again, it was all across Europe. And today we have people actually demonstrating and meeting at the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, which is grand. So there is this level of solidarity across the world. We've seen this also. We had Karl Parker on during the night of our little freedom marathon, and also was the night he was in Vienna. Evidently had been with the Ukrainian and the American delegations that evening after the OSCE mission meetings the first day, and he reported what had happened on Thursday. And I think it fits quite the bill, because evidently the Russians were there because the Austrians had insisted on inviting them there. And Karl said, well, we made hay of it. We actually did the very best in that regard, because we forced them to be confronted with our disdain and with our arguments. They actually had to listen to us. However, at some point in time, the Russians simply got up because they had seen it beforehand. And then Richard Kolz from Latvia made a very clear statement, which made the rounds. And then the Russians, having left, were forced to return for their own speech. And then the whole room got up.
Yeah.
So I think
that's a great thing.
Solidarity. There's evident solidarity among the nations of the willing that this cannot stand, that it's unacceptable, that we will not take this. and what we will argue our case. We had it a little bit earlier today that people were discussing the ill-fated Chinese peace plan. Well, President
Yes.
Zelensky highlighted the one key thing in there, which is indisputable, meaning territorial integrity, which is wonderful. So take the one thing you can't dispute, and it is what the Chinese want to project. But the whole discussion is still on the same level. You said it yourself, it's in flux. Nothing is cast in stone, whether in German public opinion, nor in the discussion about what the real aims are. So we come back to your neo-idealism. What is victory for Ukraine, and how can it be achieved?
Yeah, I mean, I look to the neo-idealists, the ones who I identify as being neo-idealists on this. Zana Marin, very clear, said the way to end the war is for Russia to get out of Ukraine. Kaya Kallas last weekend, again, saying that it means restoring full territorial integrity of Ukraine and Russia being seen to lose. I think this is the increasingly held view, and increasingly, I mean, it's been a correct view all along, but it's increasingly recognized as being correct among a larger portion of European decision makers. Still not all the way there yet, but what is also increasingly being discussed is what is a durable and just peace after that victory as well. And of course, 1991 borders, just to be clear to everybody, means including Crimea, including the annexed territories in the Donbass and Luhansk, in the Donbass. So the just and durable peace part is something that I've been working on quite a lot of late, and again would agree with Kaya Kallas on this, who has said rightly the only security guarantee is NATO membership, and so that means Ukraine has to be in NATO. And just if you doubt that, think about the deterrent effect of NATO membership that it's had on Russia. Russia has not attacked NATO member states. It's engaged in destabilization activities, active measures of various kinds, but has not attacked. It has felt free to attack non-NATO member states, including Ukraine, who, of course, and this was pointed out to me in no uncertain terms again in Copenhagen on Thursday. The Ukrainian ambassador there very clearly blamed Angela Merkel for blocking Ukraine's NATO ambitions back in 2008. It wasn't her alone, but she was part of that, and a big part of that. So clearly not forgotten. But so NATO membership, the only real alternative to that would be Ukraine developing its own nuclear deterrent, which is something that I don't think makes any of us more safe. And what we should be looking for is indeed that secure and stable peace, a durable peace for Ukraine as well as for the rest of Europe. And so I think NATO membership is increasingly being discussed. Also, the just part of the peace means progress for Ukraine, and it means a thrivable future. That, of course, means EU membership as well, as soon as possible. And there's increasing talk, I'm sure everyone's been following it, of fast-tracked EU membership, or faster than previous membership processes have taken. And I was interested in this regard to hear Ulf Kristersson's comments, Swedish Prime Minister, in Munich at the Munich Security Conference, when he said Ukraine must have a merit-based accession, and immediately jumped on to say, and merit-based must be just that. It must not be an excuse for going slow or going soft on Ukrainian membership aspirations. And this really spoke to both my heart and my head, because having been involved in these processes over the years and studied them very carefully, the new book that's just come out is all about this in relation to Ukraine. So often the EU has used technocratic politics, technocratic facades to mask its real political intention. And that's what it did with Ukraine. It kept Ukraine at arm's length for often very little material reason. And visa liberalization, I can talk about in a bit more detail on this. And so it's great to hear actually politicians from around Europe recognizing this and saying, look, this doesn't mean shortcutting the standards. What it means is when you meet the standards, that gets recognized and you don't have the goalposts moved for you, as we've done so often, not only to Ukraine, but also to the Western Balkans and others. And last thing on that, before I'd like to perhaps get onto the global order implications of this. And
that's okay. Keep going.
Comment
I
about
have tens of questions. Don't get. Keep going.
Great, thanks. And also your comment about solidarity, I want to come to as well. But the last part about this durable peace is that peace will only really be durable if it's tied to a vision of a sustainable future. And I don't just mean ecologically sustainable, or that's a a big part of it. It has to be a socially and politically sustainable future for Europeans as well. That means embracing the Balkans, the Western Balkans, working through the new European Political Community Initiative to provide new ways to associate with democratic states and states aspiring to be democratic and making progress to being more democratic. So we have to find ways of closer integration with them while firmly isolating, deterring, containing, and squeezing dictatorships, especially Russia, of course. So that all of that, I think, puts then the imperative on us to rethink our socioeconomic models to some extent as well, and see how we can actually deliver those promises of a viable but also hopeful future for more of our citizens. That's a big ask altogether, but honestly, this year, if you haven't woken up to the need for change this year, then I don't think you ever would. Thankfully, many have. So let me briefly say something about your solidarity comment, about global solidarity. I think you're totally right to point to all the fantastic shows of solidarity that we've seen around the world. However, there are places where that solidarity is much weaker than others. And we know that talks to people in Latin America, leaders in Latin America, to Indian politicians, Indian decision makers and experts don't yield the same level of result. I mean, there's numerous reasons for this. And in the Indian case, I think some interesting research that was done by some colleagues of mine a few years ago, showing how much the realist school of IR has influenced Indian thinking and how there is almost no alternative to realism in India. That's, of course, IR realism, not being realistic about the world, which are two very, very different things. And that, I think, conditions perspectives. But the other thing that conditions these perspectives is that when Western politicians and when we all talk about the rules-based international order and how this must be protected, that rules-based order is precisely what is considered to have failed people in the global south. And you don't have to be a radical leftist to think this. Robert Cohane, professor of IR at Princeton, Jeff Colgan, his colleague at Brown, said the same thing in an article in Foreign Affairs back in 2017. The global order is rigged is the name of the piece, and it's well worth a read. And I think many of us would recognize aspects of this. And the trouble is the rules-based order wrapped in economic rules together with security rules. And some of the security rules are fine. Others have become rather moribund, but some are really fine. The economic rules have been much more problematic, and not only for people in the global south, but for people around our own countries. And so I have a problem with this notion of just restoring the rules-based international order. I think we could think about a rules-based order, but we'd have to reform and revisit what that is. But rules, of course, are also never enough. We have to go further into an imagination of delivering substantial politics here. So I think there's some work we'd have to do to get more solidarity rather than less around the world.
That's a good point that you mentioned this, because we discussed it yesterday in quite some detail, actually, when it came up. And I think David was also there at that time. When, for example, we had 2-3 callers from Africa in that regard. And they obviously feel still left out. They feel left behind, and for good reason. It's great analysis in that regard also, because they are disincentivized. They're left alone with Chinese influence on the continent, Russian, disinformation organization, investment, and even kinetic influence on site. And that destabilizes their efforts and destabilizes their path to democracy, freedom, and liberty. And also, say, getting people out of poverty. And the result is pretty clear. It can't be a fortress Europe. We need to allow people to generate wealth from free trade. We need to allow them to be in touch with us. We need to allow them to be exposed to the same kind of freedoms which we have. That is the key aspect in that regard, from my point of view. And I think you are spot on. Solidarity has to be there has to be reciprocity to it. We have to be able to give them the possibility that the incentives of free trade, but not in a fashion that we exploit them, but that they actually can sell their goods and services and that they benefit from it, that capital formation can start, because only that will elevate them out of poverty. And it can't be Chinese loans, and it can't be Russian oligarchs and say state concerns or groups sponsored going into the countries and exploiting them. That is just not on, and it won't help.
No, indeed. And I think increasingly it's being realized that Chinese loans don't come without their own conditionality either. I mean, it was often presented that China just gives while the West asks when it's giving. This, of course, was never going to be the case. You don't get a port or a highway for free. There's quite a lot of things that come with that in the Chinese model. One thing I'd be interested to hear more from you and also from others on is certainly I agree we should be engaging in more free trade with democracies. We should be friendshoring as much as we can to change the quality of our dependencies from dependencies upon authoritarian states to dependencies upon our friends, which is a very different thing. But also there's a significant amount of reshoring that needs to be done to ensure security of supply on things like legacy technologies of various kinds, critical infrastructure components, medicines, a lot of issues there that are not only not being produced where we are for the standard reasons, but also because we don't see profit in them, producing them in our home countries. And I wonder what this does to our economic model at a time when neoliberalism is basically on its knees and collapsing, but the new socioeconomic order or thinking has yet to be born. I think that's really our current interregnum. The new international political order is being born, even if there's arguing about exactly which form it will take. And I wonder about this notion of free trade as well, because we've seen what has passed for free trade
Wasn't free trade.
Chinese. Right, and there's been a lot of Chinese mercantilism that we've been on the receiving end of, and that our companies were more than happy to engage in, but it didn't benefit our societies so much in numerous ways. And the rethinking of that makes me wonder. I mean, we're always going to have certain dependencies, sure, and there's some that we are really dependent. Things we're really dependent on. China. Look at the global production of solar panels, and I think they control 87% of that or something. We can change it over time, but it's going to take a while. There are some things we're going to have bigger problems with. But in general, the rethinking of neoliberal type free trade, while understanding that we need to interact more with democracies, yet we need to actually share the benefits of the wealth that you've rightly said is generated from that in a different way within our societies. That, I think, is part of this whole big rethinking that's going on, and something I'm very keen to work on more this year. So I'd be interested to also hear from others about their thoughts on that.
Absolutely. This will be the never-ending debate between more etatism on the one hand and more, say, economic freedom for those who live within the state. I'm quite sure. If you don't mind, we have a couple of questions from our, say, panel, and I would like to get people to join in that regard. Freebird.
Hello, Benjamin. Thanks for sharing some time here in the MriyaReport. Yeah, I actually have 2 questions, but I will make it short, I promise. My first question is regarding the Zeitenwende again. Would you think that I mean, you said it, the SPD is kind of ingrained in their historic achievements, and they have a hard time to change that, but they are also very ingrained in their pragmatism. And do you believe that it will depend on how they, especially the party and the faction, on how they will adapt the Zeitenwende according to the outgoing of the war? I mean, is there still a faction inside the faction who is saying, oh, maybe we should wait and see, or do you think this is not so much the question? And the second question is, how do you see the German relations to other nations, not Russia, east of Germany, now that Russia, the trade will be dead for the next years and centuries, I hope. So how do you see the development of the trade and the political relations between Germany and its Eastern European neighbors, especially Poland?
Thanks very much, Freebird. 2 very good questions. It's interesting. I think on the first part, there's quite a lot of things that come together. I think the recognition that this war can have a system transforming effect in terms of its ability to, or its potential to, really sharpen the world into a systemic competition between democracies and autocracies is precisely what that, we might call them pragmatic if we were being generous, that pragmatic part of the SPD fears. And that's what Scholz fears, I think, to a significant degree, because they haven't got either a plan nor the desire to deal with that world. They really want to cling on to the way they've been doing things as much as possible. You can see this in the relation with China. And of course, if the war really does turn, as it should, to a full Ukrainian victory, that's going to be increasingly hard to do. I think it depends on China's reaction as well, of course, but I don't suspect to see a change from China in the coming years, to be honest. So I think that's precisely what they fear. But there's another strange side to this pragmatism that fascinates me. I mean, if this is so manifestly not working for the country, then who is it pragmatic for? And that's the question, I think, behind the question there. 9% of the port terminal, 9% of the port terminal is still under negotiation rather than having been finalized. The willingness to consider selling more critical infrastructure to China, the fact that this Russian bid for the Frankfurt-Hahn airport even got off the ground at all, is a remarkable thing in that way. And I think increasingly the SPD, and to be fair, it was also the CDU's model for a long time, is running up against its limits in terms of what it can deliver for Germany. And a lot of people ask me, can we afford to be neo-idealists? And I said, well, can we afford not to be? Look at the amount of money that has been spent in a very questionable way this year, 200 billion euros straight off the bat for an unstrategic price cap in the energy to get Germans through the winter on energy. Compare that to the total of aid given to Ukraine, another 100 billion for the Bundeswehr to finally make up some of the holes there, even though we know it's not enough. So I think that pragmatism will run up against reality at some point, but the problem is it's not being politically punished enough, which is where it would really change, because of the inability of the Greens to form a coalition, or the unwillingness of the Greens to form a coalition with the CDU as long as it's led by Friedrich Merz. And this has been made abundantly clear. It's not going to change. And so I think this SPD pragmatism is able to hold on a bit longer than it might do otherwise because of that political stalemate.
It's interesting that you said this. If I may just highlight this, what you have defined yet again, and we had this discussion once before, is that there is structural conservatism in the Social Democratic Party and its movement for a long, long time, rather than value-based conservatism. That's the whole difference. And they like to preserve these structures. We've seen this in the transitioning between the 1970s and 80s in North Rhine-Westphalia, when industrial transitions were essentially prevented for a long time and elemented by West LB. And this has never really changed. And as such, this is dangerous because this procrastination leads to catering to the entitlements. And the entitlements are elements for them to win the elections or win a certain say electorate in the next elections in order to preserve power. That's all there is to it, nothing else. Because the 200 billion, you just hit it spot on. You could have just lowered taxes.
Right.
You could have just told people that the ingoing tax rate drops for those who of lower incomes and those with families. You drop the tax rate. Thank you very much.
Do you remember Christian Lindner's comment about that proposal, Axel?
I do. But he is definitely not the politician to ask. Neither on the 24th of February last year, evidently nor today.
Yeah, so just to fill people in, the German finance minister basically said it would be impossible to give a targeted tax break to people within the next, what was it, a year and a half, I think he said, if memory serves correctly, because the German system would just simply not be able to process this. They couldn't identify who would need the tax break.
That's exactly what he said.
Right, thanks. Okay, I'm glad we remember that the same way. But this points to all sorts of things about this, what I refer to. You call it structural conservatism. I use a sort of mishmash English-German hybrid construction of the Muss-Sein-Kultur, why things have to be as they are and must stay that way, which is a consistent refrain that you get. Instead of the explanation as to how things can change, it's about why they must stay the same. And that's a wider ingrained problem that we're also, with our action group at the DGRP, looking at cultural and societal attitudes to change as part of our remit, which will be interesting when we can finally share some of that stuff.
I think we will be very, very interested here, because this, what we call actually often geht nicht, haben wir nicht, können wir nicht, haben wir noch nie so gemacht. Policy of of one part of the German public is just astonishing. Meaning, it doesn't work. We've never done this before. It can't be done.
Yeah.
That is just insane. But there you go. Please.
I'm glad we've managed to pick up our everyday German for the concerned political types of the world session, as we did last time, saying Zeitenwende for the two previous known German words, and this time were Lebensraum and Kindergarten. That we picked up on. But to come to your second question, Freebird, excuse me, relation to Central Eastern Europe, I mean, things are not good. Let's not beat around the bush here. German stock in Central Eastern Europe has not been so low for years, since the 90s, when there was initially the attitude from Genscher and Kohl and others that the Baltic states shouldn't have independence, that the Czechs shouldn't join NATO, etc., etc. Those attitudes were reversed, and relatively quickly, and then Germany did play an instrumental role in helping the transition of the political systems and economies and the entry into international institutions such as NATO and the EU of the Central East European countries, and that was widely recognized. In doing so, they also created a system of economic interconnection that was massively to Germany's benefit, and well done, do well by doing good and all that, but that was never really recognized as part of the deal, and it's something that is now becoming, I think, an increasing matter of contention on the value chain side of things when profits are going out of these countries. And it's also, there's been an interesting phenomenon I've been sort of aware of this year about the scales falling from people's eyes in Central Eastern Europe. And they say, why are we looking up to Germany? We looked up to them because they were successful, advanced, disintegrated in relation to Russia, in relation to geopolitics. It is still there in other areas, and that shouldn't be forgotten. But also the sense of advancement has gone. The revelations that have come not only with the massive holes in the Bundeswehr and Germany's other ability to get things done, but also the lack of a real progress in digitalization, which compared to many Central East European countries is shocking, let's say. So there's actually a perception of relative backwardness rather than relative advancement that was often the case previously. Now, many Germans really bristle when they hear about this, but I think that's also because they're a bit unaware of how well things are done elsewhere. And those of us who move around quite a lot have perhaps a deeper insight of that. So I'd recommend for people to broaden their horizons a little bit. More widely, I think there's a real nervousness in Berlin, and not only among decision makers, but also among certain parts of the expert community, that the intellectual leadership and thought leadership has moved east. And that takes two forms. It has the form of the Polish approach to Ukraine, and Poland has, of course, been one of the most materially significant supporters of Ukraine, not only in terms of the absolute quantity of what they've sent, but also the timing of what they've done, sending battle tanks in April, shortly after the Czechs, who were the first to do so, pushing for the Leopards to be freed, and consistently leading the charge for support for Ukraine. The other part of it is what I've referred to repeatedly as neo-idealism, which is coming out of the Baltic states and of the Czech Republic and other places, which provides a different challenge because it can't be dismissed as right-wing conservatism of the law and justice government in Poland. These politicians who are doing this are not those, they're not the same as Kaczynski, not even close. So they end up getting dismissed as people from small countries without the economic and political weight to carry this through, that it's almost inappropriate for these countries to lead. And the more comments to this effect are made, the worse Germany's reputation gets. And the desperate need of some in the Brussels bubble, plus those in the French and German expert and political communities, to cling on to a model that really wasn't working, when they have no alternative that appeals more widely, yet to get nervous and frustrated about the thought leadership moving on elsewhere, is a really, really poor spectacle. It's not an edifying spectacle to see at all. And of course, when this has been joined by the northern countries, Finland in particular, but also there's elements of it elsewhere, it's a real problem, because the unimpeachable North linking up with the unspeakable East is a disaster to deal with in any kind of coherent term. So I think that what Germany is able to do to mend its relations in Central Eastern Europe in the coming year will be extremely important. There has to be an element of listening. There has to be an element of being willing to follow, rather than trying to impose leadership where there is none. There has to be less of a patronizing attitude. And some German politicians have really shown the way on this. Michael Roth, who's actually from the SPD, who's the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the German Parliament, has talked about the need for a special commission to investigate Germany's relations to Central Eastern Europe. And he explicitly said, we trampled all over their agency. And this is how many Central East Europeans feel. And it's something that is borne out by this latent great power view that Germany brings to world politics. Even if it doesn't act like a great power militarily, it only really looks at other great powers and ignores other smaller countries who are there to be used economically and part of the Alliance for Multilateralism or whichever initiative it is this year.
Is it fair, Benjamin,
but
is it
I'm
fair
not
to say
taken
that Germany
seriously.
has abused the framework of NATO and specifically the American security blanket? Isn't this the case, that they were able to just simply go full commercial and therefore then expand and by not committing to deterrence, by not committing to financing a proper component within NATO, they have literally robbed Peter, to pay Paul, and that's that.
There's an element of that. That's certainly how that's seen in
There's
Central Eastern
16
Europe.
other reasons, but this is one key thing. They spent a lot of money.
Yeah.
Other nations actually had to, especially America, which is always literally not pushing the can down the road in this case, but America always stands up for it. This is now the third time in 5 years that America said Europe.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean that's a fair comment. I think it's important to note, though, that Germany wasn't the only European country cheap riding on the American security guarantee. There were many, including several in Central and Eastern Europe, who were not paying their NATO dues, and what money they were putting in wasn't going on the right stuff. And so this is not only a German problem; it was most apparently a German problem, and because it was combined in Germany's case with the dependency on China as well, which was far bigger, of course, than it was, and far more significant because of Germany's keystone role in the EU, plus the dependency on Russian gas and Russian energy, and the critique of the US at the same time, which is what the Central Eastern Europeans didn't do. So this really created not only a very bad impression, but also indeed terrible policy that then, as you rightly said, they paid for the wrong things and got rich from it. And how long that continues is, in its other forms, is a matter of key debate, because this is a continued point of grievance in Central Eastern Europe. Things like the Chinese port deal in Hamburg, are they just making the same mistakes again? Is a common question that I'm asked. And so I think a real suggestion that not only has Germany changed, but is seen to have changed, is really important this year. And I don't actually see that happening, unfortunately. So I think relations with Central Eastern Europe are likely to get worse rather than better. That's not irredeemable. Something could happen to change that, but at the moment, I don't see that.
Isn't it also fair to say that, of course, it is predominantly state-owned or state-influenced or state-support or state marketing supported companies in Germany who have invested heavily in China? Volkswagen, for example, has gone to China because it is, dominated by the government of Lower Saxony, and we know who runs this one. Same goes, BMW has received substantial support in terms of marketing its own in China. BASF has always been supported by the German government. It's not a surprise in that regard. As a consequence, very large companies, which are guarded by the German state, are invested in China, whereas the German Mittelstand, having followed, is significantly more at risk and may have to reshore, and is actually reshoring very effectively into Romania, into Hungary, into Poland in recent years. So it seems to me that it is essentially the German state which actually makes more mistakes than its economy.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, and one that is frequently raised, including in transatlantic conversations when I'm in fora in Berlin that include transatlantic guests and also guests from the UK as well, it must be said. There are a lot of German experts who push back on this are not. I'm not the most knowledgeable person on that, so I wouldn't be confident essaying a particular view there. From the outside, it certainly looks as though those structural conditions are there, and the decisions that benefited the largest of German companies have been made. And you're right to say that the Mittelstand suffer greater risk for that, certainly. And it doesn't really make sense to say to all those small and medium-sized enterprises who have engaged with China at the encouragement, certainly it was the encouragement of the German government, now you have to decouple, now you have to de-risk yourselves, or you're exposed, or just you have to reduce your exposure, even if they're actually in some cases doing it. At the same time as you have the heads of large German companies writing op-eds about why we absolutely do not need to decouple from China. And again, this is part of this clinging to the world of yesterday that I was talking about, and you can read it in that Scholz op-ed in Foreign Affairs. It's actually rather an extended essay than an op-ed. You can also hear it in the latent tones of strategic autonomy as it's being played still from Paris, or strategic sovereignty as it's called in Berlin, about not only avoiding a new Cold War, as Scholz puts it, but treading a middle path between China and the US, which is still a refrain in Paris, and being worried about our American dependencies, which you hear as well, which I think this year is really quite a staggering thing to hear. And I'd be interested also to hear the views of others on, given the failed to materialize red wave in the midterms, which was supposed to terrify us all, some of us were a little more sanguine about it, there's now the new terror of 2024 presidential election, who's going to come next. I tend to be worried about a lot of positions from the Republicans, but at the same time, most of the Republicans who were in Munich for the Munich Security Conference were absolutely committed to supporting NATO, absolutely committed to supporting Europe, absolutely committed to supporting Ukraine. And okay, it's a self-selected group. This wasn't Marjorie Taylor Greene and the others there, but I don't think that worry is as high as it's made out to be. And I wonder then, what is this continued worry about dependency on the US?
And why? Why would one worry if there is a partner who thus far has always, when it mattered, stood by you?
Well, precisely. This is it. I mean, this was one of the staggering things I often found with the discussion on this during the Trump era, is that having underpinned and underwritten Europe's security for the previous 70 years, the US goes through a bad 4-year patch, and then suddenly they're the problem after Europe has underinvested in its own defense for that entire period. So this is really disingenuous, I think, and finding ways to actually hold up our end of the bargain are absolutely essential, of course, but also finding ways to bring the US more on side with let's say, a smaller state approach to global ordering and to underpinning the global order. I think there's a question which comes with things like the IRA, and it still takes me a long time to actually get over the fact that's not the IRA that I grew up with, it's the Inflation Reduction Act. To see it in a positive light. But there's a lot of resentment about that in Brussels and elsewhere around Europe. But I think the real reason for the resentment is because the US has woken up more quickly to an emerging situation and has acted upon it more quickly to do exactly the kind of thing that I was mentioning before about trying to rebalance our economies in national favor, rather than relying on the previous models of free trade, which weren't free. For sure, but certainly some aspect of this needs to be done in Europe as well. How we manage that between us is the
ship in northeastern Europe. If you take the Baltic states, if you take Finland, and Ukraine is a very good example. Digitization in state services, digitization in managing data, the interaction between the individual and the state is completely different. If you look at Estonia has offered Germany since 2011 to render its digitization, say, package, if you so like, the digital ID and everything else to Germany for free, literally for free, because it has saved, and there's good data on it, about 1.1% of GDP in Estonia is saved every year. 1.1% of GDP saved by means of digitization. You cannot earn interest on money as easily as generating that. Digitalization means that the complete interaction of the individual is easily accessible. It frees, it liberates the person, it gives everybody a completely better view of their own life. And you can file your taxation here in minutes. You can literally interact with the state at night if you want to. There is no barrier to this. And the system, now it comes back to this, we can't do this approach in Germany.
Yeah.
This cannot be done. We've always done it differently. We need a paper. Or in Austria, they would have 20 years ago still needed a little stamp which you have to buy to fix it. Exactly, Stampigli.
Yeah.
So, but assume that these benefits were to be reaped by Europe. Europe were to become thus more competitive. As it becomes more competitive and the citizens can identify with the state better, and this is very, very, as you said, neo-idealistic, it would actually give citizens more control over their own lives, have a positive affinity and connotation to the state. And funny enough, it saves money. And by saving money, we have to pay less taxes. And therefore, we're more productive. And therefore, Europe is more competitive and can actually generate the same benefits quickly as the US does. So we are creating the mess ourselves.
Yeah, dead right. Oh yeah, absolutely we are. And it was very interesting you mentioned this, because I was in a conversation relatively recently in Berlin with a European-wide group, and again this notion that we must have Franco-German leadership on digitization. And I said, why aren't we having German-Estonian leadership on this, with the Estonians giving the technology and the Germans giving the weight, or the Estonians giving the ideas and the Germans providing the weight? And this was again just poo-pooed as how could this possibly go without the great powers of Europe actually participating in. And I think this discomfort with polycentric leadership and the discomfort with the upsetting of the old order, which actually was what the EU was supposed to do. It is supposed to get away from Machtpolitik and get away from the might makes right approach. It's still absolutely run through with it in these prejudices about who can and who cannot lead, and who is there to make up the numbers, and who's there to do the real heavy lifting, and so on. So I mean, look, I fully agree with you on that. I wish more people would embrace that notion. And it's not only a case of people being able to take more control of their own lives and not fearing technology, but actually seeing and not having technology presented to them as something to fear, which is a crucial part as well, I think. But also being able to see progressively a more viable future for them and for their families, to see actually we've got this. We're not just struggling through, clinging on, fighting fires, weathering the storm just about. We're actually getting hold of this and have a vision of somewhere to go. And that vision actually means rekindling the kind of progress that means our kids can live better than we do, which is a dream that has long gone in most of Western Europe and needs to be revivified if we're going to have not only resilient societies, but also win that systemic competition. So look, I'm completely on board with what you said there. As long as there's enough taxes to properly pay for public services and to make sure that we actually have cohesive societies that can weather those blows of fate and make sure that they're inclusive societies, then yeah, absolutely.
100%. I think this is the solution, actually. And the Finns and the Estonians are pushing for this. And in Copenhagen, our friend Christy Reich was there as well. I think you met her. And she, given the fact that she always meanders between Finland and Estonia, she's been highlighting that this is a long-term concept in Finnish as well as now in Estonian society since the liberation, that looking forward, total defense only works if you're successful and if you're lean enough in order to be innovative when there's crisis. And I think the Finns and the Estonians have gotten this right.
Totally agree. I know we have a lot of other questions, so I'm happy to open up more of those.
Let's go to them. So we have Abdullah, then we have Mark, and then we have Sergio. Abdullah, please. Abdullah, can you hear us?
Hi, Axel, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Do you have a question for Benjamin?
Yeah, I could barely hear you, Axel, but I will ask my question if you can hear me. Yeah, Benjamin, thank you for joining us. I just wanted to ask you about the noise that we're hearing from Beijing in communist China, that they might be planning to start giving weapons to fascist Russia. So I was just wondering, President Biden has said that there will be severe consequences if they do so. So the question that must be asked is, what would Scholz do? What will Germany, the largest economy in Europe, do? I'm just worried that they might be the coalition might not hold, with America standing firm against China and some of these people who are weak on defense in Europe. Just wanted to get your opinion. How would you foresee if such an event were to take place? Thanks.
Sure. Thanks very much indeed, Abdullah. It's a little difficult to say because of all the mixed messages that come out of the Chancellery and because of the real lack of strategy going forward that there is, as opposed to this just gripping on and clinging on to what was. However, with that said, it certainly is within our gift to influence what China does. We can't determine it, but we can influence it. And you're right to point to the fact that Western unity on that is extremely important. However, I do have concerns because given indeed the continuing dependence, market dependence on China in Germany, and the interpretation of strategic autonomy in Paris as a potential middle way, the desire in both countries to avoid, a middle way between China and the US, and the desire to avoid a new Cold War with China that is there, I'm not 100% the right decision would be made. However, I hope that what would happen is that, and I think it would be an enormous strategic mistake from China's point of view to do this, because it would align them so clearly with Russia in a way that would make them a real bête noire for so much of the European public and the American public, which is largely already there, that it would make it extremely difficult for politicians like Scholz to be able to continue to cling to their policy. I think this is in some ways one of their worst nightmares that would happen, because it would absolutely play into the hands of all Scholz's opponents domestically. It would play into the hands of the security lobby. It would play against the big economic lobby that we said before. And I think Scholz would really face a huge amount of pressure at that point. And I think it would be untenable for him to continue with the route to China. And I think they would have to stand with the US from any kind of logical strategic point of view, as well as I think how I understand the domestic political alignments and the pressure that would come from allies, which has been crucial all the last year and will continue to be crucial going forward. So that if that pressure were to come in a really consistent way, then I think Scholz could be pushed, and the German government could be pushed into doing the right thing, and that pressure would come from inside and out. However, as I say, I'm not sure they would immediately come to the right conclusion themselves, speaking for the Chancellery, or speaking about the Chancellery there.
That was very politely said, if I may.
I think it was fairly clear, wasn't it?
Okay, let's go to Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Axel. Benjamin, I'm confused. I wonder if you can help me out here. I keep on seeing, I get these I'm feeling as if it's mixed messages coming from Macron and Scholz about what should happen, about the levels of support for Ukraine, about the dialogue with Putin, and what should happen in Russia after the end of the war. Am I confused? Is it just me?
Hi, Mark. Glad to play my new role of agony uncle here on Saturday night. I think you're right to be confused. There are a lot of confusing messages coming out. What I mentioned before, that Scholz has yet to say that Ukraine should win, and nor have any of his senior advisors, because they don't necessarily want a convincing Ukrainian victory, but they don't want Ukraine to lose either. They are clearly still thinking about relations with Russia afterwards. A person well known to Axel, Jens Plutner, who's the chief foreign and security policy advisor to Scholz in the Chancellery, has said this on repeated occasion. They are extremely worried as to how much more difficult that's being made as we go on. There is an image being presented of genuine human concern for Ukraine, which is certainly genuine on the part of the German people, but is not really acted upon fully by the Chancellery yet. And we've seen that in the reluctance to give support, and the foot dragging, and this what I once called moving at the speed of shame from the Germans over the German Chancellery, particularly over the last year. So I think you're right to be confused there, and it's something that's a matter of great irritation to a lot of Germany's partners too. It's a matter of great irritation to Germany's people also, because having now spent a lot of money on this and given a lot in material terms, Germany's reputation has not been helped. It's been hindered further by this approach. And despite all the public proclamations of unity and of saying, yes, Germany is doing enough and so on, we know very well behind the scenes that there is a lot of anger about this. With Macron, sorry, yeah, let me finish thought about Germany first, because as I said, I think this is because they're really clinging to this, the world of yesterday, the endless neoliberal present, the liberal internationalist system that wasn't actually working as a liberal system anymore, but was internationalist in terms of trade. So they're really clinging to that. For Macron, it's always been different. For Macron, we've seen the willingness to grandstand from the very beginning, and he's certainly not short of vision, not short of ideas, and has some very brilliant moments. But also has some real bad moments as well. And my feeling there is that there's a willingness too often, which is not out of keeping with French precedent in this regard, the president's precedent, let's say. There's a willingness to put great power politics and the relations between great powers ahead of liberal and democratic ordering. So it falls into a much more realist Machtpolitik and self-aggrandizing mode. So it was great when Macron said he wants to push for Ukrainian victory, and actually came out fully and said it, and said we're there until victory, although that's not been as well defined there as it has in other places. But it's one does wonder at what point the negotiation impulse will kick in again. And these rumors that have been spread in the last 24 hours about this haven't helped. As I say, I can't comment on the veracity of those, but it is a worry. And that's why I think also the challenge from Central Eastern Europe has been so pertinent here. I mean, Poland is also playing a power game, certainly. They've been very strong on supporting liberal ordering in some ways, internationally, supporting sovereignty of states, self-determination, rights of peoples, etc. But obviously they're not pursuing a liberal game at home. It would be very interesting if a more liberal government were elected in Poland to see how that would change the dynamic, because the potential there would be quite huge to wield even more significant influence, I would suggest. But you're right to be confused. There's no clear approach, and it's to Europe's detriment, and certainly to Ukraine's detriment, that that's the case.
Yeah, thanks, Benjamin. Can I just come back in here for me? I sort of get the feeling that Macron and Schulz, I'm not quite sure who's leading who there, whether it's a bit of a double act, whether one is covering for the other in some sort of way. Macron obviously thinks he's got this mission to talk to Putin, or he's obviously exhibited a lot over the past year. But I don't really understand the dynamic of all that. And in the reality, I know both countries have given support to Ukraine, but in terms of the volume of it, do they think they have a stronger hand than they actually deserve?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to psychologize these things and get in the heads of the leaders. But what I would say is that the Franco-German relationship is at a low ebb at the moment, partly because of Berlin's reluctance to go along with Macron's visions and Berlin's annoyance at the way those visions have been put forward. But I think the real underlying factor behind that is that there is no real vision in Berlin, or certainly in the Chancellery, and there wasn't in the previous Chancellery under Merkel before. And so whereas the French establishment was putting forward a vision that appeals mainly to France, and the Poles have done the same thing in a way. They put forward a vision that's mainly appealing to Poland. Germany doesn't have a vision to offer, but is irritated that others are pushing things forward and taking the lead. It is important to remember how much materially Germany has actually given in support of Ukraine. It's the sort of veering between the second and the third overall largest donor in absolute terms, but it still hasn't done enough in terms of its responsibility for this conflict, its historical responsibility to Ukraine, and its size and potential as the keystone power of Europe. That doesn't necessarily mean it has to lead, it means it has to contribute proportionally. Moreover, the way it's been done, as I said, has been the large stumbling block. France is a different case and needs to be looked at differently. But I don't also think that they've lived up to potential here. The other part is that I'd say is that there's a lot of nervousness also in Brussels institutions and in those parts of the French and German governments that still believe in the Franco-German motor as the established way of doing things, and this worry about power shifting elsewhere and what that would mean if the EU, for example, were to be more evaluated as a means to an end rather than an end in itself, which has traditionally been a Franco-German approach to it, then that would create all sorts of different questions for all of those establishments in Brussels, Paris, and Berlin that they're not really willing to look at the moment.
That's the key aspect, isn't it? They're not willing, no strategic vision, because there's no culture of strategic analysis, and therefore you don't want to address the pertinent questions you're constantly avoiding. So that is essentially kicking down the can. Sergio, you had a question.
So, sorry, Axel,
Yes.
just very quickly, one comment on that. Sorry, Sergio, I will keep it really quick.
Please.
The other weird part of this is the way that the concept of the European way of life and European values play into this. And this was best expressed recently by Josep Borrell in his concept of the garden and the jungle, where the EU as the civilized garden must defend itself from the jungle of the rest of the world. As chauvinistic and neo-imperialist a concept as you could, or neo-colonial a concept as you could imagine, but which speaks to a series of developments in Europe over a number of years that are about entrenching what is essentially considered an essentialized version of Europe. And that's stasis. That is absolute stasis. And that is, in my view, death for the EU eventually if it keeps going in this way. And what Ukraine has shown us this year is another way of doing it. And this civic approach to nationhood, civic approach to identity is something that Ukraine could really help teach the EU in this regard. So I think that part of that battening down the hatches and defensive part is also a reaction to what you said, Axel, about a lack of vision.
That's a very good point. It's the fortress Europe approach, the stasis. I'm completely with you. And maybe we shouldn't expect the Western Europeans and the bigger nations to accept leadership necessarily from everybody else. Maybe they should just accept that there are catalysts for progress. Ukraine is one, Northern Europe is another, Poland in its capacity. They are all catalysts. And the approach taken to those who are catalysts of change in the European Union is really terrible, absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, that's right.
Sergio.
Oh, hold on a sec. Yeah, just getting this. Right, a couple of issues. I find this fascinating. I saw your earlier thread today, Benjamin, and I thought it was really interesting. And just a couple of I will try to be as brief as possible. Digitization in terms of especially Germany, and when comparing with Estonia. Portugal is also a very good example of this. And I have regular meetings with members of the Portuguese government and parliament. And I remember having a meeting about a couple of years ago with the Secretary of State for digital modernization of the state, right? So, and she came up with something that it really chimed with me, which is Portugal has one of the highest levels of online services in terms of government available to its citizens, but at the same time, one of the lowest take-up levels. Why? So why the mismatch? Twofold. One, the services are developed from the provider's perspective instead of the user's perspective. And then obviously as well a case of lack of literacy from the end user, digital literacy. So, and I think in Germany, I think this would apply as well, because culturally, I think people are tremendously averse to anything digital, from my experience. Even plastic. Paying with a debit card or a credit card is sometimes a problem. So cash is king in many ways still. So I think government can go only so far in terms of digitizing the state. If the citizenry doesn't accompany that, it won't work. regardless how much he tried to coax people into going down the digital route, if they're not willing to do it, I don't think it will work, or at least it will take a long time until we reached a desirable level like people have in Estonia and most of the Baltics, or even in other countries as well, we're now seeing. So that's one I wanted to touch upon. Second one is decoupling from China. I tend to agree that in general, that's a positive objective, but I think this needs to be done in a smart way. So, for instance, I noticed some people doing a parallel with Russia in terms of its Europe's dependency, which is absolutely fact, in terms of oil and gas. Whereas now, the dependency in terms of China is for things like, I think Benjamin mentioned it, in terms like solar. And the key for me is to do the decoupling, but to use China's capacity to Europe's advantage in the short to medium term. Because, for instance, if the objective is to electrify Europe, you can't do that in a short scale, in a short time frame, or even a medium time frame without China. Full stop, because they have the capacity in terms of solar, inverters, even grid level storage. That's where the technology, that's where the hardware, let's put it this way, is at the moment, and for the foreseeable future. For Europe to develop its own response, it would take a long time, and years, if not decades, would be lost. So, and if you look at things like the car industry, same thing. It will be fascinating to see what's going to happen in the coming years, not decades, just years, near term, to the car industry in Europe, on the back of not only the likes of Tesla, but also Chinese players. You are starting to see glimpses of that in certain markets, but it's going to be a very tough, I would say, 4, 5, 6 years at least, for the European manufacturers. But you need to pursue this. So that's another example of using China's advantage at the moment for Europe's benefit, and in the meantime use this time to develop local and Europe-wide capacity to move forward in the next decade or so. IRA.
Sergio, let's make a break, because otherwise we get lost in the questions. Benjamin, what do you say to those 2 points? Digitization and how to deal with the phasing of a reshoring strategy.
Yeah, so I think can we take the FEB to the digital Vasa and expect it to drink? It was a really interesting point, and Sergio, thank you for all of that. I found it really interesting to learn from you there, as well as to think it through. Yeah, there's certainly an element of reluctance ingrained, and this is partly also what we're looking at in this societal and cultural attitudes to change aspect of the project I'm running. That is real there. Thankfully, I mean, in terms of cash payments and so on, COVID did Germany a massive favor in that regard, because that has changed the amount to which you can pay by card and so on. But there's still a lot of hesitancy about other things, and digitization in government bureaucracy is really not there. And talking to a lot of people, just anecdotally, people do still tend to feel safer with paper. And the kind of digitization that you get is where you get a letter from the government service you're dealing with a QR code that you can scan, which then gets you into a document that you have to print out, sign, and deliver to an office by hand only between 12 and 2 on Wednesday or Friday, something like this. And that's counted as partial digitalization. And I think that does reflect a cultural conservatism in that way. That's also there in terms of the the difficulty that Germany has in turning world-leading research and development, of turning innovation like that into invention and actually delivering through. The difficulties also seen in the German DARPA that was totally hamstrung by bureaucracy. And I think that all reflects a little bit of a meta trend behind this, about this fear of the future. And actually, rather than seeing change as something good, change used to be seen as positive. Now change is not seen as something so good, and the change, the new itself, is to be feared, partly because of this loss of faith in progress, which has been a widespread phenomenon in the West for years. So I don't think that's just Germany, but I think it has particular German characteristics at times that also do need to be addressed and need to be the subject of a national conversation as well as an international conversation, because being exposed to other countries' practices and trying to see those as possibly things to learn from rather than just to be scoffed at would be a really helpful thing in many walks of German life. Interestingly, I mean, it's not only Germany, of course, I say, that suffers from that. So there's a lot of other countries that could benefit from that approach too. But very good point, well taken, that this is a two-sided process, and bringing society along with that is extremely important. In terms of your point on China, I mean, yes, of course, why not do to China what China has been doing to us for years, using the advances, the benefits of trade and trade dependency to then massively upscale our own capacity. I mean, that has been the Chinese model of how to get ahead. So we could do the same thing in reverse, I would presume. The willingness to do it is the question. So when the Chinese government intervenes and gives and impounded because government conditions demand that we do this, why aren't we imposing similar conditions? And this gets a bit back to the point about free trade, mercantilism, and so on, is that by naively engaging in free trade, which has benefited many of our companies, we have abandoned our societies, or left them. We've done a disservice to our societies, put it that way. So rebalancing that in our relations with China would be a very good thing in the medium term. Yeah, absolutely. And we need to make sure that that's about breaking dependencies and pursuing our own interests and being quite hard-nosed about that, actually.
Sergio, yet another point.
Yeah, and just to follow up. So, but bear in mind, if a lot of this is to be done by 2030, okay, there isn't a lot of time to do it. So time is certainly of the essence, and I think to speed things up, I think basically using China to Europe's advantage is definitely something that that should be on the table and should be definitely internalized in terms of our own strategies, in terms of either European or country by country level.
Can I let me insert something here,
terms of-
Sergio? The thing with the 2030, we have to be very careful, as Benjamin has just highlighted, and we've seen now actually with this crisis which we have in Europe, the only real catalyst for change, other than the progress of certain nations in Northeastern and Eastern Europe, the only real catalyst for change has been massive crisis, whether it's the pandemic or this war. So expect the next real reshoring approach, which really happens for Europe, to be whatever kind of crisis China conjures up, whether it's a war or not.
Well, agreed. But if you look at on the back of this, what this latest crisis basically sped up was the shift away from fossil fuels. So that points directly to electrification. We'll see what happens in terms of hydrogen, but clearly electrification across the board, from grid level to our own homes. So that's precisely where China has a huge advantage at the moment. But just to there's a point I want to a couple of points I want to go over as well. IRA or the relationship with the states. I don't think we should basically try to release ourselves from the grip of China and then basically do the same in terms of the states. We need to be careful, smart about this as well, because you just need to see the reactions to when in Washington say in Congress, for instance, when Europe started to devise responses to the IRA. And Benjamin, I share whenever I mention IRA, something else comes, a different image comes up to mind. I find it odd mentioning this, but basically, I think Europe needs to develop its own path, and I think the perfect example of this is again illustrated by the war in Ukraine, the military side. So Europe cannot be indefinitely dependent on the American umbrella. It needs to develop its own military supply chains, its own technology, compatible, obviously, with NATO standards, and that's a given. But it needs to be basically developed in a way that the expression I usually use is.
It's just the European nations not ordering. It has all of this. There's not a single system which we do not develop.
Yeah, but exactly. But it needs to be done now, and we'll see. It's not a function or even a remit of, say, the European Commission, but probably should become, as it happened with COVID, coordinated at European level. Because otherwise, what we'll end up doing is having a country by country approach, and so a piecemeal, instead of an integrated procurement and strategies that basically go against the countries individually, and a lost opportunity therefore.
Okay,
sure.
Benjamin, let's ask the question. NATO versus EU.
Yeah.
Who's better at organizing military means?
Well, I think NATO is better at organizing military ends, which should be the starting point for all of this. And then the EU has a strong role to play in better organizing the means to get there. Consolidation of the defense industry, which is, as we know, problematic from a national government point of view. It's also particularly become problematic this year because of what it would mean would be consolidation around French and German producers, who now, with the way that a lot of things have been handled this year, the trust, I don't think, is there to do that. And so that hamstrings us a little bit. But what I think Sergio is 100% right to say is that Europeans should be doing far more to provide the kind of capabilities that we need to uphold the European pillar of NATO, and to show the US that we are committed to that. Also to free up the US to do what it will do better in the Indo-Pacific, even though we have some role to play there too. And I think if by doing that, it would be much easier to face down those criticisms from Congress on a legitimate response to the IRA, to the Inflation Reduction Act, and being able to actually stand on our own 2 feet while not being dependent in that way doesn't mean strategic autonomy. What it means is enhanced ability to act, and it means enhanced dignity and enhanced reputation in the world, and actually standing as a peer to the US, which is totally fine as long as we continue to play on the same team and don't decouple and don't challenge each other on the big geopolitical goals. Of course, that's a balancing act that may be hard to achieve. Axel, I have just a couple of minutes left to go, but I know there were 2 other questions, and Lexicon has had their hand up for a long time.
Yeah, we have 2 questions. We have one for the IRA, which is for David. I would give him that to David because it's quick. And then we'll go to Lexicon, and I have one final question in regards to NATO. We'll do this quick and speedy. David, shoot.
Good afternoon, Benjamin from Florida. Thank you for making time today to come and speak with us. My question is related to the Inflation Reduction Act and the billions of dollars that have been spent. And I feel it's pretty much been discussed here. So just to mention that it has caused such discomfort in Europe that I believe that the much vaunted and protected state subsidy regulation infrastructure is being poured over with a view to being updated and revised for this new green technology future, industrially speaking. And then second, I have been beating a drum here since about March last year, and it is as follows, and I'm going to form it in a question. So I believe economic and democratic Central Eastern European nations, which is going to be led by a free Ukraine, will make this their European Union century, how best then do we win to reason the rising French and German politicos and bureaucrats? How do we convince them to shed themselves of their failed imperial inherited ambitions? Thanks for your time, and hope you can join us again.
Wow. Well, thanks so much for that. That's a great way of putting all of that. I might have to steal some of those phrases.
Can I add a failed imperialism to his question?
Lexicon, give it a sec.
No, that's fine, Axel. We can take that, and I'll come back to it all as one.
All right, then cycle through if you want to do this. Lexicon, shoot, quick.
Yeah, it might be faster to have them together. Before that, just an information point. I saw a discussion yesterday on NBC, like on my YouTube, NBC, that session, this thing, Meet the Press, vis-a-vis America's willingness to pronounce Ukraine must win. People might be interested to see it. What they're saying, this Chuck Todd is the host of it, and he's got former Ambassador Ken Taylor and wonderful General Ben Hodges, retired, who talk about the fact that America, Joe Biden and everybody in the administration, all of them have collectively failed to ever pronounce the words Ukraine must win. And they're all queasy about Crimea and so on. So they discuss that in about a 10-minute segment or something. And it's really worthwhile. So it's not, in fact, Europe is much further along the way in some senses on the thinking here. Anyway, about the imperialism, you probably know that Timothy Snyder has a view that Germany, and together with Europe, has failed to do a critique of, they've critiqued the wickedness, the evil, and the racism of anti-Semitism, in the critique of World War II, of anti-Semitism and the Holocaust, but never looked at the imperialism, the imperialist and colonializing project of Lebensraum and Hitler's whole scheme to use the Slavic lands. Similarly, no one, or he thinks because of this failure to examine that, Europe is also has difficulty also in viewing Putin's imperialist colonizing project, which is again to use the uniquely rich Ukrainian land, its resources, not just in agriculture. I mean, they were the brains of the Soviet Union, they were Ukrainian people. Anyway, so Snyder has this theme that he comes back to about the failure to understand imperialism. I wondered if you had something, if you think about that, and maybe that touches on the other question about imperialism.
Thanks very much indeed for that. First of all, David, thank you very much for such a nice welcome to this, and I'm really glad that you found value in the discussion tonight. These two questions really come together, so I'm glad we took them together, and it is something I think about a lot. The whole project of neo-idealism is really underpinned by firmly getting rid of the imperial legacy, and that's in several key ways. One, it's a thoroughgoing rejection of realism, and that means international relations realism of the kind we've seen from John Mearsheimer, Stephen Walt, Charles Kupchan, and others, but that has a long history going back through Hans Morgenthau, Kenneth Waltz, many others, and a longer history than that. There's a really wonderful book I would recommend to you all to read called The Atlantic Realists by Matthew Spector that came out last year with Stanford University Press, but is reasonably priced, that gives you chapter and verse on exactly the connections between Lebensraum, Grossraum, the pernicious geopolitics of both the German and American schools of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and how this filtered through into what we understand as realism. How does that relate to David's question? It relates because there is still realist worldview apparent and great power worldview apparent in the way that large European states, particularly Germany and France, but also certainly it doesn't escape the UK either, in the way that they view the world, and particularly for Germany, it's been so clear in the way that it's approach Central Eastern Europe, as I mentioned earlier, overlooking the smaller states, agency, focusing on the great power, Russia, effectively acquiescing to its sphere of influence in its near abroad, which is a highly realist and imperialist and chauvinistic concept. But I think there's another aspect as well, which for me goes to the point about de-essentializing European identity and this thorough embrace. And this is what my thread today was a little bit about. It's also a lot what the book that just came out last week, Identities, Borderscapes, Orders, it's called. That book is about that to a significant degree, and it's driven from a much more long-standing project of trying to get rid of those views when it comes to Ukraine and get rid of those views when it came to Central Eastern Europe. We've seen it repeatedly, even if it's been overcome to a significant degree by the Baltic states, by the Czech Republic and others. We saw it when Jacques Chirac famously said to the Central East Europeans in 2003, you missed a good opportunity to shut up, when they supported the US on Iraq. And one can easily criticize the invasion of Iraq as being a mistake, while still also criticizing Jacques Chirac's approach to the Central East Europeans and the de facto hierarchy that they faced when they came into the EU, even though they were supposed to have de jure equality. The EU is absolutely rife with this stuff, even though it is supposed to have been a project that got rid of it. And I'm both a fan of the EU and a big critic of exclusionary and essentialized versions of European identity that underpin a lot of this, and which don't properly reckon with the colonial legacy of the EU's creation, actually, as well as its continuing colonial present, as expressed in Josep Borrell's many formulations over the years, as well as the actions of many others. So I think this is one of the big reasons and one of the big motifs behind neo-idealism is really to rid the EU of that. How we go about doing it, and it should also be thinking about how to rid the wider west of it in order to get more of the world on side, which actually means living up to democratic principles and living up to the promises of freedom more widely for our own populations, but also more widely. And I don't think we've done that well enough in recent years. So we have to walk our own talk in a serious way. And we really need to stop talking about European values. These are universal values or potentially universal values. We should be proud of when they are achieved within Europe, but we shouldn't try and colonize them themselves. And we should really, I think, start thinking about how these approaches not only undermine our values, but really undermine our interests. And that's what neo-idealism is also about, is about putting that front and center and saying that if we don't serve these values properly, we will end up undermining our interests, which is an argument we use when trying to wean big state politicians off this kind of stuff. The last thing I'd say is that there's a certain amount of exceptionalism that goes on with various large countries in particular. The US is not immune to this. The UK certainly isn't. And I have some research on that coming out soon. And getting countries away from their own exceptionalism while recognizing they can still be particular is also a more small state way of thinking. And this smaller state way of thinking, I think, is essential to a more sustainable European peace and security order, and for the democratic West and the democracies worldwide to win the systemic competition against authoritarians, imperialists, and neo-colonialists.
You just made the case for the categorical imperative of Immanuel Kant.
Yes and no.
We have to walk.
There's more to it than that.
You said we have to walk the talk.
Yeah.
And I think this is what people fail to do on a regular basis. Because if they do it, they actually become humble. And as you just said, small states think in a different way, not imperialistic, but actually by means of first principles. And I like what you said. Here, one of our regulars, Nick Brown, is still here and he's been waiting for a long time. Can you take one more question?
I can. I think my partner's going to kill me in a moment, but
okay,
yeah,
Nick,
sure.
Shoot.
No, I was just reacting to the discussion about the EU getting responsible for defence, and the EU. I had a little epiphany once when I read someone say the way to understand the EU is it's not an economic project; it's a peace project. And it seems to me that the idea of the EU having a defence mandate, first of all, I mean, obviously there's no peace without strength, but nonetheless, a peace project with tanks looks a little bit, it needs that would need to be sorted out. There would need to be substantial treaty change, and I don't know if it was Sergio or Benjamin who mentioned as in COVID, but COVID absolutely showed up the limits of what happens when the EU governed by the treaties comes up in an area which isn't its competency, but everybody thinks it should be. In the end, all the EU gave you was the format of the QR code on your certificate, but it didn't have any. And they did a deal to buy some vaccines, and they may or may not have got a decent price on that. That's a whole thing. But the EU is not terribly good at operations, and it also has no public health mandate. That would quite likely need treaty change. Defense would need massive treaty change. And I recall that your children will be incorporated into an EU army under Franco-German command was one of the reasons put forward to vote for Brexit. So I don't think I don't know if we're ready for that. And I also don't see what value the EU adds beyond NATO, provided that countries start spending the percentage of GDP that they need to. But other than that, I don't see where the gap is between what between what Germany or France or Czech Republic are doing on defense combined with NATO. Other than not putting enough money into it, I don't see what the role is for the EU.
Okay.
And providing, just to say, the Trump critique. Let's assume Trump isn't a Russian asset and was merely frustrated by how much America spends. The Trump critique of NATO and the Europeans' failure to live up to that had some merit, but the solution for that is for the member states to spend more. I don't think it requires Brussels to try and get into the army business, which seems to me a huge can of worms and really not what the EU's.
Okay, let me be very clear on this. I agree with part of what you said and disagree with part of what you said. The part I agree on is that the critique was right. Yes, Europeans should be spending more for defense. Yes, NATO is the correct institution through which to organize that. EU wouldn't necessarily need treaty change to do defense. It's already got the structures in place if it wanted to. European army, will it, won't it? I agree with you, it shouldn't, because that's not the EU's role. But defense doesn't equate to security, and peace requires security. And the EU has played a huge role in that over the years, not in terms of hard security, but actually at its best, the EU made under NATO's protection for the hard security side, the EU made a massive contribution to European security in a different way by transforming structurally ingrained conflicts between powers such as France and Germany into structurally coherent cooperation, which allowed for the mutual pursuit and the identification of mutual interest and the mutual pursuit of those interests together. And this, as we know through the model of progressive integration, facilitated encounter between peoples as well as between firms and governments, which took the danger out of difference and helped again to actually to make Europe a more secure place. Enlargement was a mode of creative geopolitics that went together with this reimagining of borders, reimagining of sovereignty, in a way that I think suited that emerging world at the time extremely well, and which I've written about repeatedly as being the correct way for the EU to go about things, which is why I'm delighted that Ursula von der Leyen has revived that in relation to Ukraine. I mean, this was the geopolitical opportunity of a generation for Ukraine, for the EU, as well as being the right thing to do. And had they turned their nose up at that, it really would have been, I think, the death of the EU's useful contribution to security in Europe, or potentially the beginning of the end of that. So I think we have to understand the different contributions that these organizations can make, what role they play and why. And just because the Brits don't like it doesn't necessarily mean it's not a good thing. There's plenty of other people in Europe who see benefit in different ways from the EU. So getting that balance right is key. Getting the capabilities right is key. But also getting organizations back to what they're good at doing is key. And that's where, again, I'd really agree with you that actually the EU doing hard security and the action of defense rather than the organization of capabilities for defense would be incredibly damaging. And I've written about this repeatedly, that I think it would undermine its actual unique selling point in terms of what it does provide.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say 100%. And just to say, I and I think quite a few people in this space have been, and even Boris Johnson a few weeks ago, think that some people object to the term having a good war, but for those who don't object to it, the EU has had a good war and emerged with and some people within the EU who I wasn't expecting von der Leyen to emerge from this as the Russian propagandists spread hate tweets about von der Leyen, which she must be quite pleased with, because she was by no means everybody's choice to be doing that job. And if Zelensky has sort of gone from 50 to 100 in the eyes of the world, von der Leyen has gone from 20 to 70 in quite short order.
Good point. I mean, this is the other part where the EU's had a less successful war. Relates to your previous point, which is that if Article 42.7, which is the EU's mutual defence clause, were really worth it, then why would Finland and Sweden feel the need to join NATO? It's made that very clear as well. And I hope this is actually a really good kickstart catalyst to get the EU back on track in terms of what it should be doing, and to realise the value again of NATO for Europe. And I think things are moving in that direction, give or take the odd Borrell speech here and there.
Very good, Benjamin. Thank you very much, and thanks also to your partner for being tolerant and patient in that regard. We appreciate that a lot, and we can only hope that in the coming weeks, when developments obviously will probably surprise us here and there, and more things are happening, that we may have the pleasure and privilege of having you back.
Axel, thanks so much indeed for that. I've been given a very, very brief stay of execution, so if David has that last point to make, I can do that, and then I really do have to go after that. But
let's have the dulcet voice of Ireland and Florida. David.
Thanks, Axel and Benjamin. I'm always happy to say the executioner's axe for you and for any man that or woman may need it. No, my question was in response to the wonderful back and forward we've just had, and I suppose I want to beg a question and leave people thinking. This last couple of weeks, we've seen an awful lot of diplomacy and tectonic shifts in the European balances of power, as represented by the visit of the President of the United States to Kiev and then on to Poland. Did he stop in Germany this time? Was he in France? Not sure. Doesn't matter, does it? My question is, those folks who will still cling to relevance, not this current generation of folks who are in positions of power, but the rising generation, how is it this will be received among them in their what would have been an expectation for ruling in Europe? And then how best do we convince them to join us and giving up this petty self-interest nonsense, that this progression by consensus is working quite well? So thanks very much for being here, and please retweet and share the space, everybody.
Thanks very much indeed, David, for that last point. So I actually opened the epilogue to this book that I'm talking about that's just come out with two quotes. One is from Dmitry Kuleba, where he says, "We have no border with the West now." And the other is from the Stone Roses, a music band from Manchester, my hometown, which some of you may know. It's a line taken from their song "She Bangs the Drums," which says, "The past was yours, but the future's mine."
Magnificent.
And that's what I use to introduce the notion of this new way of doing things, and that the EU's future is really rising in its east at the moment, and that's Ukraine, that's North Central Eastern Europe. As we've discussed, there's a lot of resistance to that, and so continuing to battle on the right side of that is imperative for all of us who I think actually care about a better Europe in a better world, and a safer Europe in a world that's safe for democracy. So continuing to make this case time and again, while recognizing that, as we've said repeatedly in this discussion, we need to walk the talk. We need to actually make sure that the system that we know is superior to autocracy actually delivers tangible benefit for enough of our people to have enough of them on side in ways that we haven't done in recent years, and also to be able to find ways to share that with more of the world in a more equitable way. Otherwise, I think we'll make the same mistakes again, and we'll end up on the same negative track, which leads to, and negative vision of the future, which leads to the circling of wagons, which leads to problems of essentialized identity politics. It leads to reluctance to embrace technology, and across all of the issues we've spoken tonight. So that is what actually connects, I think, a lot of this together. So if we can keep pushing at that and find ways to push what is the neo-idealist agenda plus a lot of other things around the sides of it, and there's different ways of expressing that, of course, but continuing to have that discussion with that positive purpose is a really essential part of that for me. And on that note, I will have to go, but Axel, thank you so much for this tonight. It's been a really enjoyable conversation with you and with the wonderful people in this space. I look forward to coming back in future.
It's been real, and I'm so happy that you like the Stone Roses, because fool's gold is what I play here normally.
Fantastic. Oh, that's a fantastic song. I'm not all about it. I'm mainly about Kraftwerk, but there's still some Stone Roses left in there too. Thanks.
Splendid.
All right, good night, everybody.
Everybody
Bye.
give a hand to
Take care.
Benjamin. Thank you very much, and see you soon again.
Bye.
All righty. Gentle people, wasn't that excellent? Absolutely stunning. Thank you, Benjamin. Mockers, how do you like the people from Manchester, given the fact that you're close by? Where is it? In the north.
Oh, I get on very well with the people from Manchester.
That's what I thought. And wasn't that a splendid guest?
Fantastic. Yeah, I really enjoyed listening to that.
All righty, and I'm very glad that we have both Nick and Sergio getting the questions off and lexicon, and David, who has taken a specific liking to the policies of principle rather than nationhood and borders. I like that. And I think, David, if and when you see Benjamin Tallis's book, you'll probably be quite impressed, because he points the finger on that wound, and perfectly so. All righty. Mockers, do you mind if I hand it to you and David for a little while?
We have Alan coming up.
Do we?
Yeah. He's
Well, then let's see that we can get him up. All righty. Gold rolls sure a long road, winds on through the hills for 15 days.
Na 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 na.
Alan, good evening. How are you doing?
Very well, Axel. Good evening. And good evening, David, Mockers, Nick, Sergio, everyone. It was a fascinating discussion. I heard most of it, understood some of it.
The word neo was used quite a lot, wasn't it?
Yes, which is fine.
Alan, we were not in the Matrix, don't worry.
Thank God. The only Neo you need to know is the Neo in the Matrix.
Here, here.
Don't you know? Where does the discussion go from here, Axel? You've put in another very long day. I know. Probably it's in Eastern European time. It is approaching
when the night gets started, as you know. But no, seriously, if you don't mind, I'll hand it to you and hand it to David, or you both Davids if you want, and I'll be right back, because these poodles need some snow.
Very good. We'll welcome you back as soon as the night walk is finished, not the night watch. We're here for the night watch.
And by the way, which is a very good book, right, Terry Pratchett. So if someone could co-host me again, I will get involved again. I would just throw something out there and just go, can we have Neo Hidden Hand by Adam Smith, right? Is there such
already done?
You can create that, David. I think that's.
Oh dear. No, I'm poxed. See, I disappear. I go off, go down, and it's. Oh, my mute button is working again now. I do apologise.
Well, it's good to be here with you, as always, David. And as Axel just alerted us, it is it's 11:12, 12 minutes past 11 p.m. In Kyiv, and that makes it 12 minutes past 4 p.m. on the East Coast in the United States. Are there any other time zones we really need to care about, David?
Well, I mean, do we have to care about them, or do we have to say them? I mean, there's time zones around the world. I mean, there's someone somewhere in Australia, I suspect.
Yes, I never know exactly what day it is in Australia, and
I don't think they do.
I assume it's 2023 there. So, one thing I've been looking at today is a summary of U.S. Assistance to Ukraine in the past year. So, just going from January 2022 to January 2023, it is adding up to $77,500,000,000. Not that much, frankly, and yet there are those who say not one penny more. But as long as Joe Biden is president, as long as the Democrats control the Senate, and the Democrats and Republicans stick together in the House, where there is a very good coalition between Democrats and Republicans, we can be certain that Ukraine will be getting the assistance and the ammunition they need.
And whilst you're about it, Alan, I'm going to highlight to everyone just how cheap it has been, because Afghanistan in 20 years cost the United States, just the United States defense, $2 trillion. Right, cost of Afghanistan in total came to $8 trillion. Right. And we know where we are after that period of time. So the amount that's been spent on Ukraine, and because I know these numbers, which is another reason why there are times where I'm barely controlling my rage about how much we've spent trying to help Ukraine. Because when you look at these numbers, you can barely say they're trying to help, because it is a teaspoon of sugar in comparison to the mountains that have been spent elsewhere. And here's the thing: Russia, and I spent 15 years in the army, 8 years of that Cold War in Germany, waiting for Russia, and we have an opportunity to dispense with them, right? And yet the opportunity arrives, and everyone's wondering as to whether they want to take said opportunity, which frustrates the shit out of me, because I just don't, doesn't make any sense. It's just like you've been looking at buying this beautiful house, right? And everything's all been too expensive, right? And everything's all been too expensive. Suddenly it's gone down in price, and you spent 20 years thinking, I must buy that house. And suddenly the opportunity is there, and you're going, oh, do I really want to do it? Makes no sense, Alan, does it?
It really doesn't, David. And I, threw that number out, 77,500,000,000. That is the total assistance to Ukraine. So it's both military and non-military assistance. In terms of military assistance, the U.S. has spent only $29,300,000,000. The remaining, $45 billion, and then the leftover $2 billion is for emergency funding. and for humanitarian assistance. So in terms of military assistance, you called it a spoonful of sugar or a teaspoon of sugar. It's really only half a teaspoon.
Some might call it a saccharine, right? Because it might taste a little bit sweet, but there's not a lot in there. Right?
No, there's not. On the other hand, the support in the United States for Ukraine does remain high. David, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. It's great to have you here as co-host, and thanks, David, for co-hosting. Please, everybody, retweet and share the space if you're listening. I wanted to think about the value that's been realized for that 77.5. Not just in terms of Ukraine maintaining and liberating its own country, but in terms of defeating the idea of second military in the world or / former superpower. I think the value for money spent in that regard is, I think, simply huge. So that's what I wanted to say.
Yes, the value is immeasurable when you come right down to it. There continues to be very, very heavy fighting in and around Bakhmut. Chuck hasn't done an update of his map since this morning, but some other people have posted about renewed attacks by the Russians and renewed defense by the Ukrainians, repelling those Russian attacks thus far.
Was that repelling or repelling? Are they abseiling down the side? I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
Oh, the Ukrainians have driven back the Russians' repeated attempts to assault Bakhmut, driving north through Ivanisky, I believe, is the name of the little village just to the southwest of Bakhmut, and that is where the heaviest fighting has been going on today.
Yes, sorry, I was attempting to bring a little bit of brevity to a very sad situation. But not a lot to change, is it? Really, it's just a killing ground for the Russian troops.
David, can we improve your audio a little, because you sound as if you're very far away.
Right. Well, I will attempt. I will see what's happening.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Axel. You know, when someone is soft-spoken, you listen harder. Although I don't think of David as a soft-spoken person.
No, sorry, I was going to say there are some people who think I'm shouting at them when I am trying to speak softly. So for which I do apologise. Is this better now?
Yes, it's much better, David.
Oh,
you
wonderful.
Are loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay. I will try not to speak too loudly. Right. Yes. So anyway, I was saying that I was trying to bring a little bit of brevity to a very sad situation, but it is that they are, brain's gone dead.
Bakhmut.
Bakhmut. That's the place is the killing fields for Russian troops, which is, I mean, it's good. In some ways, we just hope that the loss of life on the other side is very limited.
Well, Russian losses today again approach 1,000 killed and wounded. It is a pace of loss that the Russians simply cannot keep up. It wasn't Thomas Steiner. It was Mike Martin, who's another military analyst, attempted to calculate how many more months the Russians can go on losing this number of people in the field in Ukraine, And even adding another 300,000 Mobics, he figures Russia will be out of manpower. The current manpower they have, the anticipated 300,000 that they want to throw into this war. Mike Martin says they'll be done with in 6.5 to 7 months at this rate of loss that Ukraine is inflicting on Russian forces. David, we have Prince here with her hand. It's always a pleasure to see Prince because she always brings us news.
Well, actually, I have a question today. First, is Chuck coming on today?
I don't think we will see Chuck today.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to see Chuck again probably until Tuesday, but I'm not certain of that.
Okay. That's fine. I'm really curious of his input, and maybe David actually has some good input on this, about Russia blowing that dam and flooding that area in Bakhmut. And is that really going to have an impact? I've seen some people say that it probably won't have as big of impact as we'd like, but it may have some impact. So, David, you might know the answer to that now.
So I can't
go ahead.
answer you yet because I didn't know it had happened. I've spent so much time on doing the co-hosting. I haven't been really keeping up to date, so I didn't know. I'll have a look. My initial thought is probably not, right? So the reason why you might blow a dam would be to shape forces, etc., etc. You're trying to deny a space or something along those lines. But the Ukrainians have got all that down to a T, right? So unless and I've not seen where the water's going, unless that water has gone anywhere near where the Ukrainians are, I've no idea how it would be a problem for them, right? I'll have a look. But my initial thoughts are
it was the Ukrainians that blew the dam.
Oh, you mean you mean last year? You mean or just now?
I mean today.
Oh well, there you are then. Okay, so in reverse, I answered it right. So the Ukrainians have blown it, and I was going. I thought you were saying that the Russians had blown it. I was just thinking, I don't know how that would help the Russians, right? Because there you are. So the reverse of the answer is would be correct. So the Ukrainians have got their positions. They know where their positions are, and blowing that dam will have some sort of effects. Because they'll know that area quite well, and they've got their positions. So, assuming the water isn't going over the Ukrainian positions, that will be making things very, very difficult. Now, just if we go down to the patrolling level or just troop movement level, that it's incredibly difficult with the temperature. I don't know what's the temperature there at the moment. Round about 0, is it, or 1, 2, 3 degrees? Do we know?
I think that's about right.
Okay. So let me explain what that means to you on the ground, right? So if someone has flooded it, or let's just say there were torrential rains or something, everywhere you go, and your boots get wet, right? And they don't dry out, and around about the 1, 2, 3 degrees, your feet get very, very rapidly cold, to the point where you think if you're moving and if you jumped up even 6 inches and dropped down again, your feet feel as if they're about to shatter, right? So then you're going to try and move as much as you can in vehicles, but we know vehicle movement isn't going to happen because guess what? Right, the fields are too wet, and all those other problems. So it does limit the Russians' ability to move. I of course don't know where that water is, but I'll try and have a look. But it does deny space, and it shapes Russian movement. So at this point, Ukrainians no doubt will have had some flood specialists, and you can get flood mapping software, by the way. And if there's a dam there, there will be a flood map for where they believe the areas will be. So they'll know exactly where their getting the Russians to move in the areas, so they're coordinated fire support in those areas, and stick more mines in it. It was just a bigger death trap. And of
Very
course,
good. I'm finding some tweets to send you now.
Oh, you're
One of
wonderful.
them, yeah, one of them I've seen so many tweets about it today, and some people that I trust, I follow, and generally trust their info because they check stuff before they put it out. Somebody geolocated it. Another person sort of mapped out the impact that it would have, where on the ground the water would go. So I'll send you several tweets. Somebody just DM'd me telling you that they sent you some Telegram stuff.
I don't look at it Telegram. It's too much of a. It's too. I've got my little computer here, and it's nice and safe, right? But yes. But I'll go on a little bit further about what it means to the person on the ground. So I was just talking about this is how your feet and your legs will feel if you're moving, right? But if you come under fire at all, guess what you have to do? You have to get on the ground, don't you? Just imagine that's 6 inches of water. Now, I have done this, right, in Sunnybridge, in Wales, in the winter, and it's -2. And you will try to avoid any of these little bits where there's a little bit of ice, because when it breaks and you fall into it, right, you give yourself about 10 minutes and you're getting on the way to hypothermia. You get very, very cold very, very quickly, and you are not drying very quickly. And in half an hour, you will be in a big mess, right? Which means the only way you're going to get out of that is if you keep moving, right? But guess what? If you keep moving, then you're in your position of being spotted, and all of these things culminate into something being deeply unpleasant for you.
Yeah, it can have a lot of impact. I know that. So sorry to interrupt there, Alan. So it's a very interesting thing, and I'll be interested when you have a chance to look at it more, and when Chuck joins us, what he has to say about it. So it was just something that keeps coming across my screen today, and I thought I'd bring it up.
It's good of you to do it. Thanks.
No, it's very interesting. I am looking now, I think, at a current map that that relates to this, but no. So, Prince, do you know, is this a dam? Was it south of Bakhmut, north of Bakhmut?
I don't know. I didn't look at the maps that closely, and because that's why I asked David.
No, exactly. I do exactly the same thing. Why should I bother looking at it when I could ask someone who could tell me? Yeah, I think it's a perfectly natural thing to do.
Alan, I will forward you on Twitter DMs the map that I saw, and it was taken from Deep State and just marked where it is. So north. Iona just sent me a message saying north. So there you go.
Okay, well, that makes sense. If it's the Bakhmutsi River, I mean, it flows from north to south, roughly. So obviously, as David says, the Ukrainians know what they're doing. They've blown dams before to great effect, and we can assume that this is what they are doing here. I will look for that map. It's just coming in. Thank you for that, Prince. And I had not seen a word about this at all today, and so I say it's okay. Well, I'm going to take a look at it right now. So this is from Andrew Perpetua, who has mapped out the flooded area for the dam Ukraine destroyed in Bakhmut today. And by today, I'm assuming this is a thread from today, right? Yes, it is. It's an hour old. I cannot quite tell from his map the overall effect of this action by the Ukrainians, but it apparently is flooding a fairly wide area north of Bakhmut, roughly from Krasnohora, which the Russians have taken, down to the northern outskirts of Bakhmut. So it definitely will have an effect on the Russian forces.
Yeah, and I just sent you some more stuff that got sent in Signal just to make sure that you get it, because sometimes when you're talking on Twitter, it's easier to look at the Twitter ones. So anyway, you have them in your DMs.
I'm looking at the video now of that water going and the snow going, and I'm just thinking, if you were crossing in that area, that would be a very, very deeply unpleasant place, and very quickly you're going to be in a position where you personally may be combat ineffective. Not just you, not just the unit, but you yourself. Yeah, that would be very, very unpleasant.
And the very first thing I note is I need to correct what I said about the direction the water flows. This river flows north. If it were to flow south, it would be traveling uphill. I've never seen a river do that in my life.
Magic, Alan. It takes magic. You just got to believe it'll happen.
That and some very powerful pumps. But no, I think this is a significant piece of news, Prince. Thank you very much for bringing it to our attention. And not that I don't want to get stuck in Bakhmut without Chuck Ferrer. He's the only person who could get me in and out safely. Although Prince,
we could put you in a canoe, though, couldn't we? That would get you in and out.
Yes, you could. Although it's never a good thing to do to paddle a flooded river. You get yourself into all kinds of trouble when you try to do that. So, David, what I know you have been here most of the afternoon, and as you say, it limits your opportunity to scan the headlines. But did any headline jump up and grab your attention?
Not really. I was going to comment a little bit on the after our talk, the talk, and Ben was on. There was something that it occurred to me that we hadn't discussed, which would be taking us back to the subject of China. And the thing is that and I was joking about Adam Smith and the Hidden Hand. It occurs to me that we could just help the Hidden Hand, give people the idea, or give companies access and go, here you are, we'll give you some subsidies so you can start producing some of this stuff that we're so dependent on from China, right? And if we move away from the model of the absolute profit at any cost, and recognize that sometimes things have to have a cost and we need to keep these things. I mean, as the UK is learning, because we got rid of our tank manufacturing facilities to the point where we can't even manufacture tanks and we have to outsource it. And this is the ridiculous situation you find when everything is only seen as a cost. How much does that cost us to do this, as opposed to how much does it cost us to not if we don't do it? And I think it's a very important thing. Where China is concerned, I'd also say that we're not making enough out of Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, and these places that could take over quite a lot of the stuff that's done from China, and giving resellers, a nudge in the right direction could also be something as a nudge to China and go, look, you need to start thinking about how you deal with us, because at the moment your economy is based on your business with us, and it is $1 trillion a year between the US and the EU.
David, we have some hands up. Mockers, Nick, and Shovel Girl. Mockers, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to bring a bit more information about that flooding. That Ukraine has obviously flooded this area, and it's going to flood the northern roads to Bakhmut, which is under Russian control anyway. So judging by where the water is expected to flow, it should act as a water-filled moat, basically pushing the Russians out of that area. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that. And it was Shovel Girl next. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mockers. Shovel Girl, then Nick.
I pretty much came up to say mostly the same. I sent David, since you stick to a simple small computer, I tried doing screenshots to you of the map, which perhaps you can put up in the nest. It looks like the location the dam was reportedly blown was to the northwest, and then as Alan was saying, the water flows to the north, but then it kind of wraps around the city and starts heading to the east. So it really does act like a nice moat. And I wrote in my comments about it, welcome to Muddy Bootland, orcs. So that sounds terrible and effective. Yay, if it's true.
Maybe it'll be knee-deep water, and knee-deep weather, so you'll have more than wet boots. Nick, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with David, and we shouldn't expect private companies and private capital to try and do anything other than maximize its returns. And I think this is one of the downsides of 40 years of governments that have been overtly business friendly, and perhaps have de-emphasized the national interest, because that kind of felt socialist or something. There is a vast area of the political spectrum between super business friendly, deregulate everything, watching the profits roll in, and making sure that you aren't outsourcing everything to the lowest bidder in a country that wishes you harm. And I think several governments over the past 30, 40 years could maybe stand to take a step back and say, okay, yeah, business is great. Business is a good thing, but business is going to operate in business's own interests, and there will be times when those are not entirely aligned with the national interest.
David, do you want to follow up?
No, I'm 100% with Nick. I think part of the problem is we've offshored everything to profit, as opposed to thinking of the national interest and the people inside it, right? And sometimes they're not necessarily aligned, right? And the sooner we get with that program, I think the better. Not everything is about profit, because otherwise you end up with people who are phenomenally rich and then people who are phenomenally poor in the same country. I wonder where that's happening.
In China.
I believe it.
That happens in China. And can I just, before we go all socialist here, can I just highlight the fact this political will by the politicians everybody in Europe actually voted for? Because that you can have a private weapon system industry is proven. And you know where? In the United States of America. Not a boon of socialism, is it? So please, let's stop whining about it and constantly run home to mommy of the socialist super state. No, we don't need British Leyland again. We don't need British Rail again. What we need is to make the right offers and incentives. That means we have to actually procure the stuff. European politicians, and specifically now the Germans, for example, today, but also the Brits, are not making the orders. The Germans haven't even made orders for new battle tanks, despite the fact they're donating stuff. They could procure, they could just say, you know what, whilst we're testing the KF-51, dear Rheinmetall and KMW, why don't you build us another 18 Leopard A7s, because we're just actually handing them over to Ukraine. The sheer stupidity of us not buying, meaning not procuring, because we're constantly worried about public procurement law, which if we hadn't it, if public procurement law is exerted by the state for the purpose of the state having weapon systems, we go over and aboard instead of doing it quickly. It's very straightforward and simple. Germany wants Leopards to go to Ukraine, so it has to buy more Leopards. So it has to order not 18, it probably has to order what it is about to be giving. So if we know that we're going to give about 250 Leopard 2 tanks anyway from the whole of Europe, then the bloody European nations should get their friggin' act together and tell Rheinmetall, expand your capacity. Here's an order for 250. We're good for it. Thank you. Next. Doesn't need socialism. Doesn't need socialism.
But I wasn't talking about socialism, though.
Yeah, that escalated quickly.
And importantly, Axel,
we just needed the dang orders.
But here's the thing: you're advocating that it was a good idea for Britain to get rid of its arms manufacturing, and I'm not. I'm saying it wasn't a good idea.
Yeah, but you got rid of your arms
manufacturing. Sounded like you did.
No, not at all. On the contrary, you still have BAE, and the fact that you disincentivize, but exactly by the same thing, you disincentivize BAE and people to keep those tank manufacturers.
So you're agreeing with me, Axel, that we should be incentivizing?
By orders. I said by orders. Nick was about to go full in.
I think you may be. I think you may be.
Is that hypersensitivity?
Oh come
yes.
on, come on. You were advocating for the renationalization of that tank manufacturer at a point in time when it was phased out, rather than actually increasing the budget, because it should have increased the budget. And people in Britain need to increase the budget for the defense industry to actually get orders from the government. It's not difficult. It's the same thing everywhere. We just need to tighten up a little bit and be better about other stuff we're spending money on.
We're really not in disagreement here, Axel. My point was only that the governments indeed do have to decide to spend that money and not just sit back and watch the iPhones roll in. And you were the one who brought up words like socialist, and indeed the entire defense industry. My comment, and I think David's comment, were more about the fact that our entire economies have been, our entire manufacturing capacity has been outsourced to the lowest bidder, and as a result of which, when the lowest bidder turns out to be in a country that doesn't respect the rules of the free market, we end up getting the shaft. That was my only point.
Have you seen defense procurement in recent 20 years? You know what happens? Governments come out, they define a certain product.
Go on, let's mute Axel. Mute him.
So what? David, have you seen defense procurement orders in recent 20 years? They come up with 15 different questions. For the dang Leopard A7, the German government came up with a long, long list of every dang goddamn thing under the bloody skies. The only thing which was missing was a friggin' coffee maker.
Oh dear, sorry, I'm still laughing, Axel. Listen, I am 100% in agreement with you about the fact that we've reduced everything to the pfennig in this instance for our arms procurement, and we should have been doing what we should. We should ever have been at the point where we've 148 Challenger 3s. That's just ridiculous, beyond madness, right? So I'm in complete agreement. But I can see that the point of your irritation is you heard anti-profit. Right, but yes. I was saying profit to the nth degree, right, which doesn't serve the nation.
Don't disagree, but The
There we
profit,
are.
the profit motive.
I'm glad you agree with me.
Profit motive is the ultimate incentive for proper, well-run companies to innovate and get their act together. But if the government wants weapons systems to be procured, it has to be specific. It also has to stop its ordering and adding additional capacities 15 times over when it wants to run defense procurement. Define a dang thing, say, we want it in time, give us these tanks in 12 months, thank you very much, this is the money, we're good for it, end of story. So simple. And stop adding additional specifications to it 4 months into it.
And here's the problem, right? Because this is the arm you've just hit on how the arms industry make their money. It's the same as that it's made in architecture in the and other industries, right? Because what they do is they know that when a specification goes to someone somewhere can't resist meddling, right? And what they do is, because what you do is you load the costs onto changes, right? And it happens in so many industries. And in fact, that some, if you were working with a big architect, right, and you didn't make any changes, they might be at the point where they'd be making a loss, because they work on the basis you'll make a change. But there is always some person, I was going to say idiot, right, who wants to change something because they think that, oh yes, let's have it in pink or whatever. It is a really good idea at the very last moment when everything's been purchased. So there you are.
I like the approach in the United States, David, where Lockheed Martin says to the government, you know, we can build 12 Abrams a month. Can you order them? And I don't think they have been ordered yet. But if they can build 12 a month, they would be sent directly to Ukraine, because the U.S. could order them on behalf of Ukraine.
No, exactly that. And go. Oh, sorry, Axel. I'll just finish that.
I was about to say exactly that, so I shut up now because you're completely on a roll.
Right, and yes, and unfortunately, we can't say this in the UK because we got rid of our tank manufacturing ability, which is why I keep on saying the UK needs to get its arse in gear, come up with some strategic alliance with with Ukraine, because they have these skills and we no longer have them, right? And the reason why the UK needs to do it quickly is because Rheinmetall has already said they're open to business there. And and Axel, would you like to say something?
Yes, please. June last year. Okay. Ben Wallace sits, big photograph. Everybody can look it up. You can find it on the interweb. There's a thing, and no, it's not Alta Vista. Trust me, it's called Google. You can use that. If you don't know how to use it, ask me. I'll send you a link which says, "Let me Google that for you." Great page, by the way. And then you can find it. He sits there in Downing Street 10 at a conference table of all places. And the whole creme de la creme of European weapon system manufacturers sits at that table. And that, of course, includes KMW and Rheinmetall and MDBA, because MDBA, don't forget, has been purchased by Brits. And BAE is everywhere. Thales is in Belfast. So weapon system manufacturers are integrated across Europe. KF-51, that's the tank, the best tank currently in production in the world. Well, it's not quite in production because it only has 2 tanks yet done, one demo tank and one which could do OPFOR. Great. It is there from Rheinmetall. And Rheinmetall would even build it either in Britain or in future in Ukraine. And it will be the tank the Brits will buy with their own package. Now we come back to specifications. They want different things. They want a different gun. Can be built, no question. You actually have the people in Britain to do it. You can do all these things. We can do all these things. We do not have to reinvent the bloody wheel. There is a new next generation tank designed and done. And what happens? The bloody French and the bloody German government think that they need to create the European main battle tank, which already exists. Who needs the bloody frogs for that? Why would you want to have a secondary or tertiary quality gun on what is essentially a Leopard A8 chassis if you can have a proper, sensible next generation tank already today. That is the insanity of all this, and it needs to stop. But it will only stop if people like, in this case, good old Ben Wallace say so and tell the people, you know what, we like this one, we'll have it. We'd like this with a bit of cheese, and that could have a bit of dill, and oh yeah, well, different ham here. Thank you. We'll have it tomorrow. Jesus Christ. Get cracking, get ordering.
And that would be the not so hidden hand of getting on and ordering and getting it done, right? Yeah.
I need to find out how to take my hand down.
Yeah, I can talk you through it if you want, Axel. Oh, that was wonderful talk. Wonderful. Yes, I am completely agog and I've lost complete train of thought here, Alan. Can you help me out?
Well, I have seen repeated news today of the possibility that China will be delivering artillery ammunition to Russia, and I see someone saying, I say someone, I'll have to look it up. I'm sure it was a politician. This would be a game changer, but I don't believe it can happen because it would expose China to immediate sanctions, and I think some pretty severe sanctions.
So this is part of the Wall Street Journal article, isn't it, that talked about drones and they inserted the ammunition into it as well. I'm in agreement with you. It would make very little sense for if we just take the gangster analogy. What are they getting out of it? Right, they're going to be getting nothing out of it, but they were going through a whole world of pain. As Axel knows, that China has a serious economic bubble. About their housing bubble would be a nightmare, and sanctions which would affect all those small businesses that are keeping everyone employed would take a huge hit, and that might just be enough to tip, if not might, it would be enough to tip China over. And I don't think they're that stupid. This isn't their fight, is it? This is Russia's fight. And why would you do that? But equally, the President Xi is, in actual fact, still a bit of a nutter himself, isn't he? I probably shouldn't say it too often because I might not be welcome next time I go. But yeah, I don't see it happening. I can see how it benefits some people to say this, but I can't see that it would happen.
Maybe the Chinese are so naive they thought that their peace proposal would serve as some kind of cover for shipping artillery shells to Russia. Look, we're proposing peace. Why would we ship military supplies to Russia? Oops, they did both.
Which would be exactly the Russian propaganda, right? That's exactly what the Russians would say. Oh, it's genius, Alan. It has been written by a Russian.
Exactly, David. And to our other David with his hand up, David Farrell, please go ahead.
And thanks, Alan, for hosting David as well, and everybody listening here. Please retweet and share the space. I wanted to speak about the current topic, and I really enjoyed learning that about manufacturing. There has been a swift about turn in this part of the world. There's been a serious dint towards reshoring, which began in the previous presidential administration, and has, because of the way it was laid out, but increased exponentially this year since and the year before, and will continue in that way because it's structured incentives for folk to reshore jobs that are American company jobs but could be done here. Hugely beneficial for firms, and there's a lot more people cottoning on to it. That and the Inflation Reduction Act, I mean to mention both of them because usually other democratic and trading and capitalist nations catch on and do something similar, or at least have to respond when America makes such big economic bounds and changes. So I don't think that has yet filtered through to other countries in the Western alliances, but I think it more than likely will happen sooner than later. And I'm speaking, obviously, because we have learned the bitter lesson during the previous pandemic and how what we thought were pretty secure supply chains were in fact extremely exposed to a trading partner who had let his mask slip, China, of course. So I think that probably is about turning as we speak. Those contracts, and certainly real estate, I know, mentioned here, even in Central European cities, commercial real estate is absolutely skyrocketing. Can't get enough, and can't build it quick enough. And that means stuff's going to get built and shipped and made. So I would think that may be the new flavor in town, and that money follows. Eventually folks will cotton on it. There's too much money being made doing it not to do it, or not to follow suit. And then I was thinking about each member nation of an alliance such as the one that exists for peace at the moment in the West, and that perhaps UK, Italy, pursuing their next generation fighter is seen as more in crucial national interest, and perhaps it's seen as something that is comfortably left to one of the other allies who specialize in it, in tracked vehicles or in tanks, and then just to buy off them. And so the trading circle continues, and we can cut out the this is going to sound funny because I know we've got a paucity of manufacturing, but we can cut out the double working unnecessarily, which is, might be nice in a 18th, 19th, and 20th century nationalist sense to have X factory in X country making our notable widgets, but it's not really the best use of our resources, given that freedom seems to be under threat. But I think maybe that might be at play. Just thought I'd share that. And please retweet the space and Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. And David, I agree with you. Sergio, I think you have a hot mic. If you would mute it, please. I thought the most fascinating take of the afternoon that I heard in the conversation with Ben Tallis was that really it's Ukraine with its sense of urgency, because they are fighting a war for survival, but it's Ukraine that really will lead the way of economic development, hand in hand with a kind of nation building. Every nation must always be building itself at every moment. History does not stand still for any of us. And I think that's something that the United States has learned since Donald Trump served his one and only term as president. With that, we will go to Carrie and then to Zagolman. Carrie, please go ahead.
Hi, guys. Good evening. This is a little message. You have just entertained me massively. Axel, I love and adore you. However, Nick and David have just owned you. They absolutely cracked me up. As you know, I've done many, many other things in my life, but I'm a teacher and currently a teacher, and it's literally like being in the classroom. Like listening to you guys is just like being in the classroom, and all the different characters and the different ways that you manage those characters. And oh my God, David and Nick, you were fantastic. And Axel, you were brilliant as well. You absolutely took the bait. And I do love and adore you, Axel, but that was very, very funny. Well done, guys. You're brilliant. I love the way that, that this dialogue just develops and changes and flows, and that we manage different people. Well done, everybody. And Axel's gone. Have I really upset him that much? Come back.
No, Axel hasn't gone. He's still here, Carrie.
I'd just like to say I have no idea what you're talking about, Carrie.
I have to say, teaching, I'm 54. To the kids, that's ancient. But then in terms of how you interact with them, that the years just fall away. And they are the most entertaining people on earth. They really, really are. And it just keeps you so fresh and so young, and you're just constantly having dialogue with them. And it's absolutely wonderful. So I'm really sorry, I don't know how to translate for you.
But Gary, I mean, it is hilarious. I agree with you. It's funny here, but you are talking to the three oldest farts, the four oldest farts on this panel and on this group, meaning
I love
Nick, Alan, David, and myself.
You are beautiful. You are beautiful in all your old fartness. I love you.
Well, thank you, Carrie. Thank you very much. You have to watch out for David. He's a very, very sneaky co-host.
Oh yeah, he's fantastic. He's really tricksy. I love the way he handles everybody. You're a consummate professional, David. You're brilliant at it.
That has never been said about me ever in my life. But thank you very much. Yes, anyway.
David, we should move on to Zagolman. Welcome. Please go ahead.
Hey, good evening. I'm 62. I'm not sure which group that puts me in, but whether I'm the handled or the handler, but okay.
Snap.
Snap.
Yeah, you are the old food. That's the old fart group. Absolutely, Zagolman.
I wouldn't say that, but whatever. As an outsider, what to me what Europe is missing is the United States version of foreign military sales, where one country buys one product for all of Europe, and they're responsible for the procurement and contracting and delivery. Like in the United States, when we supply something through foreign military sales, the service is responsible for all that stuff and delivering the product. So to me, I guess when I saw today the PM of Estonia, she's on the right path of joint procurement. That's the thing that's missing, is that all these countries trying to buy individual things one at a time leaves a lot of efficiencies on the table on both sides, because the manufacturer can make things cheaper when they have larger orders, and obviously the receiving country gets them cheaper. And I never, I work in the defense business in the United States, and we deal with one country at a time. And if there was one country that was procuring tanks for everybody that wanted a tank, and they can all have their own little, they all have a different paint job, a little bit more than that maybe, but that's the thing that's missing in Europe, in my estimation, as an outsider.
I've got only one word to say to you about that, Zagolman. That's France. I have no need of saying anything else.
Then everybody
France.
else can do it. And just leave them out to buy high cost stuff. That's okay. You know what I mean? Like, don't let one turd in the punch bowl. You know what I mean? So they want to go their own way.
Can we quote you on this?
Yes.
Turd in the punch bowl. Yeah. David, pin it for whenever we talk about France.
Yes, I know. It's done. I've got it in there.
but that's how you do this, to be honest with you. Nobody can afford to develop their own. Everybody can't have their own tank and their own airplane and their own. It's just too expensive to be on the front end of technology. So you have to have the guy that builds tanks, but you need to contract them through one source so that both sides can benefit. I mean, it's just my opinion.
And they're in. No, it's a great idea, isn't it? And here's the thing. So that's really what Axel was proposing with the Leopard 8 or whatever that would be, and it's a great idea, isn't it? Because it does reduce costs, right? But as you know, if you've ever sold to different companies, they all want their own little variation.
Absolutely,
right?
And they can have their own variation, but they have to contract and pay the price for it. And like I said, I've been part of lots of Chinook procurement. There's
probably 70 operators of Chinooks, right? Half of them, half the countries buy them through FMS because they're willing to take something that's nearly identical to what the U.S. Army buys, you know, and maybe they can do a post-delivery mod that's not a take apart the whole airplane and change it, or aircraft and change it, you know what I mean? Or we do something called direct commercial sales. And I can tell you when you do direct commercial sale, the price is significantly higher because in the U.S. Defense contractors can only make 15% profit, right? So when you buy through the Army, when you buy through the U.S. Army, you're capping the company's ability to make profit on that at 15%. I can tell you when we sell things direct commercial sale, the profit's much higher. The profit margins are much higher. The companies, many times they would rather have a direct commercial sale because they're not bound by U.S. procurement law that says that you have to negotiate with open books, which is what happens in the United States. You negotiate with the U.S. government with open books, and your cost, you have to justify your cost, and you have to justify your profit is limited on top of that cost, right? So a similar type of procurement would everybody benefits.
It does. I'm sure, Nick, have you got something to say?
Yes, I mean this is an interesting example of what we were talking about with Benjamin, and this I suspect will be the kind of thing that the newly defence-aware EU will be looking at, because up till now, historically, I mean, the EU has always worked on the basis that, and to some extent, one has to portray one's own propaganda as succeeding. The EU has worked on the basis of we are maintaining the peace in Europe and there's no major threat to it. And obviously, we knew that there was, and that was what NATO was there for, but we weren't really allowed to say it. Much as far as I know, NATO never uses the word Russia. They always sort of talk about some mythically named enemy. Now, it's interesting in the EU. If you want to have a public tender from a member state government of more than, really not very much, it depends on the field, but more than €250,000. You have to publish that in the official journal of the European Union, and you have to be open to suppliers from any member state, although not from any non-member state. But interestingly, this doesn't apply to the provision of defense-related military equipment. It's quite interesting. If your army wants to bring in a new catering contract for all of its bases, they have to allow the major, Sodexo and before Brexit, Compass, I suppose, the various major catering companies had to be allowed to tender. But if you are buying tanks, that's not covered at the moment by the EU rules on contracts. And Goldman, if you want to do some background reading on this, I recommend you Directive 2009/81/EC, which is, as far as I know, the current directive that regulates the EU award of contracts in the fields of defence and security. I've only read a little bit of it, but these things are much more readable than people imagine. They're written in quite reasonably straightforward to read English. The problem, of course, is that each member state has its own defence industry and jealously guards it. So, like all aspects of EU cooperation, it's about people working out that if you pool things, it's better, except that if you think that you're currently the top dog, then pooling sort of weakens you. We've seen this with the German attitude to the euro and one or two other things. If you think you're currently the best, then sharing with everyone else probably costs you money. And so how much are you prepared to spend in the interests of the common club? But I think it's a really interesting idea. I think they could start off with reforming procurement within Europe. That's to say, in terms of actually forcing European countries to at least look to other European suppliers. And then a secondary thing would be, yes, if Lithuania decides it wants to buy some F-16s, if Denmark wants to buy a few more, or F-35, F-35s probably these days, then they should have some way to coordinate that. And that could actually be done in a much more ad hoc way. Once they've decided to buy, let's say, American equipment, it probably wouldn't be too far different conceptually from what the EU did with the COVID vaccines, most of which came from American companies. That wasn't spectacularly well handled, but they will have learned a lot from that. So I think those two aspects, one about in terms of making the internal market directives also apply to military hardware, and then some kind of mechanism to allow for shared procurement from outside the EU. I think both of those are really interesting. And that's the kind of thing we need to be thinking about. Whereas, as I was saying, we're not. Whereas we don't want, I think, to see the EU, employing field marshals. I don't think that's the way we should be going.
Yeah,
have a look. Have a look at that directive.
I will. Just think about this example. Speaking of F-16s, the F-16 assembly line moved within the United States from Texas to, I think, South Carolina. Right now, put that on a map on Europe. Could you imagine the emotion that would be exerted from moving from, say, the UK to, I don't know, what's that distance? What's that, about 1,500 miles? You know what I mean? But that's, that somehow Europe has to get out of that parochial, we need to do everything in each country. To me, that's the part of the problem. Because it's unaffordable.
So I can add a little bit to this. Yeah. So for instance, we have had projects like this. I mean, that was Eurofighter was supposed to be like that. Absolutely. French withdrew out of it, right? If it had been a little bit better, in actual fact, it would probably mean that there would be no F-16s in Europe. We'd be on the Eurofighter as a bigger platform, right? If they'd been sold in the numbers we'd got, and that is the idea that was supposed to have happened. As to which one's the better platform, who knows? But here's the thing: the benefit, as you say, the benefit to Europe with everyone on the same platform would be great. But then we have the question of what happens when you have a Hungary turn up, right? So there's big questions. I'm in agreement. Right, if you're buying from the same place and you all have the same ideals, then you're on a winner, aren't you?
Yeah.
Iwana, I completely agree.
I was literally on. I ran design teams, and I was literally designing Chinooks for Italy and the UK, literally at the same time, but slightly different on a different contract. I'm just saying that had two teams designing Chinooks at the same time for two different European countries. And I've always said, why is that? Yep. Okay.
Because it makes no sense, does it? It doesn't make any sense.
As from my perspective from across the ocean, it doesn't. Now, maybe, like I said, that's just my perspective.
No, I've done the same with software, and I've had people go, but we want this little bit. But in actual fact, what they want is they want these changes at no extra cost, right?
Yeah.
As you'll probably appreciate for it, and there's the problem. How do you extract that money out of it? I guess it's probably a bit easier. Give me a second. We'll come back to you again. Awana's had a hand up for a while. Awana?
Yeah, thank you. I will change a little bit the topic, but I promise I'll be brief. You were talking earlier about Ukraine leading the way, and I wanted to come up and talk about the effervescence of the Ukrainian society. Of course, it was provoked by a crisis, and I'm not calling the war a crisis, but I mean that it was a crisis at the personal level for everybody in Ukraine, and that at the societal level. And I wanted to talk about how they are trying to help their country and develop a lot of solutions, and it is effervescent, as I said. But then Carrie came up and she talked about teaching and about how students keep the teachers young. And I was thinking, we have this dichotomy sometimes between old Europe and the new Europe, and I'm not very fond of it, but in this case, I think it works because now it's the students of democracy that can lead the way, you know, and that can influence the teachers in a way for everybody, for all of us to find a better way. So yeah, I promise I'll keep it short. Thank you.
I know you did, and here's the thing: right, there's nothing like having had to fight for your democracy and having bled for it to make you understand how important it is. It's something that I got from my parents. They're obviously World War II, and yeah, when you know what the cost is for these hard-won things, then it has much more importance to you. And this is, I think, what you really pointing out is that we've lost that idea. Germany, France, UK to some extent, just forgetting just what it means, right, and everything behind it, which is probably why they've lost their way and they believe that they can get some sort of strategic advantage, because the words realpolitik and the rest of it, which I call selfishness, is just a way of going, look, I'm being selfish, but I'll give it a name that means it's okay. And therein lies the problem. They've forgotten what the cost really is. It's great comment, Juana. It's Sergio.
Hiya. Basic couple of things. I just sent some stuff to Axel, but anyway, on what I completely agree what Goldman was saying, and that it replicates the discussion we were having before. And I don't want to revisit the issue of COVID, but I think someone actually needs to go over what actually happened from the EU side on EU on the vaccines procurement and the results of it, because the narrative doesn't seem to match. Anyway, but but the key point here is, for instance, like in terms of defense, it's starting to happen. If you look at what's happening in terms of the European Defence Fund and the role it's playing, and how it's, for lack of a better word, cajoling different member states to start working together around specific military projects, like the European patrol corvette, or in a former incarnation of it, what's called, I think it's the FREM frigates. That's already happening. What needs to happen is, as Goldman was saying, to have a centralized procurement that coordinates all the different aspects coming from the different individual countries and puts it into a rational sort of a package that can actually be approached in terms of market and production facility across Europe, usually with consortiums, as with Eurofighter and other things as well, and push it forward.
Well,
Well,
I have
one
an
question
answer for that, Alan. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Axel.
Yeah, I
Go
have an
ahead.
answer for that. Sergio, we discussed it. I'm completely happy with
Yeah.
Frontex requiring border patrol missions by means of what can only be a military ship, of course. That makes a lot of sense, because the EU has created a situation where it fails to address Africa as migration potential, and therefore it has to deal with managing the flow, and therefore it requires a European effort in the Mediterranean. No question about it, absolutely clear. And nations should work together in that regard. Problem is that the Mediterranean is beyond the reach of the EU, and the Mediterranean has different literal partners, and the EU has shown itself to be incompetent in integrating those literal partners appropriately. It has failed to work with Egypt for reasons which are political, and I'm not going to go into it. It has failed to be able to work with Turkey because Turkey harbors a grudge against Greece, and it is very difficult. Now, having said this, you can overcome difficulties with diplomacy, but also predominantly classic American and Northern European concept: action, real action, investing heavily yourself and getting ready for it. The Spaniards once had this tradition. They have given up part of it. But We'll get that. The Italians do have an industry, but they do not have the budget, or at least they didn't have the budget to fund it by themselves. And that's a problem of wastage in their own country, and that's their own thing. So they want to socialize, and there's reasons for it, and there's good reasons for it as well. But they want to socialize, as always, their debt to the whole of Europe. That's a classic concept. It's very Italian, has been around for a long time. That's fine. We know this. So it's a balancing act for the EU, because obviously the pressure of migration and the abuse of migration, as well as the criminal behavior conducing, aiding and abetting migration, is vested in this whole problem. So it's a conundrum which has whole Europe impacts on all of Europe, and not just the literal partners who are EU members, such as Spain, France, Italy, the likes. So I accept that point. However, that does not, in any shape or form, act as a catalyst for the whole of the socialist-minded bureaucrats in Brussels to start doing EU procurement for weapon system, because there is no democratic mandate for that. And there's no treaties for that, as Nick has reminded us all before. As long as there is no democratic mandate, you do not send men and women into battle, and you have to procure the weapon systems in the alliance, which is there already. You dance with the one you brung. People dance within NATO, which has proven to be reliable because the Americans are in it and the Brits are in it. Those are the two nations who rule in that regard. And that's good. I know that many people in certain parts of Europe dislike it, but I couldn't care less for it, because NATO provides the security blanket for everyone who sleeps so nicely underneath it. I haven't seen a forced frappe in Portugal, Spain, or in Germany. They have all failed in that regard. Now, there's various good reasons for it, why they haven't contributed to it, but then again, they have failed, because that's the only real power which deters Mordor. Now, you cannot give bureaucrats in Brussels, who are incompetent when it comes to actually running money efficiently and effectively, procurement power over something for which they are neither mandated nor for which they will ever fight for. The people who will fight for it are British sailors and pilots and soldiers, as always. Expeditionary forces from the United States. People from Norway, funny enough, who've been serving in pretty much every conflict, both humanitarian as well as kinetic. And now you have people who are joining NATO because evidently they don't trust any other organization to do this. So procurement of weapon systems is already European. It is already coordinated. Partnership agreements rule that field. They run it effectively. The problem is that the German or the Franco-German axis is not working. And some of the very veritable and important procurement, say weapon system manufacturers, are hampered by it. But that's a policy question which can be easily resolved. And there, I agree with you, the European Union can even play a role. But it should never be given to the European Parliament. It should never be given to the Brussels bureaucracy. This defense is ultimately and should always be a sovereignty question. We will not have a central European Parliament ruling on these matters. We will not have a centralized president of Europe, not in my lifetime. And I'm glad for it. A federation is better. An association of sovereign nations has to come together on what is a least cost path to winning. That often means spending a lot, but it's all the more better than having a centralized socialist bureaucracy than simply wasting it. We can see this in previous organizational ideas. They have always failed. They will always fail. Europe needs to find a way to live with the fact that defense is something which they do in coordination with the United States.
Axel, just a point, if I may, or a couple of points. First one, no one sane is talking about seriously. Is talking about the European army or a president or whatever. So that's basically bonkers. So that's just out of the way immediately, because that's counterproductive at best in terms of usefulness for the conversation. But I would say, and then without going into details, because I'm conscious of time, well, put my hand down, yeah, and back again. So I suggest people, for those who don't know, just look at the budget of the European Defence Fund for for until, if I'm not mistaken, 2027. And how the fund works and what it aims with its objectives and how it wants to not doing procurement, but incentivizing, say, the industry across the different European countries to come together to develop joint projects that are then partly funded through that fund, i.e. the carrot. So that's how I think things will actually progress. So it's not something centralized in Brussels pushing a button and say, let it be done. So there's nothing socialist about what's going on. But in terms of creating synergies and getting things together and echoing what Goldman was saying, in terms of coordinating efforts, definitely that is the role that someone in Brussels can play. Now, easy? Absolutely not, but definitely necessary.
Yeah, there's a massive procedural and political disagreement here, but I can resolve it easily, because no matter what the European Defence Fund setup was when it was concocted, it was already outdated in 2019, and it has been further outdated by this conflict. And the good thing is, Nick has explained this many times over, and the government just says that there are economies of scale to be reached if and when there is a joint procurement. Joint procurement does exist by the biggest single off-takers. The problem is that the joint procurement pipeline is not suitably funded and managed by the off-takers, because the off-takers have failed to live up to their requirements under NATO say agreements, because the 2% is a threshold, a minimum, which had been agreed amongst the member states. The European Defence Fund framework as such is essentially hollow and hollow. It's high and mighty, but very little behind it. The defense budgets of France, Italy, Germany, and Britain exceeded by far. Soon enough, the defense budget of Poland will exceed this. So as such, it is a paper tiger, as many European coordination initiatives in that regard. European politicians would be well advised to finally get to grips with the fact that if the EU wants to do something properly, they should focus on education, they should focus on training, they should focus on civil defense. For example, if you want to sponsor something from the EU, you should focus on programs how to teach young people civil defense functions. That would be important, because that is completely lost. That is a civil society approach. That is something where we even do it. And this is something which they have completely failed, because it's hard, it actually requires something from young people. But you can give it a carrot there, because you like carrots. So let's do that.
Axel, what in Europe, in the EU, what does the term civil defense refer to?
Civil
Is
defense
this
has different connotations. In different nations, it's different. For example, civil defense in Austria is unfortunately completely vested in the Austrian army, which does that, meaning it helps with its, for example, with its tanks. If a mountain has a lot of, if a mountain collapses, buries a road, buries a village, or something like it, or if there's a natural disaster, the army comes in Austria. In Germany, it is the THW, Technisches Hilfswerk, which does that, which is not a paramilitary organization. On the contrary, it's a civil organization which exists in all 16 states, and it's properly funded, and it operates exactly that, mostly on a volunteer basis. It's like a, say, volunteer fire department, but it's big, it's very well organized, and they're superbly capable. But they should be better funded. They should attract more volunteers. They should attract more people. In very extreme cases, the German Bundeswehr, of course, also comes with its, say, recovery vehicles and bridge laying vehicles. And when the big, for example, the Oder floods were happening, they came out and helped. Of course, in every European country, this works a little bit differently. There's tradition, there's culture, there's the structure of the country, and that's completely fine. But Europe could actually do a lot in that regard, because natural disasters do not know borders that well. And we can actually, this is where I would appeal to Sergio, because he is well versed in this and works with parliamentarians and the government, like, where, say, Smaller countries can make a big impact on the European Union to actually take the helm in that regard. Because at this point in time, Portugal or Estonia can hardly influence what happens on a defense budgetary level in Europe. But they can influence what happens in civil society. And that is where we should do a lot more. That means firefighters, it means civil defense, funding for, say, natural disaster recovery, which then leads into and coordinates with the armies and their capacity as well. We'll have a lot more of these disasters. And their COVID, by the way, is a great example. We could have done this significantly faster and better, and we didn't. And that's where it matters. The same thing that happens in terms of border patrol. The border patrol, there actually the EU, because it is an external border, does it with Frontex. And whilst Frontex is not perfect, it is a very important joint European project. And that should be sponsored. And that pertains to exactly what Sergio said about the patrol boat, the corvettes. They have to be procured. But who does it? There's only one entity which builds these corvettes in world-class form, and that's Italy. So Italy pushes this project, and that's fine, and it's understandable, it's acceptable. But it's very important to understand also that there's less competition in that field. And as Goldman will tell you, if you have a very narrow pipe and only one party or maybe two parties who can offer a product, innovation may suffer a little bit. Pricing may not be quite perfect. And Europe needs more competition, a lot more competition to drive innovation. Less synergies. Synergies are foolhardy.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a very clear explanation about this civil defense idea as it is carried out in Europe, differently in every European nation. Because as Axel points out, the European Union is a federation of sovereign nations. That's why it is just so damn difficult for Americans to understand and to get a grip on. Nick, go ahead.
Just on the civil defense question, civil defense alarms are common in some countries. Typically, perhaps midday on the first Monday of the month is when the alarms go off. I think in France, the Netherlands, I think still does that. I don't know which other countries do it. And if you're in a major city in France at 12 o'clock on the first Monday of the month, you'll hear a siren, and it's there for. I think these things are a hangover from air raids, but they're kind of handy if chemical plant blows up or something, and you don't really know what to do, but you go and put on the internet, put on the radio if you hear that siren, and there are various the way in which any given civil defense organization integrates with the other emergency services will absolutely vary a lot. David, am I right in saying that there's really no kind of official civil defense function in the UK, and it's just when something bad happens they call in the army, or is there a sort of ministry of contingencies? I have this idea that it was abolished in the 1970s, or as being sort of a bit too militaristic, or we aren't going to have a war with Russia, we shouldn't pretend that we are, but I don't know.
So I don't think we do have one. I think it really just comes down to which is why we have these bits of let's call the army in because there's been a fireman strike. Let's call the army in because there's been a dustbin strike. Let's call the army in. No, the only things we've got really, search and rescue, but sometimes that's run by the military as well. RNLI obviously is those disasters. That's a charity, right? So no, I don't think we do have a civil defence.
And as a citizen of the country, I ought to know this, but I really don't. Are there voluntary firefighters in the UK in rural areas, or are all firefighters paid professionals?
Oh, there are part-time firefighters. But I don't know. I think that there is some sort of payment, but I'm not sure what. But the things like say search and rescue, mountain rescue, for instance, that's often just free. They're volunteers who just get called out to go and pick people up off the mountain after they've done something incredibly foolish, like walk up the mountain in their high heel shoes, right, and then wondered why they've broken their ankle. It happens all the time.
In much of Europe, the volunteer fire brigade is the sort of absolute, certainly in rural France, the fire brigade is the absolute bedrock of the community. There might be one person who is on a retainer of some kind, but everyone else is just meant to drop their plow or factory tools and rush whenever anything comes up. And if you call them round, I mean, 90% of their call outs are things like wasp's nest. And if you call them round, you're expected to either give them a tip or, perhaps take a hamper round to the training area when you next get an opportunity. And of course, the other thing that the fire brigade are absolutely vital for is the annual cookout, which will vary, but it might be a suckling pig, or it might be a meshui, a slaughtered lamb, or it might be a paella. But they will organise a huge meal for the whole village. And again, you'll pay 10, 15 euros, and the money does not go typically to the upkeep of the equipment, because that's paid for by the government. It's just a small tip that you're giving to the volunteers. But it's a huge tradition in many European countries, the volunteer fire brigade. I believe in the United States too, in outside of major cities.
Well, it's exactly how the RNLI works and how mountain rescue works, right? You get the call, off you go. And if a call is, and that's where you work, it's expected that the work doesn't, in actual fact, interfere with you going out to do it. Where the RNLI is concerned, if you're in a seafaring, you're in a little. Everyone knows the importance of it, and they've probably got family, who maybe work out at sea, so they're never going to really complain. Same goes with mountain rescue people who are there and living in the mountains. But that's not to say that you might get some townies come in and they start a business and have no idea about it. You can't go now. I need you to do. Oh, I need some photocopying. I'm sorry, I'm going off to save someone. Yeah.
In Ireland, interesting that one of the things when Ireland became independent from the UK is Ireland still has the RNLI. It's still called the Royal National Lifeboat Institution. They never made an Irish version.
Well, it doesn't stop being royal just because it's in Ireland.
Most things do actually stop being royal because David Farrell will be up in a moment to explain to you the exact position of the British royal family in Ireland. Excuse me.
So, Nick, it's interesting you mentioned fire departments as volunteer fire departments. In the United States, volunteerism, of course, is a big deal. And outside any major city, there are volunteer fire departments. I think even inside major cities, there are volunteers who are attached to the professional firefighters. They go through training. They get a special license plate for their car. Some of them might even get a red flashing light to put on their roof as they drive to the scene. But in most small towns, it's the volunteer firefighters who in some cases make up the entire fire department. The entire fire department. We do have some more hands up, and we will go to those hands in this order. Sergio, because I think you want to continue in this conversation, then to G-Man, then to Peter. Sergio, please go ahead.
I was the last one of the three, but okay. Just a quick note to this. There is actually something within the EU on this already. It's called the EU Civil Protection Mechanism. Not perfect, as always, but useful. And the way it works is they coordinate the response in terms of rescue and humanitarian assistance if needed when there's something in, say, in the member state or even outside the EU for that matter, that requires the response of more than one country. Like in Portugal, the best example, best in inverted commas, is wildfires. So, for instance, when something gets we had quite a few wildfires of late, huge, and then the government just basically activates the protection mechanism, and that results in, say, in the last one, I remember, besides the Portuguese firefighting planes being deployed, planes from Spain, France, and Italy flew over to help out. So that's something that's already in place, and I think they actually want to develop their own capacity of the mechanism itself, over and above what the different countries have, to boost the response capability of the mechanism. That's all I need to know.
Thank you, Sergio. And now to G-Man and Peter. G-Man.
Hi, Alan. Just on the question, just on the topic of civil defence, David's right. This formal civil defence in the UK was abolished in 1968. Apart from the fact that it's not really part of the UK, but it's sort of is, confusingly, the Isle of Man, an island in the middle of the Irish Sea, still has its civil defence organisation, but that's neither here nor there. And I believe the Republic of Ireland has as well. On firefighters, I think volunteer firefighters, well, you can volunteer to assist the fire service. It wouldn't be in a firefighting role. It would be in sort of like administrative things like that. They do sometimes in certain stations have volunteers that come in to help. But there are there's and I think this is part-time, but the retained firefighters within the UK. There's 18,000 of those, and I would equate that to the reserves in the army. It seems to be set up on a similar sort of organizational level, where you have another job, but you give a few hours a week for training, and then you are on call for certain times, an emergency call out and stuff like that. So I think that's what firefighting. Within other sectors, we've got the St. John's Ambulance, so that's volunteers who are trained as paramedics and would assist at sports events and big major civil big crowd events to take the load off the paramedics that are working for the National Health Service.
Well, I will say that voluntarism is important wherever you look in the world, really. And you see it whenever natural disaster strikes. I mean, you saw it in Syria, you saw it in Turkey in the wake of the earthquakes. And I think that voluntarism is a way to knit together a community, even a community as diverse and as wide as the entire European Union. But that could just be an American perspective.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah. Of course, Britain's not in the European Union anymore, although Northern Ireland sort of still is. That's another story. We'll not go there.
Yes, well, we can say that the United Kingdom has one foot on the dock and one foot in the canoe, and we will see how quickly the UK lands in the water. G-Man. And then I have, actually, I have a question for you, Nick, after we take Peter's hand about possible new U.S. sanctions on China. But first, Peter, go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi Alan and everybody. Yeah, I think
just going back to the subject you were just talking about, we obviously had years back like national service, which was compulsory in the UK, and I think Italy also had national service, which again was compulsory. And then if you looked at Switzerland, even kind of fighter pilots who are bankers or who would go for their weekend or whatever to keep up to scratch. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how. I think a few years ago they were talking about bringing back national service in some sort of form, and then that all got dropped. But yeah, I mean, voluntary is great, and you know, it gives people an opportunity to be a service to to their country and to and to follow an interest as well, which is good. Bit concerned on the sanctions on China. I think that this all seems to have blown up since the balloons, and so I spoke, I think it was yesterday, about Zelensky wanting to talk to the leader in China, Xi, and I felt if it was handled correctly, there could be some benefit from it. But I'm not expert enough to say, but we seem to be a lot of saber rattling with the Chinese, and it would be not great to push them towards Russia and to put a divide. I know there are other complex issues with that, but it'd be nice to hear what everybody else has got to say on it.
Well, one thing I would start off with, Peter, and then we'll go to Nick, because I think he has been looking at sanctions, U.S. sanctions on China today. Sanctions on China, because they supply military armaments to Russia, does not bring China and Russia closer together. If anything, it drives them apart, because China cannot afford to be on the losing side of this war. And the losing side is Russia's side. Iran can lose with Russia. Cuba can lose with Russia, Venezuela, Nicaragua, but not China. China relies too much on its trade with the West. It relies too much on technology from the West. They cannot afford to do anything really in support of Russia. Now, the Chinese peace plan, I've looked at it. It's a joke. It's platitudes strung together in 12 points do not a peace plan make. There's nothing concrete in the Chinese peace plan. It's not a peace plan. I am certain that if Zelensky meets with the Chinese leader or Chinese diplomats, he would make it clear to them, this is not a peace plan. It ignores everything that Ukraine is fighting for. It ignores everything in Zelensky's own 12-point peace plan, which we hope will soon be brought up in detail in the United Nations, in the General Assembly. Well, it's non-binding, but I think that a majority of nations in the General Assembly at the United Nations would vote for it. It's a legitimate peace plan. If you haven't looked at it, take a look at it.
Yeah,
but Nick,
yeah, I did see it, and there were certain points which were good, and I think Zelensky actually noted that there were items which he thought were a basis to have conversations with China.
One item.
Sorry?
He highlighted one item. David has a very good grasp of it. We handled the matter earlier on in Extensio. I think, David, if you're still around, why don't you address it?
Yes, I am. So, look, where China is right? It's a really complex thing. But however, right, let's focus on the other things. Firstly, it wouldn't ever be driving China towards Russia, right? You don't drive someone to bankruptcy, right, by saying you've got some options, do you? Right? You choose the right option. China has a raft of economic problems that it will not solve by sending weapons or ammunition or anything like that through to Russia. The idea that they might do, I can see why someone might push that idea. I just can't see why they would do it. Right? There is no benefit in China at this moment in time to do this. Right? So they have let's just go through a list, right? So they've got a housing bubble that's about to happen, right? Any sanctions, even the threat of sanctions, could stop trade coming through, especially even in the plastics industry. Plastics industry gets some sanctions. Let's see how that works. That drives business to Malaysia, Vietnam, Indonesia, and India. So those countries will benefit. China doesn't. And what they'll do is they'll have some layoffs, and then that starts their housing bubble. There are just so many reasons why China shouldn't be doing it. Now, if they did, right, that would be a political decision, and their president would be making that decision based on the knowledge of the damage he's about to do, and to set back all of their plans that they've had, decades planning. Right. There's little point in us discussing it anymore. So many reasons for China not to do it. I can see why Russia would want to say these things, though, right? Because that anything that they might think that drives China into their arms, would be a good thing, but it's not. I just can't see it happening for a myriad of reasons, and we've discussed it loads of times. If you want to discuss it offline, happy to do it with you. But us worrying about it, can't see it happening. The whole drones thing, I can't even see happening. I could see, though, that call it a rogue operator, because who went, I'll sell you 60 or something like that, and you can buy my factory and move it to somewhere in Russia. I could see that happening, but that would not be the country deciding to do it. And if said person was caught, I'm sure he would be there'd be some serious problems coming down from him from officialdom. Pissing off the party is a very bad thing. Now, it may be that it's the person's in the party, but it's going to be a bad thing. There's no benefit for China. And my real thoughts were, this is the point about the direct sort of the peace plan given by China, was really, that's just China going this to Russia, saying to Putin, here we are, we're helping you, we've given you a peace plan. That's pretty much all you're getting.
Well, that, and apparently some 155 or 122 millimeter ammunition and drones, and who knows what else. But I do believe that in addition to sanctions newly imposed on Russia, expanded sanctions on Russia, the White House is considering sanctions on China. They may even have already imposed some sanctions on Chinese companies. Nick, have you seen news about that today?
No, US foreign policy is not really my area. I haven't seen. I've been reading the articles which have the headlines: Zelensky welcomes or cautiously welcomes the Chinese peace proposal. But when you read them, it's basically, he sort of says, well, obviously peace is what we're after. He doesn't really give what you'd call a ringing endorsement. Just to David's point about how maybe a company would go off message. My understanding is that many, and I imagine many industries, and I imagine all of the strategic industries in China are ultimately controlled by the People's Liberation Army. So I suspect the chance of them sort of accidentally or going off the party message is fairly minimal. There may be an attempt at plausible deniability and saying, oh no, it's actually just the Beijing number 17 advanced technology manufacturing company, nothing to do with us, governor. But I very much doubt that there are defense industry manufacturers in China who are 100% of their shares trading on the Shanghai Stock Exchange.
I'm not talking about arms manufacturer. I'm talking about a drone manufacturer. If you wanted to set up a drone manufacturer in Shenyang somewhere that was capable of doing 60, you could easily do it. Arms manufacturing would be different. Alan, are you talking about the WSJ article where they mention the ammunition? Is that where you're getting your information from?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Why is that, David? I find it very believable.
Of course, the article is, but I just see if you go through to what benefit. Right, and there's the point. What benefit? Even if we take a Jingir's thing about gangsters and the rest of it, gangsters want benefit, don't they? To what benefit does China gain by sending this stuff to them? Now, at the point, I won't eat a 152 millimeter shell, but or even a hat, for instance. But I can't see it. I can see that there is a huge benefit in saying these things, and the WSJ has said several things in some articles that don't make sense and have been proven to be less than true in the end.
Yes, reporters make mistakes. They make mistakes every day. Although I think the Wall Street Journal is among the better papers.
Oh, it's great paper, but sometimes they'll write opinion pieces and the rest of it that say something. At the point where someone goes, here we are, here's some Chinese 152 shells, which will happen, by the way, right, if they are sending them, because so many of these shells just end up being captured by the Ukrainians. I would be astonished if that's what they're doing. Now, actually, I can think of a way that they might do it, right? Except for you just couldn't trust the Russians to hold up to their end of the bargain. Let's just say the Russians wanted to. They're running low. We know they're running on low on ammunition, and they went, we want to take a whole load from Pacific, but that means we're really short in the Pacific, and China said you can use that stuff. But I just don't. Until we see them in Ukraine, and as I said, we will find them because they're captured with regularity, right? And I just can't see how or why China would do it for so little benefit and such great risk, Alan, right? Because as I said, just something such as something on plastics would be devastating to their economy. It would mean a complete change to the world order, I suspect. Because it would be, I'm struggling for words because of all the things that we know about where China is economically at this point, if they were to do it.
I think, David, Luca has something to add here, and Nick, you have a hot mic. Luca, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, like it's a day that I try to come up, and it always kicks me out about this topic. Yeah, it's a little bit of a head scratcher, the China thing. I tend to agree. I don't know who was talking now, but I tend to agree with the last speaker that it doesn't seem like there is a lot of meat in these statements. I think China might gain from saying it and not doing it. They might put pressure kind of on everybody. They might, play the superpower, look, we can come and say, but if they do it, first of all, I think China can give something, and they might have been giving something to Russia already through North Korea. Like they might just like feed it to the North Koreans, which were using already Chinese munitions, and send them over, and then they at least have plausible deniability. But to say that they do it directly and actually do it, unless, hear me out, unless they think that they can drive a wedge between the United States and some of the Europeans, right? Like Scholz was traveling to China. We discussed before about all of the investments of Germany in China. So unless they make the calculation that they could then get like really slapped really hard by the US, which by the way is already slapping China. That's what I wanted to say yesterday. The semiconductor embargo, the artificial intelligence chips and software embargo, like this is already happening, and it's inevitably will get worse unless they think that they can just like, oh well, we're gonna get slapped by the US, but we get slapped anyways, and then the Europeans are gonna be like, oh no, let's not be mean to China, right? That would be the only plausible reason why they would do it, but I still think it's extremely unlikely. It's more about saying it and gaining by just like the narrative and not doing it. That's my opinion. Any comments, guys?
Well, to David's question and your question, Luca, and Luca, you thank you for coming up. What's the benefit to China? Does China have an interest in extending this war by supplying Russia? Well, maybe it does. As long as the United States and the EU are supplying Ukraine with all the weapons needed to win this war, in terms of the United States, it could potentially make the United States less capable to fight a war anywhere else in the world. Maybe a war that China starts. Maybe China does see a window here to take back Taiwan. And so there is a potential interest for China in sending military armaments to Russia, keep the war going.
Sorry.
Go ahead, David.
No, I was going to say, so that I understand the extending the war a bit, but here. That China sending ammunition. Let's just say, let me go through the reasoning behind it. Right. Part of the problem that Russia has is that they have a battered artillery systems, right, that are highly inaccurate. Right. At the moment, the way the war's being fought, they have Ukrainians are doing their counter battery fire, etc., etc. I don't think sending ammunition to Russia is going to make much difference. It will obviously cause more death and destruction, but it's not going to extend the war by that much. They would have to send lots of things to extend the war, and it still may not make a difference, because the problem is with Russia and their current crop of troops, or all of their troops, right? They don't have a large number of highly trained troops, right? These are people who have the same sort of experience as some people in the cadet force in the UK, right? And that is by and large where they're at, which is why we see them dying like lemmings along the cliffs. That isn't going to change if they manage to send 300,000 or they send 500,000. It's just more lemmings, right? So sending munitions isn't going to make much difference. All it is likely to do, and I don't think for one moment that the Chinese artillery shells will stop what's happening at the moment. There is a little the little avalanche is starting in terms of what's going to turn up in Ukraine from the West. I suspect it would only harden especially European thoughts on what we could do. And we need to be clear on this. So Europe could have solved this problem in Ukraine with limited help from the United States. We haven't, because we've been cheap, but we absolutely could have done this, right? Those Leopard tanks could have gone there ages ago. We could have, if we'd have had different politics in Germany and France and the rest of it, we could have had, there could have been an extra 200 brand new Leopard tanks. They could have scaled up. Rheinmetall could have scaled up. All these other things that we could do, we could solve it. And none of this makes any difference if China sends any shells, right? It's not going to make a difference to the battlefield because, right, the problems still remain. Firstly, the Russians are running out of troops. Their artillery crew, who need to be more trained than normal, they're running out of them because they're dying like lemmings as well, right? They're running out of their better barrels. They're wearing out because they're firing so many shells, right? So the accuracy goes down even more, right? And then so it's a cascade pattern, right? So nothing that China can do other than sending highly skilled troops is going to make much of a difference to what happens to Russia. Hence why so beforehand I was talking about the reasons economically why China is unlikely to do something, because the last thing they want to do is go into an economic downturn, right? That might go into a recession in China because they've got 1.6 billion people to feed, right? So what advantage do they gain, right, out of what they stand to lose? There's the thing, right? Russia is clearly holding on by its fingertips, clutching at straws, and anything that they can gain to give themselves an advantage. I would expect, though, that we would hear more and more of these stories about China's going to help us. But I would expect these stories are to be spread and by Russian bots and the rest of it, because what they want to do is to ramp up the fear factor in Europe and around the world, right? But what they fail to understand is we don't give a shit about the fear factor anymore. In general, the lines are drawn even in the United States. You know who the senators are who are out there on the fringe. Maybe they're strange places of where they're getting their money from, or they're just out there on the fringe because that's where their intellect is, on the fringe. The lines are drawn, and nothing that China can do other than getting involved is going to stop what's going to happen, which is a Ukrainian win, right? Maybe it'll slow it down. And I think his point, right, by the way, and I can see it, but I could see that if anyone planned it out and they looked at it logically, and this is someone with even limited military sense, and you think, okay, so how does that work with this sort of troops, right? How is that going to make a difference? It's not going to make a difference, because Ukraine is getting more and more of their troops coming back. The people who are being trained, by the way, by Germany, United Kingdom, and the rest of it, many of these people are already experienced troops, by the way. They're not just, they are bakers, candlestick makers, and the rest of it, but they are people who have previously served, and they've gone away, got back some new skills, and they haven't been sent to the front line like everyone thought they may be. They've gone back to units and they've carried on training. So these people are going to be in the position of being really well trained, right? And they're up against people who just aren't that trained and in actual fact are behaving like lemmings. It's not going to change anything. And if we did say it extended something, it made it a month longer, what that's really like to do is to make when Russia fails and it fails, the failure is going to be catastrophic, right? To the point where when we saw the advances in June on the southern front, for instance, suddenly it moved 50 kilometers within 2 or 3 days, didn't it? Right? We will see that sort of thing. Suddenly, when the Russian troops start running and the Kadyrovs can't kill them quickly enough, right? What will happen is it'll be catastrophic failure, people disappearing everywhere and in every direction. And at that point, where are they in Crimea? I could carry on at this. I don't see that anything's going to change. We should have and could have got our tanks and planes there quicker, which would mean that instead of us waiting until August, September, or whatever, they could have been in a position for a proper offensive at the right time. Sorry.
Yeah, meaning now.
Yeah.
I do agree with you, David. I want to get Luca back in. He had to drop. His hand is back up, but he is the one who started this conversation. So Luca, then Peter, then Lexicon.
Yeah, a couple of more quick points, guys, before I lose connection, because I don't have a good connection this day. One, so David, thank you. I agree with you're saying, but you skipped one question briefly. Do you think that if China actually supplies lethal weapons to Ukraine, the European Union or European countries will impose commercial and economic sanctions on China?
Oh, I think absolutely. It wouldn't make sense if they didn't, right? Because what they need to do, and we've been struggling with before, is in actual fact putting red lines very, very quickly. And what we do know is the European Union has been a bit quicker at doing those red lines than NATO has, right? So, and Europe could do it really, really quickly. Here we are, slap bang. If I was thinking about it just off the top of my head, I would just do it on plastics, right? And that would be a huge change to how China is, and even just the thought that plastics might be a thing might even make some people who are selling this stuff, the big sellers in Europe, swap to who's actual fact producing this stuff for them. Malaysia, as I go, Indonesia, India, Vietnam could all take up this supply quite easily.
Got it. And then to Alan's point, I don't believe in the theory that prolonging this war will weaken the West resolve to defend Taiwan. I believe that if that's what the strategy is, they'll be surprised. In reality, is that the war of Ukraine has strengthened the Western Bloc and the democratic bloc. I mean, let's just even say the 50, defense ministers showing up, 54 now at Reinstein. And so also to support growing, offensive and defensive war in Ukraine, there are signs that the West, at least the United States, have started to revamp the defense production. And so sending a few bombs, few armors, few things that we've been doing now to Ukraine, not enough. It's not weakening. In fact, it's making us stronger. And to conclude, also, it's not necessarily exactly the same type of hardware. Defensive action in Taiwan, as far as I understand, after listening in here and reading a little bit, it's mostly going to be naval warfare, submarines, and missiles, anti-naval missiles and stuff like that. Sure, some Patriots and things like that. But I think that part is not weakened by supporting Ukraine. If anything, is getting stronger. Thank you.
And Lucas, I'll quickly answer you. I completely agree. If I was President Xi, I would be fuming at Putin because all plans that may have been gone have changed very rapidly. Right from a point where Western nations were de-arming. The United Kingdom had gone to 148 challenges. We had 1,200 challenges just as I left the army. 1,200 to 148. We've got all the countries who are going, oh, the world's a safe place. We don't need to spend on arms, and Axel and I are both in agreement. We need to spend more. So what's just happened is Putin has just ensured that we start buying more. Why would you, if you had a plan of going to Taiwan, why would you be happy about that? Me, I'd probably be thinking about terminating Putin myself.
Great answer, David. Thank you for your wisdom, as always. And the other point you make is the more artillery shells China sends to Russia, if indeed they're sending them, then the faster Russia's artillery wears out because they can't maintain it. As you point out, artillery tubes have a lifespan. And as artillery cannons wear out, then they spray their shells just about damn everywhere. They become an unreliable weapon. And so with that, we will go to Peter and then to Lexicon. Peter, please go ahead.
Yeah, it was a great answer from David, and I want to thank him for that. Very precise and very clear. One thing I just wanted to add is that obviously China's economy, their agriculture was hit with severe drought, and they've obviously had big problems with COVID, which has impacted their economy as well. I think the very last thing they want demand. They want Western demand for their products. And the way they're going to do that is by this war finishing quickly. So I can't see how China would want to prolong it from that angle, because their main priority is to encourage their economy. They need to pull that back. Also, I think about a month ago, there were various people in China were making unofficial comments that they thought that Russia would lose this, and there's no way that that China would want to back a loser, because Russia is going downhill into its little isolationist world all by itself. And if anything, I think China would be looking at the Ukrainian market as being a very prosperous future market that they could trade with, as well as the rest of the West. So, I still feel that they could be more beneficial than bad in maybe tempering Putin's lunacy.
I would agree with you. David has taken an Irish exit, as is his wont. And with that, we'll go to Lexicon. Lexicon, please go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with some of the things Peter has said and some of David's, but not all. I think that we've been tending the last couple of weeks to start to see China as having these rather superhuman or magical or mystical or anyway limitless powers, and yet before this we all saw that for a long time China was saying strictly nothing aside from the limitless partnership that it declared before the war, 2 weeks before the war started. But it seems to me that for one thing, it would be far harder for the US to sanction China than to sanction Russia. In fact, I think that Peter was making some points. Like plastics, I don't agree that we could sanction plastics, because the American and every other Western consumer could not buy a thing if we did something to the supply of plastics, let alone cheap suitcases and TVs and other electronics and so on. But I think to get back to, I think that it may suit China now, the last couple of weeks, few weeks, it's said a little more and enabled more to be said, sent a strong delegation to Munich last week, because I think that it suits China to have it said, to have scary things said, such as China will now begin to send munitions and maybe even tubes, who knows. I think it suits China more to have it said and to get people panicking. and also to enable Russia and its bots to put a bit of stick about, as they say, about what China will do, and to raise the fear factor, because it's about the only weapon Russia's got left, their ability to frighten us with gloom and with doom, prospects of doom. But I think that China also has tremendous deniability here, because supposedly North Korea has found a way to put stuff onto railway cars on the Trans-Siberian and send ammunition and who knows what else. But do people really believe that that ammunition that North Korea is sending is made by or in North Korea? I mean, they can hardly, at any rate, they're not in very good shape, and I doubt they have this kind of manufacturing capacity. They may have a hell of a lot of stocks, and maybe that's what's going. In any case, yes, I think if shells turn out, or whatever munitions turn up that are stamped made in China, it's because they were sent through Korea. And so there's this excellent deniability. I mean, at any rate, if they are found, I'm sure that's what will be said. So to sum it up, or in a word, I'd say China has more interest in making it sound like they might do this and have this limitless flow of munitions. But at the same time, it doesn't suit it to have any evidence in the world that it is actually sending munitions. And I don't think it has any interest. The other thing is, I just want to say that up till a few weeks ago, we all believed that China, the one thing it wants is stability and not chaos. It's Luan, or Da Luan in China. Chaos is the biggest thing that frightens the leadership, and that the leadership uses to threaten the people. You don't want Da Luan. And I think that's generally true. Only it suited them in the last while to start to enable Russia with a bit of this fear factor.
Well, I think China has enabled Russia for a number of years, really, Lexicon.
Yeah.
I mean, not just since Russia invaded Ukraine, but well before that. I mean, they are a closely allied duo, Russia and China.
Yeah.
I think to Putin's embarrassment, he has demonstrated to his ally, China, that he's
very
not
unreliable.
Very unreliable. He can't keep his promises. He can't do what he sets out to do, and he needs China more than China needs him. In other words, Russia needs China more than China needs Russia.
Exactly.
And I see nothing changing about that. In fact, I see Russia needing China more and more and more over the next decade. I mean, certainly after they lose this ridiculous genocidal war in Ukraine, who do they have besides China and Iran and Nicaragua and Cuba? Who do they have?
Yeah, well, that's right. So I think yes, China is very, very unsatisfied with what Russia has done. Russia has no balance, no discipline. China generally has a lot of discipline, self-discipline. Russia doesn't know how to play the long game. China tries to know how to do that. No, I think they will be very unsatisfied with the way their little buddy has played it, and I think it'll continue. And I agree with you, that'll be exacerbated. But that's why I'm saying, so therefore, China doesn't really need to get its hands dirty by going in and actually providing something, but is quite happy to help out with the raising of the specter of limitless flows of supplies from China, but at the same time doing nothing, or send whatever it does in whatever small amounts via North Korea.
Well, we don't know what China will do, frankly. I mean, maybe they'll send artillery ammunition to Russia. Maybe they'll send drones to Russia. We really don't know. It is a dramatic risk for them to take. In terms of China playing the long game, well, China has played the long game for a couple of thousand years, really. Uh, but more recently, and I think I've said this before, but absolutely loved a question posed to Joanne Lai. This might have been sometime in the late 70s or early 80s. For some reason, a reporter asked him if the French Revolution had succeeded, and his answer was classic. He said, "It's too early to tell." This is
Which is the
how
cultural dissonance of China not accepting that innovation exists, which outpaces them because they live in huts and poison their wells. Come on, please. Let's be honest about it. They are a failure.
No,
Guys,
Axel, it's a cultural
I know,
approach to the
and they
question.
always bring it forward as they use it as an armed joke. I lived there, I worked there. I can tell you, it's a failure.
well,
Lexicon, go ahead.
yeah. Unfortunately, I think must be months ago now, Alan. I think you told this story before, and I came in and churlishly said that actually, you could probably look it up on Stopes or something. That there was a little bit of a misunderstanding via some translators or something, and in reality, it wasn't about the French Revolution. It was either about the Russian one or China's own. So, in fact, yes, Zhou Enlai, I think he was an amazing statesman and diplomat, but I think he wasn't that long a game. It's too bad he didn't.
Was a killer.
Thank you
Zhou
very
Enlai,
much.
Zhou Enlai and Mao Zedong have more blood on their hands, probably, than any other two dictators in the history of the world. I mean, that's just who they are. They slaughtered Chinese to create communist China. And they are continuing to slaughter people today.
Alan, thank you very much for moral clarity.
Well, sometimes I have it, Axel, and sometimes I don't. But I'll tell you what helps me have moral clarity is MriyaReport. I've been here for only a few months. I haven't been here as long as so many others. I mean, Axel has been here now for 367 days. And I learn from Axel every day. I learn from David every day. I learn from Yehuda. I learn from Doman. I learn from Peter Doran. And this place, MriyaReport, is, people call it a master's class. I call it a PhD class. That's really what it is. And that's why I hope every listener here right now retweets MriyaReport.org. Come and listen. Listen on your phone so you can participate. Listen on your laptop so you can learn. We discuss history, we discuss culture, we discuss current events. Just in the last 2 days, we have talked to dozens and dozens of individuals who are experts and who are Ukrainians speaking to us from Ukraine as they fight for their freedom. That's why we are here, to bring you information about Ukraine, news about Ukraine, as we can verify it, and to diffuse Russian disinformation, Russian propaganda, which is rife. Too many people spout Russian propaganda points still after a year of this genocidal war. We're trying to stop it. It must stop. Not only must Ukraine win this war, but Russian propaganda must be brought low. It must be cut off and silenced because we all suffer from it. So please retweet this space, but also please go to MriyaAid.org, MriyaAid.org, aid.org. Make a contribution to send life-saving supplies to Ukraine, to Ukrainian cities, to the soldiers on the front lines. Your contribution, whether it's small or large, will make a tremendous difference because thousands of people join you. So please do that tonight. And I want to welcome up my co-host, Doc. Great to see you here.
Good to be here, Alan. Thank you. Another day of MriyaReport, telling it like it is and correcting those who's not sure quite how it is.
Well, not so many people have come here who don't know how it is, Doc, at least today. And I appreciate that. It's exhausting to correct people.
Well, I talked to our buddy that has to have his own personal satellite for communications, and he ran into some trouble trying to do that today, but he assured me he was going to try and squeak by tonight and come in and say hi. So, Chuck, we'll be waiting for you when you want to step in the door. In the meantime, we're going to go to Plan C and work that out.
Well, I hope Chuck can drop by tonight. He might not be here till tomorrow or Tuesday for a regular bullet points, but I do know from watching the news and from looking at the maps that fighting in Bakhmut is incredibly intense. The Ukrainians blew a dam north of Bakhmut. This affects Russian forces. Obviously, that's why they blew it. But Russians are attacking in Bakhmut from the north, from the south, from the west. It's a precarious situation. I don't know if you've looked at it, Doc.
I have not as much. I'm sorry. I was dealing with some other things today and hadn't. But I did find something now that I'm looking at that I'm trying to figure out if it's true or not before I bring it into the space, because it's kind of out there. But I don't know. I've reached out to our sources to try and help me verify this. It could be interesting.
Okay, I'll let you continue to do that. I do want to say, MriyaReport has been here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since this war started, and that means we have covered every single event of this war, not just every single day of this war, but every single event. And that means we have spoken about Russian atrocities and war crimes. It means we have asked people to look at what happened in Bucha and Irpin. It means that we have we've talked to experts about war crimes and crimes against humanity, and we will continue to do that every single day, because the fact of the matter is, as Ukraine reclaims its sovereign territory, as Ukraine reweaves its community across the nation, we know that many more war crimes will be found, and they will be investigated. As of today, 65,000 war crimes committed by Russian soldiers are being investigated. Just consider that number for a moment. 65,000 war crimes.
Alan, do you know if anybody went over the top 10 list we were going to try to do towards the end of the night last night before our conversation took us elsewhere?
We have gone over it, but we should go over it again tonight, Doc, because it's a worthy list to remind people of. These are the top 10, let's call them successes or achievements of Ukraine, of the Ukrainian people in the past year, and we should do that again.
Okay, well, whenever you'd like to do that, I've got the list sitting in front of me. I can go through it. We can come back to it later, or you just let me know what to do, boss.
Okay, don't call me
I
boss.
was a grunt, so you tell me what to do.
Okay. I also just want to remind people that there's still a refugee crisis in Ukraine. These are internally displaced citizens, but you are talking about 8 million Ukrainians who fled Ukraine at the beginning of Russia's invasion. There are 5 million Ukrainians who are displaced within their own country. What does that mean? It means they had to leave their home, their hometown, and find some other place inside Ukraine to live. Now, many people have come back to Ukraine. Kyiv, for example, actually now has more people living in it than before Russia invaded. Imagine that. Ukrainians coming back to Kyiv, to Ukraine. Why? Because they care about this country. They care about the values that Ukraine is fighting for. And so, of course, they come back. The other item I do want to highlight is Russia's forced deportation of children. The tens of thousands of Ukrainian children have essentially been kidnapped and deported to Russia. They have been, and I will use air quotes here, adopted by Russian families. This is a war crime. It is among the most important things that Ukraine is asking for. A list of all children who have been deported from Ukraine and taken to Russia, and requiring their return to Ukraine. These are Ukrainian children that Russia is attempting to cut off from their culture, from their language, from their history. It is one of the cruelest aspects of this war, one of the cruelest. Doc, we can go to that a more hopeful top 10 list.
All right, let's get on here. I thought this was really interesting. I know Michael Weiss was involved in this, and the Ukraine Ministry of Defense put this together. So I think there's a lot of interesting things to talk about. And if anybody has something to comment about each one of these, I'd love to hear about it. I'm going to read through just the highlight of what the top 10 are to start, and then come back and we can go into any one that somebody has something input on. So, in no particular order, successful defense of Kyiv, Chernihiv, Sumy, and Kharkiv, February through April 2022. Mass resistance of civilians to Russian occupants. Expulsion of Russian occupants from Kiev, Chernihiv, and Sumy.
Hey, Doc, let's just go back to point number 2. Mass resistance of civilians to Russian occupants, and mass resistance of civilians to Russian invaders. I mean, what did we see in Mariupol? What did we see in Kherson? I mean, individual Ukrainians standing up to Russian invaders, standing up and pushing back Russian tanks. I mean, these images are a year old, but they will live forever.
I agree 100%. Sorry, I had a hot mic there.
You can have a hot mic, Doc, no problem. So this is a list called 10 main wins in the last year. and we should go through them in order. I mean, why not? That's what you are doing, and so we should continue.
Okay. So, number 3, expulsion of Russian occupants from Kyiv, Chernihiv, and the Sumy region between March and April of 2022. Destruction of the rocket cruiser Moscow, the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Okay, I'll pause here. This is when I joined NAFO. The resistance that soldiers showed to that ship, I have 3 sheets of that stamp, first gen and second gen, because I thought that was probably the best damn military stamp in many generations, and the message. And I know we had Igor, the head of, I don't know how to pronounce the Ukraine Poshtuka,
Ukraine Poshta.
on just the other day, talking to us about that stamp and a number of other things. Of course, we're more interested in the sinking of a country without a navy sinking a rocket cruiser.
You
I found
know,
that to be very good.
you know what? I envy you having those stamps, and I believe Ukraine Poshta is going to issue a stamp with Malcolm Nance on it, which I think would be tremendous.
We already have the prototype worked up. I've seen it. I can share it with you. But it's classic Malcolm. It's perfect. I can't wait to see that. Yeah, I wanted that stamp so bad. I reached out to every seller I could find in the hopes that one of them would actually come through, and 3 of them came through. So despite a war going on, 3 different groups managed to get me that stamp here in little old Texas.
Well, stamps are inspiring. Uh, they really are. I was a stamp collector as a kid, and but these are things that you still use today. I mean, not that often. Who really uses snail mail? But the point of these stamps is not just the art, but the act of it's an act of resistance, but it's also an act of heroism. I love the stamps. I love the Moskva stamp. I love the Snake Island stamp. And you have them? Wow.
Yeah, I do, and they've been very popular. I've given a few away as gifts. However, not to my mother. A couple of years ago, the U.S. Postal Service released a stamp, a 3D stamp of the moon, and I gave her some of them because she used to collect stamps. And to my shock, she no longer collects stamps, but she sure did like using those.
Yeah, well, you have to explain to her what stamps are all about. They're not for posting letters. They're for keeping in big binders.
Exactly. Who's using a stamp these days? I said, Mom, don't you remember helping me get my Boy Scout merit badge in stamp collecting? She didn't.
And so we're on 10 main wins of the last year. We've gone through, I think, the first 4, and the fifth one is expulsion of Russian invaders from Snake Island. It became a stamp. And Snake Island was in the news again because Russia launched a strike on Snake Island. No one knows exactly why. Not terribly successful. This was a couple of weeks ago. Snake Island is out in the Dnipro River, and it's a fairly important defensive place. I would say more than anything. It's important for defense. And
I saw that as maybe a probing operation, just to kind of see what they've done in that area, right? What Ukraine has done in terms of air defenses in that area.
It's possible. It might have been related to a few other things as well. I mean, Russia is constantly shelling Kherson from the south bank of the Dnipro, and who knows what else they're planning? That's we don't exactly know. The south bank of the Dnipro has been a quiet line of engagement, except I don't really mean quiet, because Russia shells Kherson every single day heavily and takes lots of civilian casualties.
And you would think that Russia would take Snake Island and what they learned there by continuing to go back and get shelled and hammered, go back again, get shelled and hammered, that Ukraine will do the same thing to the Kerch Bridge. They should just stop building the damn thing and go back to making shitty vodka and bad borscht. That's John.
There you go. And so number 6. What's number 6, Doc?
That was the destruction of the logistics system of Russian occupation troops in southern and eastern Ukraine. That was June through August of 2022. This talked about supply of high precision pool fire jet systems, long range artillery, different things that allowed them to target the logistic arteries. And boy, has that been impactful. This has been the greatest way Ukraine has responded to Russia. And we've talked about it a lot, especially yesterday and the day before, of taking away their logistic capability because they're so small-minded. They didn't prepare multiple ways to do this. They came down to the same 2 rails that were laid in that country 200 years ago.
Well, there are only a few ways in and out of Crimea, for example, just to take a look at one spot in Ukraine. But there are only a few really reliable logistical lines into and out of occupied Ukraine, whether we're talking railway or highway. And what has made it possible for Ukraine to target Russian logistics, namely taking out trains, taking out depots, ammunition depots? 2 things: HIMARS and partisans. So behind the lines, there are partisans working with the Ukrainian army, identifying targets, providing coordinates, and allowing Ukraine to make high precision strikes, destroying Russian supplies and, of course, Russian soldiers. It is significantly important. I think every one of the military experts who joins us here on MriyaReport talks first about logistics. Ukraine is focused on taking out Russian logistics. So, Doc,
Alan?
why
Alan?
don't we pause and go to Prince?
Yeah, actually, I need to. You said Snake Island was up by the Dnipro?
And okay, it's not. It's out in the Black Sea.
Thank you. I thought you said it was by the Dnipro, and I was like,
I did say that. It's where the Dnipro empties into the Black Sea, but Snake Island itself is definitely in the Black Sea.
yeah, okay, because that was a little
quite a bit of debate about whether it's actually an island.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of something and my birds are screaming, but I just wanted to make sure that was clear because the way I heard it, it sounded like you were saying it was on the Dnipro, and I just wanted to clarify. I'm sorry. Thank you.
No,
So you heard a cuckoo bird.
What?
Prince, it means you're listening, Prince. I appreciate that.
No problem.
All right, so next on the list is again exile of Russian occupants from Kharkiv region. This is in the September to October timeframe. This is when Ukraine really was able to start identifying so many of Russia's weaknesses. They had accumulated prepared reserves. Equipment was in field that had been trained on, and no matter what Russia threw at them, Ukraine just marched on through. That was a beautiful, beautiful thing to witness. And then they moved on to expelling some more Russian occupants from the right coast of the Kherson region in September or October of that same year. So this is, again, a great example of Ukraine actively working on multiple fronts at the same time, looking at where they're the strongest, where they have the greatest advantages, and continuing to move through. Then they go on to highlight the successful actions of the Ukrainian air defense system. And boy, we would sure like to see a whole lot more of that, right? But they have been able to do tremendous work with the Iranian-made Shaheeds, which, Alan, I've heard that there's a real shortage of those now. Have you seen reporting on that lately?
So I have not seen reporting about delivery of Iranian Shahed drones to Russia. I do know that that Russia has ordered thousands. I think the last I saw was 4,500. Have they been delivered? I don't know. I do know that Ukraine still needs more air defense. But one of the most significant things that's been accomplished for Ukraine is air defense. They are now shooting down drones and incoming missiles. You know, somewhere around 80%, 85%, 90% in some cases. The IRST air defense system delivered from Germany, I believe, still has a 100% interception rate. That's amazing. 100% of incoming missiles have been shot down by IRIST air defense systems supplied by Germany. But Ukraine still needs more air defense for a couple of reasons. One, if Ukraine gets Western fighters, F-16s, they need to have adequate air defense around their airfields, which they are actually improving. Ukraine has undertaken complete renovation of airfields in the interior of the country so that F-16 fighters can land and take off there. But they need air defense also to defend those air bases.
Yeah, they certainly do. All right, so last but not least was controlling Russian aggression in eastern Ukraine. They talk about some of the devastating defeats, the professional courage and self-sacrifice of Ukrainians to hold the position. And Ukrainians bravely accept this every day. Hundreds of lives are taken from the Russians and their equipment because they're continuing with this nonsense. You know, as I looked at this, and being a proud member, card-carrying NATO fella here, I think that they left out control of the information space because that is humongous. That is huge, huge, huge. And while there's certain people in my country that are trying to push against this and in other countries as well, overall, I think that their message has been severely hampered, that their cyber activities have been interdicted, and that they've exposed just another area where they were once thought to be feared and mighty, that they're again a paper cyber tiger as well.
Well, you know, Doc, I think Patron on his own has won the information war, and who knows, might be winning the cyber war too. But I'll tell you another thing. You know, we can go to top 10 lists. Yes, they're meaningful. It helps us focus on what Ukraine has achieved. But at any list leaves out something. And what does this top 10 list leave out in my mind? It leaves out the contribution of first responders in Ukraine. People like Roman, the fire chief in Kharkiv, who was on with us actually right after fighting fires that were set off by Russian shelling. It leaves off the Iron Army, the Ukrainian National Railway, And of course, Tim Sennett has made a documentary about the Ukrainian railway, and the CEO, Alexander Commission, has been with us. Significant contributions that have been made. So we can make the list go on and on and on. It's not just 10 things. It's a dozen things. It's 20 things. It's 24 things. When you come right down to it, Doc, it's everything any individual Ukrainian has done to oppose Russia and to defeat this genocidal invasion. And we do not know the hundreds of thousands of individual actions people in Ukraine have taken, actions of heroism.
Absolutely, 100%. Okay, so I did a little more looking on that hot news topic. That's more of a TMZ story, but it's kind of interesting. Apparently, the son-in-law of Russian Minister of Defense Shoigu sent a video from the UAE to all the Z cattle back home. So now Prigozhin wants him found and brought to him so he can talk about his anti-Russian comments and send him to the front. So the infighting continues, and I'll do all I can to help contribute to that fire.
Carry on, Doc, for just 1 second, please. So we don't like dead air. That's why I'm back, even before a couple of seconds. This is MriyaReport. We are coming up on 0200 in Kyiv.
My fault. I did not unmute my button, Alan.
That's okay, Doc. And MriyaReport is here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you verified news from Ukraine. So please retweet this space. Come here yourself with questions, observations. Bring your friends here. As importantly, maybe more importantly, go to MriyaAid.org, MriyaAid.org. Make a contribution to send life-saving supplies to Ukraine. We have a couple of hands. It's Nick and Kevin. Nick, go ahead, please.
Oh, it's just in. The British opposition Labour Party is calling on the British government to declare Wagner a terrorist organization. We've talked about this. We talked about this a few months ago, how although it may be difficult for countries to describe the whole of Russia as a terrorist organization, Wagner as a standalone organization has the government cough or the story says that last month they also, the same party, opposition party, asked for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to be described as designated as a terrorist organization. I don't know whether that happened. I'll have a look. So,
yeah. Nick, have you noticed there's so much semantics tied up in that? Terrorist organization, criminal organization, transnational criminal organization.
Yeah, I noticed
around these words.
The American government, which as far as I know does have the ability to call someone a terrorist organization, didn't, and called it something else. What was it? International, a significant transnational criminal organization. I mean, you know, I almost want to belong to one of those. It's got lots of big words in it. Yeah, no, ridiculous. So the Americans could have Americans copped out even of calling Wagner a terrorist organization. So the gauntlet has been placed in front of the UK government, which has
I presume the UK government has specific laws that, you know, say if you're a terrorist organization, we can do things to you in the way that the US does. I don't know why the US bottled out of that one, because, you know, as I say, with Russia, with an entire country, I can sort of see why the lawyers might get a little bit into the semantics. But so let's see if the British government will pick this up, and if not,
Nick,
perhaps we'll find out why not.
my fear, and I've brought this up with Chuck before here on the show, is having the letters PMC. America uses them prolifically. They like them. The three-letter guys, they like them. And because Wagner calls itself a PMC, even though it's completely different, and we know it's all smokescreen and bull, I think that's what it's come down to. And it's a lot of countries that use PMCs that are going to not call it a terrorist organization for fear that other people will put that back on them on our use of PMCs as well.
Well, we'll see.
Truly, we will. All right, Kevin, you want to come on up?
Sure, that's great. Yeah, let's let the UK lead the way again. They did a great job on the main battle tanks. I think they're leading on aircraft, on Tornado or Typhoon class aircraft. They've done a substantial job here in moving things in the right direction. Just a quick reaction to your mention of cyber war, and how I think still more needs to be done. Maybe just a general call out to NAFO. I'm not sure if anybody here follows the President of the United States on Twitter, or Secretary of Defense, or Secretary Blinken. But anytime any one of them makes a positive post, and they've been making a lot of positive posts with respect to Ukraine here the last couple of days, the trolls and the bots and the MAGA come out, and you know the tweets, the replies are just disgusting. So you know, if NAFO maybe were to subscribe to those Twitter Spaces or those Twitter accounts, maybe we could kind of push that in the right direction and get the right spin on these presidential pronouncements, because obviously they've been very, very positive here the last couple of days, talking about our commitment to Ukraine standing a year later in spite of all the attacks and everything else. And it's just so frustrating to see all these people come out of the woodwork and basically talk about Palestine and how it got the wrong focus at the wrong time. And maybe with a little NAFO support here, we could start pushing these things in the right direction.
Somebody has just DM'd me to say that Canada's MPs voted unanimously to designate Wagner Group as a terrorist entity. Actually, I think they're pasting a headline. Canada MPs vote unanimously to designate Russia's paramilitary Wagner Group as terrorist entity. So I don't know if that's breaking the person who sent it to me, or if that's something they've pasted from a previous news story. And we know the European Parliament voted to declare Russia a terrorist state, which has very, very limited impact in the European Union, because the European Union's legal framework for which was put in place after 9/11 for declaring people to be terrorists is really limited to telling EU member states to stop their banks providing financial services to them. And I would rather hope that EU banks are not providing financial services to Wagner or the Russian army at the moment anyway. But the symbolism was there. I actually don't know what the British designation of being a terrorist state gets you, whether it's nearer to the EU, so you know, a bit of financial sanctions, or whether it's nearer to the quite remarkably strong American one, whereby basically my understanding is anybody giving help to that group becomes a target for kind of secondary sanctions. I'd be surprised if the UK has anything quite that strong in place, but these things have symbolic value, and it's also always good to see the UK Labour Party distancing itself as far as possible from its tanky tendency.
Yeah, the other good thing too, I think, is it moves you one step closer to declaring Russia a terrorist state. If Wagner, who's in the employ of Russia, is declared a terrorist organization, it's not much of a leap to make that next step.
Well, it's maybe even more significant, Kevin, that the United States has declared that that Russia is committing war crimes, crimes against humanity. These crimes have been committed not just by Putin, but by Putin's associates in the regime in Kremlin, all the way to the front lines in Ukraine. And as I mentioned earlier tonight, 65,000. Just put that number into your head. 65,000 war crimes in Ukraine committed by Russian soldiers are under investigation. 65,000. And individual Russian soldiers who have committed such war crimes have been identified. And if they survive, they will be prosecuted. Doc, we have a hand up. Delta, please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, I just wanted to say to Nick, really, I spent the best part of 15 years in British counterterrorism policing before I retired, and without a doubt, in my mind, Wagner fits the UK law definition of a terrorist group. I think it's just semantics. I think the Conservatives have been really, really slow in picking up on this, and they should be much more proactive. That's my take on it.
I think that's a good take on that as well. And we know words mean things, and it's a crying shame that we have to play these games, but they all mean things. And if we want the weight of the law behind us in our actions, then we have to do it the right way, because a huge part of democracy is consistent laws that apply to all equally. I know we aspire to that more than we actually achieve that, but at least we have it set as a target. Right, Alan?
Completely right. The thing about democracies is that we strive to achieve the principles we declare and live by. It doesn't mean we do achieve it every day, but it means we strive to achieve it. And this is also something that Ukraine itself is doing. You know, the reform in Ukraine of its government, of transparency in its transactions, both inside Ukraine and with its international partners, has undergone a huge transformation. We've talked about it before on this space. Corruption is a leftover disease of Russian ways of governing. Putin's Russia is probably the most amazing kleptocracy ever to be created in history. That's what they do. And there was kleptocracy in Ukraine as well. It is being eliminated. It's being rooted out. As Zelensky fights this war, he also reforms his government. It is a remarkable achievement that he has made, and it's important because it brings Ukraine one step closer every single day to meeting the standards of joining the European Union. So it's something to focus on and to applaud Zelensky and the Ukrainian people for. They are a completely different kind of nation and civic society, completely different from Russia. Let Russia be the kleptocrats. Ukraine will be the Democrats, small d, and join the EU.
Alan, there's many things I'm ignorant of, but among them is, does the EU have a defensive agreement with the members of the EU?
There's an article of the treaties that is extremely vaguely worded, and it's like 3 lines, and it says if any of the members is attacked, the others will come to their aid. But that's about it. It's more of an aspiration than any sort of formal commitment to mobilize any forces. I mean, the NATO Article 5 is already, it doesn't sort of say in response to a tank rolling over your border, the following will happen. It's even more vaguely worded than NATO Article 5. And it is a subject of current debate. I mean, it was put in there when the treaty was written as a kind of nice thing to have, and now people are going, oh well, yeah. But in practice, I mean, very soon, how many EU members are not going to be NATO members when Finland and Sweden have joined? Austria.
Exactly.
Trying to think. I'm trying to think if there are any apart from Austria that are not going to be NATO members. So it doesn't really make, it's a nice thing to say, but it doesn't commit anybody. And as we were discussing the other day, I think that Ukraine will be a full member of NATO quite a few years before it's a full a full member, defined as appointing a commissioner and attending European Council meetings and having parliamentarians in the European Parliament. I think I would be amazed if there is less than 5 years elapsing between Ukraine's NATO membership and Ukraine's membership of the EU. So the EU angle there really isn't, I think, terribly important. We had a discussion earlier this evening about the extent to which the EU should get involved in its defence, and we identified some interesting areas. But the EU is not about to sort of have a defence ministry or employing field marshals.
Interesting perspective. G-Man, you got a thought on that?
Just to say, the other country that springs to mind is Ireland. The Republic of Ireland is not in NATO.
Hey, G-Man, can you do me a favor and fix that mic again for me, please?
Try this. Yeah, sorry. Ireland is the other country that springs to mind as not being a member of NATO, but is a member of the EU. Traditionally neutral, and the sort of kinetic stuff that they would do tends to be within the auspices of the UN in terms of peacekeeping and stuff like that. So,
and G-Man, there's no relationship between Ireland and the UK about joint defense operations?
There is cooperation. Ireland doesn't really have an air force worth talking about. They have an army or Irish Air Corps, and doesn't have any. So basically, the RAF, the UK RAF, provides air defence for the Republic of Ireland. That's
in the same way NORAD provides it for North America and to be Canada.
Not quite the same thing, but yeah, effectively, just it's an unwritten thing because they don't have any.
I actually saw people here in this country upset that we shot down one of those balloons over Canada. Asking, doesn't Canada have its own air force? I mean, how ridiculous is that?
I know, it's nonsense. Yeah,
I think the UK Irish situation is the impression I have is that it's a little bit
a little bit embarrassing for Ireland in the context of 2022. And I think a lot of Irish people are looking at each other and going, well, how long can we maintain this neutral stance, given that it's fairly clear now where the evil is, and also with the, not necessarily the last couple of years, but with the progress that has been made in Anglo-Irish relations over the years, it probably is time for Ireland to come closer to the European consensus on this. I mean, Ireland is otherwise a superb member of the European Union, fully committed to pretty well everything that the EU does, and so I think it leaves them looking a little bit embarrassed that they're not under the NATO umbrella. I don't think Ireland will join NATO anytime soon, but I can see all kinds of agreements possibly being made, because there doesn't seem to be very much doubt in Ireland as to who's at fault here, and Ireland has taken in a quite phenomenal number of Ukrainian refugees for its population.
Yeah, it definitely has. I mean, it's always been a little bit ambiguous, the Ireland's neutrality stance. During the Cold War, US they hosted US aircraft. Not hasten to add, they didn't have any that I know of bombers or anything like that. That was in the UK. But Shannon Airfield, Shannon was open for like Hercules and transport aircraft and things like that. Now, those recently moved back up to Northern Ireland and to Aldergrove. But that was more because there was actually some damage done. There was some vandalism of US transport aircraft at Shannon, so that wasn't great. Like, but yeah, I think they're going to be the writing's on the wall. I've got a lot of friends down in the south. My best friend and lived in Northern Ireland, living down in Dublin now, Galway now actually, but and he would be very critical of their stance of neutrality. It's in his view 100 years sort of out of date.
Interesting. Good to have you up here, G-Man.
No problem.
So I wanted to ask a question of the group, and I don't know if raising hands is the best way to answer that, but apparently some people have been getting notices from Twitter asking them to remove the Ukrainian flag from their bio. Has anybody else seen this? I have a Ukrainian flag in my bio. I have a gold and blue heart in my bio. And I've never been asked this, but I'm seeing it pop up. People have been sending this to me.
I haven't heard. I've not seen that.
I've seen one person tweet the screenshot of the alleged message. The person concerned seemed to have a fairly solid pro-Ukraine profile, but they didn't make it clear whether they themselves had had that message pop up on the screen, or whether it had been forwarded to them by somebody who claimed to have had it. It's a pop-up message that you will get from the app, a bit like the one that many of us got the other day when we were told that if we don't pay for Twitter Blue, we can't use SMS for our two-factor authentication anymore. But I didn't get an answer back from the person who put the... So I don't know whether... I presume that person is sincere in posting it, but I don't know whether they got the message themselves, in which case it would be quite serious, or whether they are passing it on from someone who sent it to them, who thinks it's genuine, or how these things go along once a rumor gets going. So far, I haven't seen anyone posting the message and saying, I just got this firsthand, and from someone who would seem credible. So I think for the moment, I think we should be a little bit cautious about this. These things are fairly easy to fake. And then somebody said, well, it can't be true. I just put the Ukrainian flag in my profile and I didn't get the message. But if it does exist, if it is true, it might be a bot, an internal bot of Twitter that is going through the profiles, that only pops, that's not doing all of them in 10 seconds. So I think we need to be alert if we've got that flag in our profiles. I personally have a sunflower, and then I have the eye with the 2 dots. Different people do it in different ways. If Twitter actually is doing this, then it is horrific. And I don't think so, because they say something like, we have to be politically neutral, but you have to be Twitter. If you're Twitter blue, you can keep it. Well, if you're being politically neutral, that shouldn't really be anything to do with Twitter blue. So I find it not entirely plausible. On the other hand, in the age of Elon, pretty well anything is possible. So
it's pretty easy for him to scare us into this now, isn't it, Nick?
It
a bunch
is.
of hands went up when I asked that, so I'm going to call on some hands just so I can see if they've got input on that. David, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying it's frightened me into putting the Ukrainian flag into my profile. I suggest everyone do that now.
I like the way you think. Fancy Pants, let's go.
Yeah, I got the message from a friend, a trusted friend, who asked me the same thing. And he shared that actually a guy that we all know, Walter Lake, with MriyaReport, shared this, right? And I know the history with him and with this space and with other pro-Ukrainians. So if he's sharing that, I don't care, I don't know what he's up to. There's been a lot of garbage, and my suspicion is that someone's trying to stir up another rumor that Elon hates Ukraine. I mean, we know that Elon is weird and has behaved weird, but I do think that Russian propaganda, Russian trolls want us to hate on Elon, just to stir up some more controversies and conflicts in the West. So I would not give this any credit.
100%. 100%. I agree with you on that. They would love to do that, in part because he's staked a flag here in this country about which side of the aisle he seems to be on. And I think the Russians see this as a point where they can create division. They're going to always attack our weaknesses that we have the same way we're attacking, the Ukrainians are attacking their weaknesses on the battlefield. They're doing it in the information space. So the good thing that I like about this is that everybody's paying a lot of attention. Robin, what do you think about that?
Yeah, hi. My impression is similar to what Fancy Pants was saying. It's our not so much friend Walter didn't get a lot of attention when he tried to smear MriyaReport and MriyaAid, and I think it looks to me like an attention grab, because the only person I can trace any kind of report back to is coming from him saying that he had gotten it. So I'm not 100% sure. And of course, you could believe Elon would do such a thing. But I think it's a big distraction from more important things. Thanks. Slava Ukraini, everyone.
Jerome, Slava. Nick?
Yes, I've just found something really rather hilarious. So I found the MriyaReport tweet, which I will put into the nest for the purposes of this conversation, and feel free to delete it very shortly afterwards. So Walter Leck, whose account I thought was suspended, but anyway, he's back, but he retweeted a tweet by MriyaReport. And the MriyaReport tweet says, "You can't be serious, Elon Musk. Now you're censoring the Ukrainian flag. Has anyone else gotten this pop-up yet, or is it only us?" And there's the picture of the alleged pop-up that says, "You must remove the Ukrainian flag from your profile. Only Twitter Blue subscribers can visibly support Ukraine." In other words, not the joke being that the MriyaReport account is a Twitter Blue subscriber. So if this is actually a genuine message, then Elon is even sending it to the wrong people. So
Yeah, I think Walter maybe didn't think this through, because if that's not clear, MriyaReport account is appears to be the only source of this. The claim made is that this pop-up says that only Twitter Blue subscribers will be allowed to use the Ukrainian flag, but the person complaining that they got it has Twitter Blue. So
Interesting.
yeah.
All right. Well, I
So
don't want to give them any more oxygen, right?
They should be denied the oxygen of publicity and quite possibly the oxygen of oxygen.
I agree with you. Jack Girl, go ahead.
Yeah, I had just seen that on, I was looking on Twitter, and Monty, he's a NAFO and he posts a lot, but he put a screenshot up, and I kind of wondered the same thing that Nick was talking about. It didn't sound like it would be real, but yeah, you would, if it was, you would wonder about Elon. But I agree, I'm skeptical. Thanks.
Our ever vigilant audience, fans, listeners, supporters, and retweeters of MriyaReport and MriyaAid.org are watching carefully. We're not going to let anything get by. I'm really glad to hear that. Robin?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I don't know if this has been discussed on the space earlier today. I haven't been on the entire day, but Elon did something really outrageous today, and this is taking attention away from it. He made a post saying that that Yanukovych was clearly removed through a coup, and basically saying that the present Ukrainian government is illegitimate. He doesn't say who perpetrated the coup, but he misses the whole part about how the Verkhovna Rada was going to get rid of him, and that he fled because he knew that was going to happen. Anyway, this is a great way to keep people from focusing on what I consider really an outrageous claim by Elon, a totally ahistorical one. Thanks.
Yes, I saw that, and my reaction is that at this point, Musk is a Russian asset.
Agreed.
Well, I get in trouble when I say such things, so I'm not going to go quite that far. It does seem interesting, and there's another campaign I've seen taking off in the United States via some of the alternate media that's out there, claiming that there's no war footage, there's no actual news reporting war footage, and that everything you see on Telegram and YouTube and Signal and here is just BS. And I find that to be fascinating because to me, I have to slow down because there's such an overload of video out there that's horrific to see. Stuff that I didn't think I would see again in my lifetime, and yet here we are. And I find that to just be one of the most confounding things that's going on because they decided not to embed journalists, regardless of which side you come down on that. It's an interesting thing. And remember, my experience in service was when they first came up with the idea of embedding journalists, and it wasn't such a great thing. And most of us didn't like it. And when we went to Somalia and CNN, they were waiting for us, that was kind of odd too.